Markets for the better part of the last 2 years. At this point, there are lots of questions swirling, though. The first part of that would be whether the CapEx spending is too much and whether the revenues will ever show up for the hyperscalers. The second part is, will AI actually disrupt or destroy lots of businesses and jobs that are out there? Joining us right now is someone who has lived through technology revolutions in the past. John Chambers is the former CEO of Cisco. He's now the chairman emeritus. He's also the CEO of JC2 Ventures and a longtime friend of the show as well. And John, welcome. It's great to see you this morning.
Becky, it's a pleasure to be with you. You've asked about 5 or 6 questions, and I look forward to tackle them in whichever order you would like.
Okay,
just for your audience.
Let's start this out, John, just by kind of recognizing where we are. There are some people who think we're in a bubble, that it could burst. There are others who think that this is a revolution that's here to stay. As somebody who has lived through this, as you did back in the year 2000 and around that time, what do you think of what we're seeing today? How much staying power does this have?
I think it has tremendous staying power. It will be the determining point of market and profitability and productivity for the next decade. It will be probably 5 times the speed of the internet with 3 times the ending results on it. I think we're not only not in a bubble, but we're actually going to see an acceleration. Will there be some spectacular train wrecks and affecting the ecosystem? Absolutely going to occur. People remember just August of last year, MIT said AI isn't really taking off in companies, and that at first startled me because I have every one of my 22 companies are AI and cybersecurity. But when I looked at it, that data was just wrong. You're seeing enterprise move with tremendous speed. The productivity numbers of 2.7% show that people are getting results already, and we're in inning 1 of productivity gains. And it's similar to the internet. You remember during the 90s, productivity averaged about 1.4% for the decade in front of it, and it hit almost 2% average during the 90s because of the internet. This productivity that you're now seeing, I think 2.7 was not an aberration. I think it will probably double from that. I think you'll see numbers we didn't think were imaginable at 5%. Most CEOs and most companies that I see are planning to drive productivity across workloads, across their company. But you will see a disruption between the winners and losers. Your bell-shaped curve that Joe and Becky, if you were in the middle, growing at 40%, you were happy and are going to have a good future. That's going to get disrupted. You're going to see people move to the right and to the left, including the Magnificent Seven. And you already saw that in the divergence of the growth rates between a Google as an example and perhaps an Amazon and Meta as an example as well. It's going to happen across the board. There will be disruption. There will be, candidly, jobs slowing dramatically in terms of the approach. But I think it will drive the economy, and those companies that are positioned well are actually accelerating this market, not slowing down.
Hey, John, you have lived not only through one of these boom cycles like this before, but running a company that was responsible for building the infrastructure. And people now look at some of these big companies and say, okay, they're going to be spending $650 billion plus. Maybe that's just the big 4 that we've heard from in the last couple of weeks. Is it a cycle where you think that spend eventually slows or bottoms out or disappears? I think that's one of the biggest questions. Is this money that's being well spent right now, will they get returns on it? What do you think?
Well, I think the answer will be absolutely yes, but it won't be uniform across the board. There'll be winners and losers within that, and I think even within the Magnificent Seven you alluded to, you will see that type of divergence. The plays I really like now are
Good
the
morning,
infrastructure
Donna.
players.
Good morning,
You look
Francisco.
at,
Good morning,
in the
Ferg.
last year as an example.
Good morning,
AMD
everybody.
up
Good morning.
83%,
Good morning. Good morning, May.
Broadcom up 40%. NVIDIA up 31%. You have infrastructure players like Bloom Energy up over 400% that provide energy at the edge and starting to be where the majority of growth is going to be. You have some of my startups like networking startup called Now that are growing at tremendous speed on it and will probably grow several 100% this next year versus this typical rate of 70. And then you have players like Unifor that are 220 million in ARR. They'll probably grow 450 million this next year. So those companies that are well-positioned architecturally,
Scared as
platform plays,
fuck.
really produce outputs are going to grow. But I think you will see more failures, candidly. In that bell-shaped curve, you're no longer going to be safe in the middle. In
Here
fact, you could
comes
be
the
in
market
trouble in the
open.
middle if you're only growing 30 or 40%.
Okay, that is a really interesting point. I guess the other thing I'd question is how fragile is the ecosystem? If there is one big company that gets taken down, whether that's in the Mag 7 or just outside the Mag 7, is that enough to bring down the ecosystem and cause a pal not only over some of those AI names, but maybe over the broader market?
Man, I've been up since 5:30 in the morning.
You want me to have a point of view.
I've been up since 5:30 in the morning. I can't fucking believe it.
This. I think when you look at the ecosystem,
I'm so energized right now. That's the crazy part.
Trip,
no caffeine,
just down
pure
part of their
power.
ecosystem with their
pure God.
But the overriding
pure
trend
happiness.
Is to be just
pure
so
joy.
Strong here. The market will come
pure
right
focus.
back from it. Will there be a negative
pure.
reaction? Absolutely.
I mean, dude,
but this is
ETA
something that nobody can stop. You look at whoever leads in AI, be it the U.S., be it China, be it India, or U.S. and India working together.
Long
will
enough.
have the strongest economies, the biggest job growth. Profitability is going to be there. Productivity is going to hit numbers we didn't think was imaginable. And you'll see that up in terms of the companies that really lead. But when those train wreck occurs, is the market going to get nervous? Yep. Is it going to be a roller coaster year in the market? Absolutely. It will test your courage at the bottom, and then it'll come whipping back, and people get too optimistic. But I think the trend is inevitable. This is a market that is actually going to accelerate growth. The $700 billion does not bother me at all. And I think we're in the early stages of consumption.
29 seconds.
Our enterprise employees starting to use this productivity tool very early stage. Does everybody win? No. This is not one like the internet where rising
premium
tide
should be
raises
jacked.
all boats.
VIX is spiked.
There will be tremendous disruption, winners and losers on both sides, but they can change. Just think about Microsoft when they moved with OpenAI. They were way ahead of Google, and people had concern about Google's.
Okay, I'm all out on gold, 120%. SOXL, I'm all out, close stated. Fuck, fail me, please. God, fail me. Failed? Thank God. Alright. Out of dog shit Tesla. Let's go! God did. Woo! I'm all out. Everything failed. Woo! I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I'm up fucking crazy for the week now. I am so sorry, folks. I am so fucking sorry. I'm done. I'm out. Oh my God, I gotta make a phone call. Oh my God. Pure golden. From the fucking top on Friday. Pure golden. Oh my God, I'm out. I'm done. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fucking fuck. 2 hour bearish as shit. SOXL. 2 hour bearish as shit on gold. I don't give a rat's ass. I don't care. All right, let's see what the market does. Oh my God. Oh my God. I am so sorry, guys. I've been waiting since 5 a.m. in the morning. I am so sorry for screaming. Your head probably blew up, right? All right, fuck SOXL now. Let's go look at QQQ. Oh my God. I'm done. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I gotta calm my ass down right now, bro. This shit is dumb. Oh my God. Godliest of godliest week I've ever had in my life. The godliest of all fucking godliest weeks I've ever had in my life. I don't give a shit if Nvidia is at 180. Actually, I do give a shit. Let's go see. Right? I actually want Nvidia to bounce above 180 at some point, but Nvidia is at 180. 182 now for market open. Didn't even reach 180. There's a gap below, but market going bullish right now. Time is 9:32. Market is bullish off of market open into 9:30 at the minimum. We might have gap filled. Let's go look at SPX. I don't care. Dude, 3/3 on SPX today is, we talked about this in the market open. WhatsApp group, right? Today, whatever they do today is the 3/3 from last week. Last week was the 2/3. We'll see what happens. Did they gap fill? They did not gap fill above. There's a gap below, and there's a gap above. This is the wrong 4 p.m. close. 4 p.m. close is somewhere up there. I did not mark it on SPY because I did not give a shit on SPY. I did not give a shit on SPY. I only cared about gold, and I cared about fucking motherfucking SOXL, baby. The motherfucking shit I went into with my profits last week, baby. Let's go. Today is a whole new week, folks. Let the market do what I fucking wants. I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck. Right? Had a godly open on SOXL at market open. Let's see what happens. I don't care. All right. Godly open on gold. I don't care what happens on gold. Whatever the fuck. Gold went down like, dude, man. I was talking about this with my family too. I was like, wow. What do you think gold's gonna do? And he was like, yeah, it's consolidating at the top. It's interesting. And I was like, wow, yeah, like, oh my god. All right, good morning, everybody. Good morning, Alfonso. Good morning, Vinny. Good morning, David. Good morning, Justin. Good morning, Kuya. Good morning, everybody. Time is 9:35. The market is bullish on QQQ into 9:35. The wind direction is officially north. However, we did not fill the gap above on SPX or SPY yet. IWM, I think, is still bullish for some reason. Everything went bearish in IWM. Whole different world. Whole different world. The Strait of Hormuz news came out at 7:30 in the morning too. And everybody on the futures and gold shit was like, "Oh my god, look out on gold!" And I was like, "Yo, 3/3, baby, they creating." I'm glad. Market is bullish right now. We are at 600 QQQ. Market is bear trapping off the 3/3. Market is bear trapping off the 3/3. Where can we go? We could possibly go to some sort of a downward sloping support somewhere at 602. Maybe not now, at some point. Gap fill, it did not come. Gap fill came on SPX. Gap is here on QQQ, 601 point something. IWM must be bullish right here. No other. Okay, maybe not, it was. And now going bearish. QQQ is still bullish. Wow. Man, I don't care what the market does for 2 hours, right? SPY and QQQ especially. I want them to cycle. I want them to show me shit. I think that's what institutions are looking at this point too, since the setup has played out, and the setup has played out over the weekend into Monday as well, technically speaking, the higher time frame. Technically speaking, this is the 3/3 of whatever this shit was, right? Whatever this shit people that did not care or cared about, right? We are in some sort of a downwards channel, right? In the higher time frame, it's probably showing that we're playing into 3/3 bearish as well as the 3/3 or 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 bullish cycle, because we did not break that low at the gap below from Friday's low. Okay, something is happening where the MACD is dying bearish, trying. It doesn't really mean it's bullish right now, but it could go to some sort of a, that's not even a cornucopia cone, actually. That's the horizontal sloping support, actually. Sorry about that. Downward trending. I think QQQ is the thing that is near the cornucopia horizontal sloping support. I was watching this in the pre-market, but yeah, you gotta know the difference right now. This cornucopia cone, important as fuck. The CPI candle from Friday, important as fuck. Everything is important as fuck. However, there's different things happening. So QQQ is bullish, trying to go to 602 off of market open time is 9:35, and 9:40 is here in 10 seconds. The bears are getting hurt from 9:31. The bears are getting hurt from 9:30. The wind direction is north from 9:30 to 9:36 at the minimum. We'll see 9:40 right now. I don't care, dude. Oh my god, the VIX was spiked. All right, I don't even have the VIX up. I gotta turn the VIX on. All right, very important to watch the VIX too. We were watching the VIX all week last week. Let's see what happens today as well. The VIX. VIX is getting crushed from market open somewhere here at 221.81. There's a gap on the VIX. There's very, advanced level things going on. Gap below, gap above. SPY gap filled above. QQQ now gap filled above, trying to go to the horizontal sloping support. Time is 9:40, so this is 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 bullish. The bulls are in control off of market open for now. Doesn't matter for me because I left at 9:30, where the bears were in control. I don't care. Oh my god, this is actually good. This is literally. I was also gonna say in the WhatsApp group, in the alert room, this kind of looks like a Friday, but like bigger cycle version wise. But like, yeah, that's what they're doing slowly. This is a natural cycle to see. I'm gonna make a phone call. All right, give me 1 second, man. Let's go, baby. Alright, I just called my family. Alright, let me calm my fucking ass down. Alright, let me chill a little bit.
Position.
I'm sorry, bear with me. Market cycling. Market is still bullish, looks like. One candle went up, so that's the 3/3 bullish. Let me calm my ass down, bro. I'm too energized now. Okay? I'm too energized.
Thank you for
blood is
joining us
pumping
this
too
morning.
much. We are now at the top
Good
of
to
the
see you
CPI
guys, Steve.
candle. The next
so let's
level
talk
is
about this inflation report that came out.
602.45 in the market going there already at market open.
2.4% on the
This thing
headline,
could pull back
2.5
or
on
it goes
core.
above the CPI
Austin,
candle
what is
with
not to like?
maybe
Well, there's
IWM.
some stuff to like.
We'll see.
There are a few things
SPX has
a
gap
little bit warning. Remember,
filled.
when the inflation number comes out,
Man,
that's
that's
a
what I do now, bro.
backward
When I'm up
12-month
crazy,
moving
I just
average.
want to
So
fucking
1
relax,
month
and I want to
fell
calm my
out
fucking
from
loved
12
ones
months
and
ago,
give a
and that
shit.
was a really bad
Gap filled on
inflation report.
QQQ.
So this thing went
This does
down,
not mean it's going to reject.
but that
It means
doesn't mean that
cycle is 1/3,
the
2/3,
new
3/3 bullish,
information
and it's
was
in a bullish
great.
cycle still.
We've seen progress on the shelter side, but there's a little statistical pollution still going through that. And the part not to
Guys, we have
like
one
is
spot
that
left
services
for our
inflation.
SPY, QQQ, and major, I guess, blue chip company options alert room. If you want to join, it is $300 for 45 days for the last person. Please let me know by messaging me today or tomorrow. Thank you so much, folks.
I want to
Fed
get some more
Goolsby,
information.
Chicago Fed President
Yeah, so
Goolsby,
Austin,
several
I
more
hate to take things out, but
rate
the
cuts
top
possible if
line,
inflation proves to
we
be
look at
transitory.
commodities, less food and energy. We want to know how tariffs are affecting inflation. That came in at a big goose egg. But if you take out that big decline in used cars, you do see some upward pressure from the tariffs. How do you look at this? What's your assessment of how tariffs are affecting it and whether or not it's something the Fed ought to be looking through?
Well, that's different questions. I think you never want to use 1 month and hang it all on that. As I always say, 1 month is no months. If you take a 6, 7, 8 month trend here, goods prices, which had been, inflation had been low, they jumped up. If you just break out commodities by the percent tariffable
Time is
content in
9:40.
them, you see a pretty
Rejection
clear
is trying,
relationship
but
on
I
goods
don't care.
prices that those goods where there were more tariffs have tended to have higher inflation. My hope is that that's a one-time thing and that proves to be transitory, and certainly that's been the argument, that maybe the Fed can look through that. Yes, if it doesn't spread to services and if it goes away. So my thing has been, I do think that if this proves to be transitory and we can show that we're on path back to 2%
There's a lot
inflation,
of big things
I still
happening.
think there's several more rate
It's
cuts that
too
can happen
dangerous to
in
say the market is
2026.
gonna,
But we've
the
got to
long
see
term,
it.
do
So
anything
far, I think we've been
except
basically
what the market
stalled
is
out
doing right
around
now.
3% with some positive signs, but also some warning signs. And we're supposed to
IWM
see
going
this
bearish
progress.
now.
Austin, several
Rejection is getting
interesting number.
stronger.
It could be 2. It can't be 1. It could be 2, 3, 4. How much do you think? Do you have neutral in your head at 3%? Do you have in your head that the Fed can and should be at neutral, or do you think it could be below neutral?
I loosely think that around 3% with 2% inflation and a 1% real rate is a loose target, and that's approximately what comes out of from the dot plots, where
Wild.
every month,
I'm so
every
fucking.
quarter,
I am not going
ask
in
the
this shit.
committee
I'm so
where do
fucking.
they see
I
rates
was
in the
so
long run.
tempted to even
But
think
you
about
raise an
fucking
important point
further
there,
into
which
March
is
on this
if
shit. But like,
inflation
fuck
is
that.
running steady at around 3%,
Yo, gold
PCE
crazy. Look at how
inflation around
gold
3%,
moves.
I don't even
Gap
know
up,
how
gap up, gap
restricted
up,
we
gap up,
are
down, down, gap up,
in
down,
that
gap up,
environment
gap up, down.
with rates where
This
we
shit
are now.
moves nuts.
The
All right, rejection
R
is growing. Time is
star,
9:45.
the
Let's see what
kind
happens.
of definition
9:40
of
rejection into
neutral,
9:45.
is a
CPI candle is
real
playing.
concept.
You know, now
Is
we are
a
at the
take the
midpoint
interest
of
rate
the morning
minus
cycle.
inflation.
Bounce up.
So if
There's a
inflation
gap
runs
below. Wind
persistently
direction
high,
could change at
we're
morning. It could
loosening.
change
We're
back after
being
it
looser
changes.
than
Let's see.
we otherwise would. So that's why I say,
Got it.
I want some
The VIX.
evidence that we're back to headed back to 2%.
Just
and
following the
then
market.
I think rates can keep
Time
coming
is
down.
9:45. 9:40 rejected to 9:45.
We've had some people that worry about
MACD
a
RSI
lot of things.
volume is
say
going
that
bearish, but the MACD
there are
RSI is in
members of the
bullish
Fed that just
territory.
don't like him,
on
and that he's going to have a
QQQ.
lot of trouble getting consensus. So whatever he says he wants to do,
Market moves hella
it's not
fast because of the
guaranteed that
VIX.
he's going to be able to get the consensus that he needs to do what he wants to do. Can you comment on that?
Do they gap
Just
fill
sort of how
below
you
today?
feel, you can rat some other
Possible.
people out that don't
I've
like
known him
him.
I knew him for a very long time. In 2009, 2010, back in the financial crisis, when I was working at the Council of Economic Advisors and he was at the Fed, we would the CEA and the Fed
on
meet
everything
regularly, and I'm a big fan of his and
I
have known him
can't.
for a
I'm
long
so
time.
fucking
I
tempted.
don't know
I'm just watching on everything.
intricacies of the negotiations that you're talking about. I think he's a reputable guy, and I look forward to.
Some of your colleagues, when they found out, were they going, and rolling their eyes?
I haven't seen that, but
it seems like Fed chairman
we're not supposed to be
680.
talking
don't
about
they?
what other people think anyway.
We used to just assume the Fed chair gets his
They want to break
We
the
gotta go.
LOD.
Can you do what Kevin wants to do, which is to
There's a
slash
gap
the
below
balance
on
sheet
QQQ
and
still.
cut rates? Can
It
you
did
take
not
$1
fill
trillion
yet.
off the top of the balance sheet and cut rates by 1 percentage
The
point?
gap
Do
is
those two
at
things work together like that?
595.
Leave the sides, more off the top.
It sounds
0.6.
complicated, but we'll
My chart is freezing
we'll
up
have
because
to
I'm changing
just look
too much.
through them
I'm
as
very
they
sorry.
come through.
Just give me 1 minute.
You're only the second best looking guy
What's
now
going on? Okay.
on the Fed. Now, awesome.
You're trying to appeal to my better nature.
Man, I need some breakfast.
Right, you're better.
That's what I think. I
Austin,
need some
thank you for
breakfast.
joining us this morning, and we will see
Great
you
to see
soon.
you.
Man, if anything happens today, though, QQQ is more into pre-market, right? QQQ was more bearish than SPY because they were saying technologies, software, blah, 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 since I was up around 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, New York time. But SPY and IWM could be fucking around here. I don't fucking know. IWM is bouncing at the top of the CPI candle. They could be fucking around big time, right? I don't know what the fuck that means, but top. This is like basically Friday, but IWM testing the top of the CPI candle after it went bullish with pre-market. Time is 9:45 on IWM too. 9:45 is coming in all sorts of crazy on SPY and QQQ.
Kevin Hanks is with me live at the CBOE with our pre-bell playbook. You know, we had a tough week last week. Stocks were lower. It was our worst sell-off since November. We're starting off with some down arrows here.
Breaking.
And I know we have a lot coming in.
QQQ is
coming
more
our
bearish
way. Some
than
of your
SPY
thoughts
right
about
here.
futures being
There's a
lower this
divergence in the market.
Good morning, Nicole. Yes,
Oh my,
after
their
a long
bears are in
weekend,
control.
and
They want to
foreign
go break the
markets,
floor.
some
Time
of
is
them being down
9:50.
to
The algo
to
range
start
that
the day. Futures a
9:45
little soft
into
to start the day,
9:50.
but they're already
They could
off their
bounce it
lows.
into 9:50
And I
back
think once
anytime
the
though.
US markets
9:45
open,
algo range. I
they'll
mean,
take over.
this
The direction
is
of
like
financial
floor
markets.
testing,
But
floor
we have a
hoping,
big
pivot
week,
point
4-day
playing
week,
all
but
at
a
the same
big
time
week, a lot of economic
with
data,
a big ass
durable
candle.
goods. We,
Right, let's mark this.
we have
Great.
GDP coming out on Friday.
The volume
It's the
is
first
growing
look
on QQQ,
at
but it could
fourth
come
quarter
back into this
GDP. I know it's
9:30,
mid-February, but this is
9:45
our
algo
first
range
look.
at any
Remember,
point.
in January, we actually got
There's
the
an
final
algo
look
range at
third quarter
9:45.
GDP because it was delayed.
9:45
So
algo range
we'll
and went lower into 9:50.
GDP, our first look, it's
9:50
expected
is
to go
deciding
from
what to do
4.4% to 2.8%
into
in the fourth quarter.
9:53, which is 3 minutes
Personal
away,
consumption
4 minutes
expenditures,
away,
that
5 minutes away.
factor in GDP expected to go from 3.5
Time is still
to
9:50
2.4%.
for
So we'll watch that,
9:47, 9:48,
closely.
9:49,
As you know,
9:50,
I think that
9:51,
earnings, I think
9:52.
obviously Walmart
There's a
is
lot
a
of
big one.
time.
No, number one, because of the
They
size
could trap
of
and
the
cycle
company,
here
but number two,
after
because
they
it's had
broke
an
the floor,
incredible
or
run
they could
as
go
consumer
lower
staples
with the floor
have
broken.
done
Floor broke on
incredibly run.
SPY. There's
So
a
Walmart
divergence. There's
sitting
a
at near
divergence
all-time
actually.
highs. The bar will be high for them.
Wow.
But Magnificent Seven names
IWM
under
bounce
pressure.
triangle
We
with a
inch
divergence.
closer
Now
to
it's getting
Nvidia's
fucking
earnings release
dangerous.
coming out.
Bounce of
And really, the
LOD
question to
floor
start
playing.
the week is,
There's a
Nicole,
lot of bears down
is
south.
software
Too,
going to be still
but
be
there's a
under
lot
pressure?
of
The
bulls that are
beatdown
trapped
that
too.
we've gone through with
So,
software, is
today
it going to continue into
is
this
crazy.
week, or have we hit lows there? I think that's good. I think the gold move
Oh my
now
God.
3% lower.
LOD
Bitcoin
divergence
only
clearing.
1%
LOD
lower. That's
divergence
interesting.
clearing.
And we've got a
LOD
10-year
divergence
yield
trying.
that is 4.04. It was 4.02 overnight.
Might
so
clear.
the question is, are we going to get a three-handle
Time is
in
we're
10-year
trapped.
yields?
Time
That
is
would be newsworthy, Nicole.
9:49,
And so many
9:55 is
people
here
have
in
talked
3
about
minutes.
where they think the range would be for the 10-year bond yield. I mean, I have heard 3.5 to 4.5%. And when we were around 4.1, et cetera,
It
I
could
mean,
trap.
there were guests who came
Morning
on and
cycles
said,
are
look, we could go
dangerous,
4.5.
so
Anything above
a lot of
4.5
bears here.
starts to really change
1/3,
the
2/3,
dynamic and make it
3/3 up,
problematic.
1/3,
But
2/3,
3.5 to
3/3
4.5
down.
is sort
But
of
we
the
are
range where
there's
people think
probably a
we'll
lot of
be
new
in,
money
and we
bears,
are
new money
still in
bulls,
that
new
range.
money
In the
everything.
meantime, we have
And
the
market
second
open,
meeting
so.
with U.S. and Iran pertaining to nuclear
Shit, I don't want gold to
story,
go lower, but
but
it is what it is.
doesn't seem to be going so smoothly. And
I don't give a
I
shit.
don't know. What do you think?
I had a big ass fucking Hulk
Crude
candle
oil
at
all over the
9:30.
board this morning. It
I'll
was
take it.
down pre-market.
I'll move on with
and
my
then
life.
The
I'll look
headlines
back
came out
in my-
early this morning about Iran
I'll
closing the
look
Straits
back
of
in the
Hormuz
past
and firing
or in the
missiles
future
as kind of a
into my
military
past,
exercise.
and I will say,
rallied crude oil,
lol.
and then it, simmered back down here as talks started, ended, and then they promised for more talks. So, yeah, the headlines coming out between the U.S. and Iran and talks and happenings in the Strait of Hormuz have crude oil all over the board so far this morning. I've seen it down, up, and now back down. So watch crude oil. It's going to be volatile.
I'm not even looking at the chart right now, but wow.
We continue with talks. Remember, President Trump is talking about we're going to talk to Iran, but they need to make a deal on
Now
all
that
this. So
is what
I think
call
that
crazy.
the
Time is
tensions
9:50.
between
LOD
US and
divergence
Iran,
cleared.
commodities when there's uncertainty, I think that's why they rallied.
Wind direction is
Crude
officially
oil
south.
rallied.
It has flipped
now
down
it looks like the
that
tension
morning.
has gone down as crude oil is back
They want to
lower
go
on
gap
the day,
fill
but
at 595.30.
certainly
Gap
something
fill
to
is
watch
incoming.
today.
Yeah, and Steve Witkoff's there, Jared Kushner's there. So we'll have to wait and see. In the meantime, I actually saw some tough talk from Iran about, the U.S. doesn't have the greatest military ever, and it was very threatening.
Crazy
language.
ass candle going
people
south.
Who read it don't necessarily like it. Let's talk about anything else you want to add. I mean, I know there's you talked to a lot of the economics, you talked to their earnings. Anything else
Crazy ass
standing out
candle
to you
going
right now at
south.
this moment?
For economic data, we did get the Nicole Patalini's Empire State Manufacturing out, 7.1, slightly better, a tenth better than expected at 7.0. Foreign markets, like I said, starting the day on the downside. watch the 10-year yield, silver and gold both lower, and then economic data will get Fed minutes on Wednesday. That will be something to watch. So a good group of earnings.
Yo, market
a lot
is
of
wild
economic
right
data.
now.
We're packing a lot
Wow,
into a
Bitcoin,
4-day
everything
week,
taking a
Nicole.
dive.
Yeah, and look,
Bitcoin
I
down
love this Empire
4%,
State Manufacturing number. I really do. I
2.3.
like that it came in a tenth better. I think it tells the story. It told the
Market
story
is
last month.
volatile.
Remember how much it beat, and then we got in numbers that that followed, and manufacturing numbers that did beat as well. So sometimes it can be a little indicator. Okay, thank you, Kevin Higgs. Scott Bauer, CEO of Prosper Trading Academy, to help set up the action today. Scott, it's good to see you. I haven't chatted with you in a little while on air. So let's get into your big picture take for equity markets. Does the weakness surprise you at all or no?
No, especially coming off a long weekend.
Wow, wind
here,
direction is super
given
south.
That we've got, U.S. Iran's
Market is going
talks.
full
We've
on
got
south
more
right now.
inflation
That is
data
crazy.
later this week with PCE,
Burning everyone at the top.
still some
Today is
earnings,
turning
and
into
then,
a massive 330. They want to
the
break
announcement at the end of last week that we
677
may
maybe.
see something out of the
677 is
Supreme
testing
Court
the
as
bottom of
early as
February
Friday
5th.
about the
Crazy.
tariff situation. I think
Market
that's
is
all a
crazy.
recipe for
Bearish
some
right now.
heightened volatility right now.
677.7.
Scott, it feels like the can keeps getting kicked down the road with
CPI,
regard to
everything tested
the Supreme Court
and
and
trapped
a decision on tariffs.
into
How much does
955.
that
Now
matter
QQQ
this
gap
week?
filled
Or
at
what matters the most
955.
from your point
See
of
what
view?
happens
Is it about
at the
PCE?
low of the
Is
day.
it about some of the sprinkles of earnings that we have left? What's your take?
Market volatility.
I do think it's PCE, at least for the immediate reaction.
The gap filled.
Is that going to
The gap filled.
kind of reinforce the CPI data that we saw last week, or is going to show something completely different? Because the
955.
CPI data that we got, albeit not, I wouldn't say fantastic, was probably one of the bright shining lights of data that the market has received over the last several weeks. So, if we can get something to reinforce
Insane.
that, great.
Is
So I think
today
that
a
would be the
crazy
more
day? Is today a good day?
kind
Is
of,
today a bad day?
effect
And
on the
can we see
markets,
in chat?
the
Because
tariff
this is a
situation.
fucking crazy day.
I'm
That's
not
all
really
I can
sure
say.
how the market
Today is a good day
going to
because
take
I
that.
had some
Other
phone
than
calls
that,
over the weekend
there is
about
some
bigger
pent-up
things, higher things,
volatility
and
for
today
that.
is an
If the
absolutely
Supreme Court strikes
crazy
it down,
good day.
the
In the higher
overriding
picture,
theme is that
thank God.
that'll be a negative
God.
for the markets,
Well,
but I'm not so sure.
940
So, let
rejection
me ask
to
you this.
955.
I'm glad
I
you mentioned
low-key
the
wanted to
CPI
take it, but
number
I did
that
not
was
because
better than
I was in
expected. The
super
jobs
green, but
report
it's fine.
recently was also better
Time is
than expected.
955. This is
What's the
1/3, 2/3,
interpretation now?
3/3,
Is
and the
good
bears
news
are
bad?
still
Is that the
pushing
read-through?
lower. The VIX is at 22.3.
Yeah, it could be one of those situations that we're in right
The VIX
now.
is going
and, when
crazy.
we talk
The
about
VIX
those
is
jobs numbers, sure, the overall number
22.35.
was better, but then you look at those revisions that were the largest, downward revisions that we've seen in over 20 years with jobs down 1 million as the revision over last year. So I think that the market right now is very finicky, very picky. We're not sure.
Man, I
how
said in the
this data
WhatsApp
is
group
going
they're
to be
using
interpreted.
last week
So
as the
far,
2/3
over the
and
last
today
couple
is the
weeks, the data
3/3.
that's
And
come
they are
out has
completely
led
going
to
lower into
the
3/3.
10-year
QQQ is completely gap
rates
filled at
really
695.3.
retreating. I mean, it was just a week or two ago we saw that 10-year pushing 4.3%, and now we're almost at a point where we're about to see a 3 handle in front.
Which is wild. Let's talk about the move that we're watching in metals. You've got pressure on gold, silver, and copper this morning. Gold sitting at about the lowest level in
big
about
as
a week.
hell.
We're,
It's like a $6 rig.
49.53-ish right now. What's your take on what's happening in metals?
I still think it is a buy the dip sort of arena that we're in with gold and silver. Not as severe as it has been over the last year, but I think that any uncertainty that causes a 1%, 2%, 3% pullback, something similar to what we're seeing this morning here, I do think that is just on a trading basis.
Tech
buy
massive
the dip.
pullback.
You know, for the longest time, Diane, we saw this trade be almost like meme stocks, right? The craze over it.
We are
the
now
fundamentals, if you will,
Friday's
behind,
low.
you know, what was
1/3,
driving these
2/3,
prices were
3/30
just
Friday.
ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. So
Friday's
I
high
think that the
of
precious metals are
12.45.
still finding their footing. Obviously, a lot depends on where rates are going and the dollar, but to me, it is still a buy the dip.
Okay, and then let's talk about the move we're watching in crude oil. Crude oil a little higher this morning, trading above $63 an ounce for West Texas Intermediate, up
Time
about
is
1.25% here. Is this all tied to the U.S. and Iran talks?
It absolutely is, because you talk about, you know, being buy the dip in gold and silver. If it weren't for the tension between U.S., Iran, and the talks that are going on right now, I think that we would see prices probably $5 to $7 a barrel lower than where they are right now. So, you know, without, you know, and let's hope this doesn't happen, without any full-blown escalation here, I really believe that this is still a sell the rip, opposite of what we're seeing in the precious metals space.
So this is a sell the rip. So are you in the camp that believes we're going to be in a narrow range once again this year, like last year?
Without any big geopolitical event, absolutely. And I think it's a sell opportunity. So any rally that we see, at least till, you know, the fundamentals of supply and demand change, which really haven't, maybe they've shifted a little bit off of massive oversupply, and maybe there's a little bit more demand now, but I still think when it comes down to basic economics, yes, unless we see some big major geopolitical event, yes, I believe that to be the case.
All right, we'll leave our conversation there for now. Thank you, Scott. That's Scott Bauer, CEO of Prosper Trading Academy. We appreciate you kicking off the shortened trading week with us.
Oh my God. Time is 10 a.m. The market did not bounce yet. Wind direction is still, or was, south. Shut off.
Welcome back. Global mining company BHP reporting strong half-year results, achieving 30% copper production growth in the last 4 years. The company took in nearly $28 billion in revenue with an underlying EBITDA of $15.5 billion. Supported by growth in gold, silver, copper, and uranium. The miner also announced a $4.3 billion silver streaming deal with Wheaton Precious Metals, pushing BHP closer to a goal of $10 billion in asset sales to help fund copper expansion, which now accounts for the largest share of earnings. Joining me now, the man behind it all, the CEO of BHP, is with us, Mike Henry. Mike, great to have you. Welcome.
Good morning, Maria. Great to be here.
And you reported today you are coming to us from
Someone
Australia.
said today was a
appreciate
crazy
that.
morning.
Tell us what drove the quarter.
Someone said today was a beautiful day.
Well, so it
Someone
was
said
a happy
there
results
was
for
a-
us, and what a strong set of results.
Someone's
We have
singing.
record production
Vinny's
in
singing.
iron ore,
Vinny said,
record,
"Baby, you can do
production
it.
in copper. And in
Take
fact,
your
we've
time, do it
lifted
right." I don't
our
even know what
copper
the
guidance
song
for
that
the
is,
period
but
ahead,
man, people
both
are singing.
2026 and
What's going on
2027, and this is all
They got
the
people
back of an
fucking
already
schmiley.
strong result
Oh,
of 70% growth over the past 4 years, as you noted, and we have
shit.
strong
People
copper
are
growth ahead
smiling,
of us as
folks.
well. So in a
People are
world in
smiling.
which many others are downgrading their
22.4.
copper guidance, we've managed to
pulling back
upgrade
to
ours at just the right time
22.4.
because it's been a strong market for
Hello,
copper.
deep
And
set.
it's this
After the
combination of
gap
growth
filled,
and
we
high
may chop
prices
here
that
at
has
the floor or
underpinned
not.
the great financial results for the half. 51%,
happy
as
as
you
shit.
said, is the
LOD.
majority of our earnings now coming from copper, alongside a very strong iron ore business. And that production result, the financial results, combined with the sharp approach we're adopting around capital allocation, has allowed us to declare a dividend of 73 US cents per share for the half, which is above market expectations.
Yeah, this is all very, very exciting. And of course, the story of copper fits
This is not the
into
previous day,
what
4
the
p.m.
United
closes.
States is doing in terms of stockpiling critical minerals. Where specifically is copper used, and where is the demand coming from, Mike?
So this is part of the great story of copper. Copper demand is ubiquitous. It's used in all walks of life. So for the basic functioning of the economy, let alone economic growth, the energy transition, the AI revolution, all of these need copper. And so copper demand is expected to grow by 70% over the next 20 or 25 years. And yet copper deposits are becoming harder to find, harder to develop. And we here at BHP are already the world's largest copper producer. We have the world's largest resources of copper. And we've got 4 big growth options ahead of us on top of the 30% growth that we've seen over the past 4 years. So we're pretty pleased with where we're positioned in a commodity where demand is just so resilient and where the outlook for further demand is so strong.
What about the demand coming from China? Obviously, an important
Mac, the RSI is so
What are you
oversold.
seeing in terms of the Chinese economy and the demand coming out of China?
So the Chinese economy remains robust. Of course, there's challenges, but there's other sectors
I don't
of the
know. That's
economy that are
I don't know
performing
what you
quite
guys are
strong.
singing.
So they achieved their objective of 5%
No
growth
idea what you guys
in
are
the year
singing.
past. And some of the segments of the Chinese economy that are performing most strong are actually quite metals and minerals intensive. So demand for our commodities has remained strong. And of course, on top of that, we're seeing strong future demand for copper in economies right around the world because of things like the AI revolution. We're expecting 7% of copper demand by 2050 to be coming from AI. So that's a pretty exciting story as well.
It sure is, all at a time that the United States is in competition with China in terms of winning the AI race, and that has a lot to do with these critical minerals. We spoke with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on this program last week, and he talked about the president's Project Vault, where he is trying hard to amass a very big project of critical minerals. Here's the Treasury Secretary with me. Watch. There's also a big move in rare earth and critical minerals as the president comes up with this stockpile to compete against China. Is that part of it? What do you think's behind the gold move?
Well, the gold move, things have gotten a little unruly in China. They're having to tighten margin requirements.
China.
So, the gold looks to me kind of like a classical speculative blow-off. But what I will tell you, we had at the State Department, there was a rare earth ministerial, countries all around the world. This is what U.S. leadership looks like. The U.S. is leading in solving this rare earth problem. Countries are not sovereign. You are not sovereign if one country can control your supply chains, and we are making our supply chains resilient.
Mike, your reaction?
So the secretary is reflecting the strong support that we've seen in the current administration for critical minerals supply chain security and for the development of new mines and processing facilities in the U.S. And we have an exciting opportunity ahead of us there in that regard. But you're seeing the same recognition of the importance of metals like copper in many nations around the world. And we've seen supportive government policy in places, not only in the U.S. where it's very strong, but also in places like Canada, Argentina, countries racing to attract more investment to get these mining projects up in their country, both to support the economy, but also to ensure supply chain security in a critical mineral.
Mike, a lot of questions out there about how you scale this business up even further. Is there a large acquisition on the horizon? Tell me about this silver streaming deal and how that's advancing the growth pipeline, and whether or not the growth in the coming years comes through further deals.
Well, so if all we do over the next 10 years is run the base business better
Chopping
and
at
better
the
year in, year out, and we
gap.
can see the value that's being unlocked through that already, and develop these big growth options that we have in copper. Alongside that, we've got a pipeline of growth options in potash. That is already a great news story for shareholders, and we outlined some of the specifics of that in our results presentation today. So BHP is very fortunate, and we've been quite deliberate in crafting a strategy that isn't dependent upon M&A for growth. But of course, for the right opportunity, and those opportunities are few and far between, where we can see value to be created
193 to 179, sir.
but there's no burning need for BHP to pursue M&A. Now, on the silver streaming deal that you mentioned,
193 to 179, sir. You mean
freeing up capital where we can generate value
fuck
for
you talking about now for yo? You know what I'm saying? Now it's the 3/3. All right, 183 to 179 Jackson. 193 to 173. God did. 193 to 173. God did. That's what it is.
Geological data and emerging technology.
All right, let's see if the market chops here, rejects or bounces,
sort of
but it's cycling at
the decision will rest on where specifically the mining opportunities are across the world?
Is at the bottom of the CPI candle.
So
There's
that's
something
one of the
they're
things that
chopping
can
here
drive
before they decide to go lower or higher or chop inside
like
for
copper
the day,
for
and
us.
then figure out what to do.
The
On the
initiative
small
that you're
caps
referring
alone,
to is us borrowing
small
the
caps
concept
does
of
not
biotech,
mean everything,
so
right? But it does mean
incubator
something. A
programs in
part of
biotech,
SPY. So
moving that into mining, so it's a first in sector approach. We've been doing it for a few years. A couple of U.S. companies selected for funding and support this year as well.
Yeah.
But these are really the leading edge thinkers and technology companies that will help us discover, develop, and process the next critical minerals deposits.
Very exciting, Mike. I know you're about to speak to investors later today. What's your main message there?
So the main message is that this is a business that's performing really well. We're doing exactly what we said we would do, including on the reshaping of the BHP portfolio and the unlocking of a lot of future growth. And so this combination of a very stable business, very stable cash flows, high margins, combined with the growth options that we now have in the portfolio, that's what creates long-term shareholder value. And you can see the fruits of that effort in today's results and this above consensus dividend that we've declared.
All right. It's a great story, and congrats on the first half. Mike, good to see you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria.
All right, Mike Henry is the CEO of BHP, and we'll be right back.
time is 10:10. I just want to watch videos. I feel no FOMO, to be honest. I'm in
From a
something big
fundamental
other,
standpoint,
like not big, I guess, but
what
like
we're
I guess
seeing
big
is right
in some
now
eyes,
the
but like
European
it's like
software
a
names
little bit of
are
my shit,
trading
but
at
it's like not small,
10-year
not
lows
big,
from a multiple
too big either.
perspective.
So I'm having
So
my
we've
close
definitely
eyes on
been
it. But
pricing in a complete collapse in the expected growth rate. And that sell-off has been
I hope
fairly
SOXL
broad-based, so
bounces,
we
bro.
haven't
I
really
hope
seen
this
much
thing bear traps.
differentiation
That's what
between
I want to
names.
see.
And this is
SOXL,
where
I
we
hope this
see a
shit
number
bear
of
traps somehow and
opportunities
goes up to 66
emerging.
tomorrow.
So to some degree,
Or
I think
this week. I'd be
very
happy to
some
see
of
it
the
into this
speakers
Friday. Shit.
mentioned
Right.
earlier is happening. So the
I'd
market
be
is
happy to see.
definitely de-risking
Happy to see.
heavily,
Right now, I'm chilling out.
considering the kind of lack of
Right
certainty
now, I'm
on
chilling out.
what some of this competition will look like in the long run. But in our view, when you look at some specific companies, including SAP, and we can come back to some specific names that are very strong position with existing customers and strong data modes, as we call it, then yes, we're seeing the implied reduction in growth rate expected by the market is definitely separated.
Man, that's funny as fuck.
No, we don't own it, any shares.
And well, also, Frederick,
Oh my
just
God,
in
it's
terms
at
of,
402.
Valuations here. Is this actually then an attractive point for investors to actually?
Yo, oh God, Tesla's at 402. Oh my God, Tesla was the only L for me at 9:30, and someone said Tesla rolled down. What the fuck? Yo. Oh my God, yo, they crazy with this shit. I ain't gonna lie, they could bring this bitch down to fucking 305.
Guidance, they aren't able to kind of value it quite accurately at the moment.
I ain't gonna lie, this was the only thing I took a L on Tesla.
So it's very
holy fuck, look at Tesla.
Oh
my God! Guys, I'm back at it again. Oh my God, what the 233? Oh my God! That's crazy. That's
and if you look at those metrics, the sector is trading on. So if you take, for instance, EV to EBITDA, which is a fairly common measure in the industry,
that was the smallest shit I was in.
European
Tesla
names on average now trade slightly north of 10 times EBITDA. I mean, this is a level, if you look historically, we've been trading
crazy,
about 25 times for the sector. And this is really a level where you haven't seen the sector trading for most of 10 years. So very strong.
Yo, I thought I was cooked on 390. Ain't no way.
So I'm saying if you look on a PE basis, the sector now on the 1 year forward PE is on 17 times, going to 14 times in 27 earnings. This again is a level of valuation that's starting to converge with a broader equity market, despite the fact that this sector is still growing substantially faster. So today, on average, companies in Europe will grow about 10% revenue growth. So what the market is doing today is assuming a much lower level of growth in the future. And even if today you don't see that in companies, I mean, the level of growth expected at most of the companies in Europe is actually accelerating or still very healthy in 2026. The market is definitely looking several years ahead and saying some of those new tools from OpenAI, from Anthropic will start to get some of that market share away from the incumbents.
And Frederick,
away from the
incumbents,
incumbents.
And the losers, how would you kind of pick between
oh my
those?
God, today coming in nasty with it, folks.
Perhaps more resilient.
Cute today coming in with 940 morning trend. They're coming in nasty with it today, folks. Oh my Lord. DSD said 402, did not see that. Yo, me too. I ain't gonna lie, bro. You know what I was expecting? You know what they've been doing to me on Tesla? Because there's so many retail on Tesla.
I mean, there's a good framework
right,
that
the most I see is something like this, like below the white line and back above the white line for two days or 1 day, and then do it. But like this shit is with the market on news with setup on God. So I mean, the 1 day was super bearish. The 1 day was super bearish still, but it's just
HR department, so they can, in theory, choose a different, solution if they wanted to. So you have a fairly clear-cut type of solution.
Every single pop was a trap.
If you go to, kind of CRM
every single
system
pop
that
happened last week or a week and a half ago.
With your data, going down
I remember
because
I was in it. 180 to 180 to 183 or some shit, or 180 to 190. I saw in the video in 2 days, 1 day, or I wasn't in it. But I was watching it. I was like, what this is not even like healthy. This is something unnatural. This is something they're cooking. They're cooking with the motherfucking Harry Potter, the Avada Kedavra, and I was like, dude, this shit
are extremely difficult to move away from.
I'm feeling low key like this shit was back in December when Tesla was at 390 on fucking dumbass delivery numbers 4 days before earnings, and I was like, bro, they're cooking with this bitch, unnatural.
So I think
unnatural, out of theory.
The current sell-off.
Right, there is the hypothesis, and there is a motherfucking thesis, right, and there's a hypothesis, right. And then there's the unbiased way of looking at that shit, but I was like, dude, that is just beyond the natural realms of the world.
Like ERP, for instance, this is where you're going to have the highest level of protection. You also need to see those companies innovate, right? So it's important
to be super cycle we are in, so it is absolutely possible they do with the QQQ wedge or whatever they did last week, right? You know what's crazy? They created a wedge on SOXO. The realest watchers of my the realest watchers of my stream remember I was saying they're building a wedge and they're cooking this shit for some big ass play into next week. Whatever hell happens, right? It wasn't even on SOXL, it was on QQQ too. I said this shit in midday when they were building the wedge, when they broke out of the wedge, and when they were going lower. I said some big ass shit is going on here with the wedge, but they completely, God did It did
about
God.
this whole
Did.
hardware versus software
more.
debate, because
Did
we've
it
already
set
kind
up?
of seen
All
that
right,
when we
cycle
look
happening.
in the earnings, this kind of divergence.
Time is
Because we saw, for
10:15.
instance, the
10:10
chip
is
maker
bouncing at
ASML,
10:15.
they got record
This is
earnings
dangerous
and upbeat
stuff
outlook.
happening.
But then you look at
1/3,
the
2/3
German
bullish
giant
cycle,
software
NA
SAP.
1/3, 2/3
We
bearish
saw
cycle.
investors
But
kind of
some people do
disappointed with kind of the lack
do
of
like
growth,
shit like this.
saying it's cloud
We are
business.
way
So
oversold.
what do you make of
Not
that
every day is the same.
divergence?
That's
Is it
the
just
whole
gonna be
fucking point
more
of trading,
that
right? But I mean,
ahead?
some people do like setups like this. Is what I'm trying
Yeah,
to say.
look,
When the
it's
floor
very,
holds, as
what's
long as
what's
10
happening in the
doesn't
market is
break, right?
all the growth
It
you've
shows
seen
that
in
we're in a
AI.
1/3, 2/3 bullish
If you look
cycle
at
since
where
10.
it
Right?
came
The wind
from in terms
direction
of
is
upgrade,
north or
it's been on the
neutral
hardware
since
side.
10.
So you've
So
seen
unless that
all the
breaks,
kind
right,
of
the bulls are like,
hyperscaler
oh, we're trying.
massively
But if
over-delivering
it breaks in
in
one
terms
candle, they
of
could be like,
capex
oh, we're
in their
fucked.
2026 outlook.
That I don't know, but I mean, this is
If you
now
look
the
at
3/3
where you
bullish
see upgrades
cycle
from
building
AI,
in one
it's also
single,
in the
one
new
single
providers.
fucking
So
candle.
Anthropic,
Not
they
breaking the
issued a
floor,
release
and
last week on the back of their
they're
last
making both sides choke,
fundraising.
is what I see now too.
Their
But I
ARR,
mean, they
their
are cycling at the
annual
minimum.
recurring revenue
I want
was
to.
14 billion in
Wow, I
February,
can't
up
believe Tesla went
50% from
down
the months
literally
before. So extremely strong growth in
3.5%
the
too.
kind
What's
of
NVIDIA? It's NVDA.
Gen AI native LLMs. And as you
NVIDIA
say, I mean,
went
if you look at
down
on the software
2%
industry,
at bottom.
you haven't seen much of
Wow,
that.
back
So
at
it's a
180.
bit more business as usual.
180 is very,
The growth is not
very
necessarily
hard,
disappointing.
important level to me
But if
on
you look
NVIDIA.
at,
So I
so
think
if you look at,
NVIDIA
you know, SAP, for
180 is
instance,
going to be a
most
most
of the
telltale
companies
sign
we
for
cover
me
in Europe,
later on. The market's trying to
2026
run
will see
up
slightly
or run
faster
lower or
growth
something.
or similar growth as last year. So you don't see downgrades, but you don't see, you know, an acceleration right now in revenue growth to the same level
Is bounce
as you see on
trying
the
from the
hardware
bottom
side,
of the CPI
with
candle
semis
after
or
it just made a floor at
at some of
10.15,
the new
and now we're
companies coming in.
bouncing
So the market
into
effectively
10.20.
is today still following the upgrades.
Wind direction
Whilst
was
in software, you
south
don't really
from
see that.
9:30,
So
9:31 into
it's not necessarily
10.15
that
all
you have
day
downgrades
so
and
far.
there is evidence of them
SPY is
losing share,
bouncing
but
off
it's
a
more
10.
that the upgrades are not
QQQ is
happening in that
bouncing off a
space.
10. That's interesting to see. Yeah, I keep seeing my damn live stream up, but it's not even the right.
Welcome back. The Commodity Futures Trading Commission Chairman Michael Selig.
Commodities, I rarely do commodities, but it worked. It was great. All right, now bounce is here. Time is 10:20.
With a new Wall Street Journal op-ed this morning. Check it out. He backs Crypto.com in its federal appeals fight over
Man,
states'
I have no time
crackdown
to
on
even go
prediction
out
markets.
for a
It comes
sig
as
break.
the U.S. Securities and
I
Exchange
wanted
Commission
to.
Chairman
A
Paul
1/3,
Atkins said the
2/3,
agency
3/3
is in
bullish
regular
cycle.
talks with the CFTC about overseeing prediction markets, and that the two agencies are harmonizing regulation. The CFTC appointing prediction market executives
Market
to a
happens so
35-member
fast that
advisory
if you
committee.
blink for
Even
5
Senate
minutes, if you
Democrats
step
sent a
away for
letter
5 minutes for a
demanding
sig
Selig
break, the thing
reverse
is literally
support
just
for
upside
prediction
down.
markets. Joining
That's
me now
how
is
the
man
thing
himself,
bees.
the chairman of the Commodity Futures Trading
Based on
Commission,
setup
Michael
and
Selig.
cycle, it
Mr.
moves
Chairman, great to
nuts.
have you this morning.
Glad to be here.
It's just
I'm
the
happy
right
to have
cycle,
you because
right
I know that this
setup,
is an active
the right
situation.
direction, but
In
yeah,
your op-ed, you write,
moves
well-known
nuts.
CFTC registered exchanges
We are
used
at
by tens of millions of
VWAP in
Americans face an onslaught
4
of
minutes.
state-driven
10:20.
litigation
This is
across
the
the
3/3
country.
bullish
Nearly
cycle. They
50
could go
active
higher,
cases
chop,
presenting
or they
a
could
range
reject.
of
That's
legal
the sad part.
challenges.
This is the
Tell us
3/3
about
bullish
those legal
cycle, and this
challenges.
is now at
That's
the
right,
midpoint
Maria.
of the
And
drop.
this is a clear-cut
Bears
issue.
are
The
clearly
CFTC
trapped,
has
though. There's a
overseen our
lot of
derivatives
bears at the
markets
floor.
since the 70s.
But
and
did anyone
since
expect
the
this?
30s, we've had a
Probably.
federal
40%
regime
of the
for
world
oversight of
did, but
derivatives
it's just
markets, and
60% of the
prediction
world
markets are
still
not
bearish
new.
because the
We've had
candle was
prediction
red.
markets since 1992 with the electronic market in Iowa. And that market itself also allowed for political predictions, predictions on corporate earnings, and now for sports. And so we're seeing a huge swath of interest.
Your market moves
in
$6 or
Americans
$4
predicting
in a
the
heartbeat
future,
these
and
days.
this is what these
That's what it
markets are
did
about.
Friday,
They're
that's what
derivative
it did
contracts.
Thursday.
And so
Or
the
best
CFTC is
switched
going to
in
defend its
direction,
authority in this
which
space and
fucking thing the
ensure
market is
that these
showing.
markets
We are now at the
built and made
0.5
in
fit.
America.
So I will
and
say
not in
it
the,
was
in China,
bearish
Russia,
after
or in
it was
anywhere
bullish.
else
It
offshore
was
where we have
bullish.
the
Now
risk
after
of
it was
information
bearish,
being
and now that
polluted
it is at the
and
0.5
manipulated.
fit,
So
the
the
market
states are
is just
pushing back at you and
taking
they're
a
saying,
coffee
"Look,
break,
this
and
is
it's
just
cycling,
gambling.
and
That's
it's
not,
deciding.
It's
At
nothing
the
more than
most
this.
is
The
what I
prediction
think here
market, this is
mentally.
gambling,
Now
and the
I will go
state
for a sig break because that's
officials
what I
are in
think.
charge of
I
gambling
don't
in your
give a
state.
fudge.
That's completely false.
I want a
So the
fudge.
United States Commodity Futures Trading Commission has
Chocolate fudge.
overseen
I wanna call my
commodity
girl.
derivatives markets, as
Haven't
I
given
said,
her a
since the
Valentine's
70s,
gift.
and there's an exclusive
Wednesday.
regulatory
Days.
jurisdiction over those
Yay.
markets for the CFTC. These contracts are very different than when you walk into a casino and enter into an arrangement with a bookie. They're actual derivative contracts. They go through a clearinghouse. They're settled through offset. You can get in and out of your position, and they have certain investor protections that are really important.
Oh, while I step away for 2 minutes, let's get in chat, folks. God is good all the time. God is good all the time,
so we
folks.
oversee that. We take that very seriously, and we surveil and police these markets.
The other issue is are these sites, these prediction markets, going to change their mind depending on what the outcome is? Like we saw just recently, as Mark Tepper was just telling me, when Nicolas Maduro was captured, the prediction markets wouldn't pay out the money for those people who said that he would be captured because, oh, no, you said it was an invasion. It wasn't an invasion. He was captured. So what's the story?
Each exchange has its own rule book, and as I mentioned, each exchange is subject to our oversight and regulation. Each exchange is examined by our staff, and part of that examination and part of the original application of the exchange is the submission of an exchange rule book. And the rule book lays out various requirements for participants in the exchange. We review that. The exchange enforces it. So each exchange, in kind of a more free market-based system where we're a principles-based regulator, is able to set its own rules and enforce those rules. As long as the rules are consistent with our statute, it's acceptable to us and it's acceptable to the marketplace. People can vote with their feet and switch from one exchange to another to the extent they don't like how contracts settle. But each exchange has the ability to set its own rules, enforce those, and self-regulate.
And I spoke with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on this program about about legislation around this and what you're going to be doing. We also talked about the Clarity Act, but I want to get your take on the competitiveness of this market because we just recently had on one of the officials from Kalshi, and I specifically asked her about competition, which is growing in the space. Watch this. How are you handling the upstarts that are coming and trying to compete with Kalshi?
If we got where we are now, there is going to be everyone and their moms trying to copy what we're doing. And we actually really welcome competition. I think what we really want is for prediction markets to grow a lot and go mainstream. And more competition is good for customers. For us, what we think is our real differentiator and what really makes us ahead, puts us ahead of everyone else, is better product, better markets, and better liquidity. And we think we're going to continue to have a very big lead against anyone coming into the space now because we started the company over 7 years ago at this point.
So, I mean, Mr. Chairman, she's the co-founder of Kalshi, but these companies are now in the crosshairs of state regulators.
This is a great example. This company's probably been sued by every state with a casino in it. And the law is very clear on this point that we have federal jurisdiction over these marketplaces. There are subsidiary issues as to what's gaming and whatnot, but it's very clear that we have authority. And it's funny, some of the same folks that pushed Dodd-Frank and now the circumstances have changed with the new administration are saying that we don't have this broad authority, but this is the intent of Congress. It's been relitigated over and over in the courts, and it's also been looked at by Congress many times. They've amended our statute just about every decade, and Dodd-Frank being the most recent and massive, we've got clear authority over these markets, and that was Congress's intent.
Well, that's right. Congress has chosen to vest the CFTC with the broad jurisdiction. Now, just to be clear, you're going to send an amicus brief today?
That's right. So we will be filing likely this afternoon, but in the next handful of hours, an amicus brief that will clearly assert that the CFTC is the proper regulator for these instruments and that state casino regulators are not supposed to be in these markets and cannot act as merit regulators and throw products out within their states. I mean, what we're seeing, the American Gaming Association, led by Chris Christie, has really led an onslaught across the country trying to ban these markets state by state, and we're not going to allow that.
Unbelievable. We'll be watching that, and it's certainly a developing story. Let me get a little broader on digital assets in general, because in the Genius Act, it was very clear what is under the jurisdiction Commission versus the CFTC, but now we've got the Clarity Act hung up in the Senate, and I spoke with the Treasury Secretary about that. Here's Scott Bessent with me last week.
I think what we're seeing in the crypto market over the past few months means more than ever that the U.S., we need market structure, we need clarity, and we need to get this across the line this spring. We got a few recalcitrant actors who said, well, it'd be better to have no legislation than the legislation we don't want. And I think both on the banks, the other crypto firms are united against them. So we need to get this across the line. The U.S., under President Trump's leadership, the U.S. is becoming the crypto capital of the world with our best practices, best regulation, and for crypto to remain a viable digital asset and move forward, we need to get this Clarity Act done.
So you think it will be? It'll come
All right, I'm
back
back.
fairly soon then?
I'm optimistic,
look at
and
this
there's bipartisan support here.
And of course, crypto and banking executives, including from JP Morgan, Bank of America, met at the White House last week for a second time to discuss the stablecoin legislation. Are you going to have to dip into the Genius Act to get clarity on the Clarity Act? What are your thoughts here on this impasse around whether or not crypto platforms should be able to pay rewards? And the bank executives are worried that they're going to see a flight of capital out of their deposits. And the crypto platforms don't follow the same regulations as the banks.
Well, thanks to the president's leadership, we are on the cusp of getting clarity enacted into law. The regulation by enforcement's over, the Genius Act signed into law, and we've really turned a new page. And I would say the United States today is the crypto
chopping at the
capital
gap.
of the world. But we need to make sure that it stays that way. And this Clarity Act is really critical. The president has been clear that we need to get something enacted into law because we want to future-proof our statutory framework for crypto. We can't allow
Justin said, bro, inhaled the second 3 fucking puffs. Oh my God, chill, bro.
And we're making a push to get it done. There are some little wrinkles around the point you mentioned on the yield front, which we thought some of this was settled with the Genius Act, but it's coming back to the bear. But we're going to get this thing across the line, and we're going to make sure the United States is and remains the crypto capital of the world.
So in terms of the jurisdiction from the CFTC, where should we be focused? I love your work on the prediction markets. We're going to be watching that. What else?
Well, the CFTC is modernizing and upgrading its rules and regulations for blockchain-based markets, regardless of legislation. We've got so much to do. Our markets are moving on-chain. Derivatives contracts can be executed seamlessly on a blockchain network, but our rules are just not set up for that today. Collateral can move pretty seamlessly on a blockchain network. We have recently, actually last week, announced that we've expanded our list of eligible tokenized or blockchain-based collateral to include certain stablecoins, but we've also been accepting various digital assets like Bitcoin and Ether, and so we're going to continue to expand that.
I ain't gonna lie, I saw Vinny's bear emoji. I was looking at the live stream, I saw bear emoji from Vinny, and I saw the candle red, so I got excited and ran back. I think so did everyone, though. I think so did everyone.
Michael, this is a new world in terms of digital assets. Mr. Chairman, we'll be watching your work. Thank you. Great to see you. CFTC Chairman Michael Seelig. We'll be right back.
This is fully bearish. At that point, though, they could clear the fucking thing, or make a floor and then clear it and then come back up. But if today goes down, statistically speaking, tomorrow might bounce. I don't do shit on statistics, but that's just the statistics. Right? The VIX could dictate anything. Broadening out in the market is a powerful thing for investors.
Some say that is an unfair situation that's happening with investors.
Time is 10:30. We have almost a new floor on SPY because of IWM rejecting like crazy, probably.
A little bit of an overblown reaction to the advancement we're seeing when
crazy it comes to AI. 10:30, 28 EMA touched on IWM.
I think this is an overreaction. It's as if when AI innovates, Wall Street holds a funeral for the old guard.
10:25 is bouncing into 10:30 on IWM.
With financial services, we saw it happening with trucking.
10:30 is fucking bouncing at the floor on SPY.
These software companies
10:30 is bouncing
to innovate with
at
the
gap fill on QQQ. They're building liquidity. They're building liquidity.
The new AI announcements that are consistently coming out. We've got companies
whether they want to show bearish or not, build more liquidity, or whether they go bullish off this, I don't know.
Investors should be looking at that, because what's likely to happen are these incumbents buying up the new companies with that innovation that they bring to the table.
Yeah, you mentioned Intuit. Obviously, navigating the tax code is difficult, to your point. But you're also looking at DocuSign, and I want to get your take on that because you're saying the PE is a little bit higher than you'd like to see right now.
Yeah, Cheryl, DocuSign is one that we've got our
Bears
eye
are
on. And if it
trying,
continues to fall, PE ratios,
is
if
not
we have a
leaving
little
this for
bit
some
better
reason
than
yet.
maybe expected earnings, PE ratios get into where we would like them to be. We might pull the trigger on that particular company. DocuSign, another one that
Gold
took
is
a big
trying.
hit due to an
SOXL is
announcement of new
bouncing. I
AI
like to
innovation.
see
But you've got to
it go
believe
higher,
companies
but
like
it's
DocuSign
whatever.
into it.
It was going
They're
lower.
going to
Trying. SPY
adapt
is
to
trying
what
to
is
test the floor.
available to
This is
them,
the LOD
and they've got the cash
test.
flow necessary
LOD
to even buy or
testing,
acquire
hoping
these
all
new
at the same
companies.
time. Pivot point
DocuSign
testing.
in
This is
particular
LOD
has
testing
a
all at the same
sticky
time.
customer base. They've got
Volume is slightly bearish.
relationships all over the
MACD
country.
RSI is in
You've
bear
got to
territory
imagine
after being flipped
that
up
a
into the
company
bullish
like that's going
territory
to
at
keep those
10:20. Time is 10:30.
clients.
Right,
10:35 is here in 2 minutes.
And certainly, to your
10:33.
point, look, taxes aren't going away, but can AI do my taxes? Maybe it can
LOD
someday.
is
It can't
testing
do it
on
this year. So maybe
QQQ
that,
and
again, that sell-off
SPY.
and that pressure on these names has been overblown with the DocuSign or even with an
LOD
Intuit.
is
But when we talk
testing
about
on QQQ
2026
and
so far, we've had a lot of
SPY.
volatility in the market. Do you think that because it's a midterm election year, do you think that volatility is going to continue? Because we keep seeing policy affect the markets. We keep seeing policy feed into what's happening with whether
Time
it's
is
on the defense
10:30.
side, whether
The
it's
floor
in
did not
energy,
break yet.
et cetera. How do you think that investors should kind of approach which is going to be a monumentous political year? We could see Congress could go to the Democrats, the Senate maybe, not likely, go to the Democrats. How do you, is it noise, or are there things that we need to be looking out for in this political year?
Ooh, LOD
I think
breaking.
it's not only noise, but there are things that
Not
we need to
yet.
be looking for, opportunities perhaps to take advantage of. To answer your question, I do believe that this
ultimate cycle's happening
uncertainty
today.
continues. And if the market
Cycles are
hates
equally
anything worse than an
showing
outcome, it's
and
the
doing
uncertainty of
equally
the
strong
outcome.
when they are
I
bullish
think
or
that you've
bearish.
got to
and
look at
they
the history
are
books here and
nice
realize that
cycled.
midterm years are historically volatile. But the 12 months following those volatile years in the midterms
I think this is
typically
a
end up
neat
being positive for
downward
the
sloping
market. So look for
support.
opportunities here, Cheryl.
Well, the reason I ask that is because there's a great piece in the
on
Journal this
SPX.
morning by the editorial board. They talk
IWM is
about
now
the
turning
tariffs.
down, trying
And,
after being bullish at market open.
Actually use data coming from the New York Federal Reserve, and it's with
Something
regards to
huge
import
happening
prices.
on
I think this really
IWM
does
too.
matter, and it's worth
1/3,
looking at because if
2/3,
you examine
3/3 bearish on
import data
IWM.
to look at whether foreign suppliers cut prices in response to the added tariff costs that came from the administration in 2025, basically 94% of the tariff incidence was borne by the United States. And so when you have the political question, it's affordability. On the market
It's so
side,
slow,
it's
but I mean, they can just
profitability.
grind it today.
How do you weigh that?
It's pretty slow.
Yeah, affordability and profitability. I think artificial intelligence, believe it or not, to come full circle, is going to help us with this. You've got imports of things that artificial intelligence can't quite help at this moment for sure. That is going to be the bottom line for not only investors, but the bottom line for consumers. You've got to believe that this tariff agenda is America first at its
LOD
heart.
broke.
And
One
if you
direction is
believe
now
that,
officially
you hope
south.
that on the back
Bears
end
are
of
in
this,
control.
things become more affordable. Clearly, the writing is still not complete. That book is still being written as we talk, Cheryl.
Well, and I think on a macro level, what you're seeing
Yo,
is
it's so
the
cringy to say
rotation out
God
of
did, but I'm saying
AI
that
and
shit to
tech and
everybody
things
now.
like that.
I'm saying
Maybe
that shit to
software overblown,
my
as we've already
family. I'm
discussed,
saying
but on the
that
other
shit to
side
my
of that
fucking loved
is you
ones.
have
Like,
investors that are looking to other parts of the
I keep saying
economy.
God did.
Maybe these are companies that aren't saying, I
text.
promise that I'm going to give you ROI in
Hopefully
this
they
amount
don't
of
find
time,
it cringy.
or it's a company that's like, I have
Guys, the
delivered.
word is
Think
deduce,
of
by
your-
the way, not
think of your
deduct.
oil companies, think of
Or
your
the word
utility
is
stocks,
deduction,
things like that. I mean,
but
is that where you're kind of
it's
putting your money
deduce.
to work as you look at the rest of the year, the landscape that's out there?
For sure, you mentioned utilities, which is a great
That's what
way
I do
to
on
pivot
this
into
channel
this
for myself, man.
potential
To
AI
arrive at a
need
reasoning,
for
draw as a
essentially
logical
electricity,
conclusion.
right? The
to
power that it
deduce,
takes to
or
demand there.
deduction
But this
could be a
broadening out that you
deduce,
mentioned
the
in the
act
market is a
process of.
powerful thing for investors. We've got to continue to see this broadening out play, which is why one of the things that we like to do here is be overweight the major indexes, SPY and QQQ.
That is
are two very
1035.
overweight positions in our current portfolio as we see this cyclical
LOD,
trend
1035.
continue
Bears
away
are
from
pushing lower
artificial
into
intelligence and
1035.
technology.
A final question to you, just because we do have another Fed meeting coming up. We're going to get the
Faked
minutes
up
later
bounce
this
into the
week. We're
new
going to
floor.
kind of get more of a window into their thinking, and then Friday we're going to get the PC price index. That's obviously a big gauge of inflation. We got some very good reports last week. CPI on Friday. You had the jobs report on Wednesday. today.
It's a
Let
new
some
floor.
come on
They're
and
testing
say,
the previous
these are
LOD.
misnomers. You're going to get a
There is no
revision
cycle
in
confirmation.
that report for January.
The bulls are
Others
coming
saying,
yet,
no,
but
the
they could
economy is
show a
firing,
new floor
policy is working,
and then just
and
fucking
that
boom
we
it. But
should
that's what
be
they're showing right now.
bullish
Let's see.
on the United States.
It's the perfect Rorschach test right here. Right, you can look at that piece of
Previous
data. You
low
can
of
look
the
at the
day during the resistance
130,000
and/or
jobs
support.
added in January and say, man, that is incredible news. Or you can look at the revision that took place in 2025 and say, well, we didn't actually add many jobs. I think, again, the story
Something
will
higher
be
is
written
going
here,
on.
and
Bigger
America
boys are
First
here to play.
agenda is going to impact the consumer, whether or not it impacts or benefit the consumer, whether or not it benefits the market. That is still something that we've got to keep a close eye on. And the reality is this K-shaped economy has to come under control. We have
Big boys
a
are
president
playing
right now
right
that
now.
is America
Not the
first.
little boys. The fucking big
And
boys are here to play
tightening
today.
up
The
this
VIX is
idea
spiked
that
up
we
to the
have to make
fucking
things
max. That's what they're
profitable for
fucking
the
playing.
consumer.
Big boys are going to move this shit. No one
Pivoting
else.
back to my last point there about
Big boy
the tariffs,
deductors,
willing to
institutionals.
pivot when needed, in particular as it affects the American
Negative
consumer
gamma
and it
gex.
affects
What the
prices.
fuck happens since the market
And I
went
think that
lower
that's
now?
a very
Right?
key
Market
part
goes
of the whole
lower on negative gamma
conversation. Dale,
gex.
thank you so much for being
Institutionals
with
need
me
to
today. I really
sell into
appreciate it.
negative gamma gex.
Always a pleasure.
All right.
That's what happened. Now what? Now what? Do 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 do.
We do have futures trading this morning, even though the markets are closed for President's Day. As you can see, Dow is up by 180, S&P by 23 and change, NASDAQ up 55 and change. So the markets are closed for President's Day. All eyes, though, on some macro data we've got coming out. We're going to get the January Fed minutes Wednesday, the December PCE reports out Friday. That's going to be likely very important. You also have
Gold
this
is
AI
important.
disruption
Watch.
fears
There's a
rattling the
massive,
markets last
massive,
week.
massive
That
gap
sell-off
on
spread
gold, but it
beyond
doesn't
tech.
really
It went
matter
into real
because they
estate,
do
trucking,
whatever the
financial
fuck.
services. The Dow and the S&P
Very,
500
very
each
important
fell
watch
over
on gold
1%.
today.
The
There's
NASDAQ
massive,
saw its
massive,
longest
massive
losing
volume
streak
on
since May
gold.
of
Whatever the
2022,
fuck happens on
dropping
gold
more
is
than
most likely going to
2%,
lead
the
the market
fifth
as well.
straight
Or whatever
weekly
happens in the
loss.
market is going to happen with the
Meanwhile,
commodities
rampant
as well.
AI
But whatever
demand
happens
fueling a
tomorrow is
global
going to most
memory
likely
chip
happen
crunch.
with the
Chip
commodities
makers
as well.
prioritizing high
So,
bandwidth memory
setup
for
and
NVIDIA
everything
systems.
dictates,
That
the
leaves
environment
smartphone,
dictates.
auto, and PC
Right?
makers facing
And the environment
shortages, rising costs,
is
squeezed
the
margins.
market did this shit
Want to
and
bring
is
in
now is
TJM
fucking deciding
Institutional
what to
Services
do.
Director James Yorio.
That's
James,
the truth.
market sentiment has certainly been shifting for the last several weeks. What do you make of what we saw last week?
So I think it's fascinating. I think this is one time where the technicals are kind of showing us the fundamental story. So the S&P has a 7,000 level, and we've butted up against it 5 times in the last 4 months. Well, what's the messaging there? Well, that we've priced in a lot of good, and part of you just mentioned AI, and the AI rotation trade has been going on for about 4 months.
going
and
lower
so
and
far,
lower
it's
and
been
lower.
doing
1/3,
it quite
2/3,
efficiently and
3/3
elegantly,
all
and it
day
hasn't
long,
disrupted
growing and
things too
growing and
much, 'cause
growing.
just
Spies at the
broadly,
LOD.
that's a good
QQQs at
thing
the
to
LOD.
rotate out of AI, but in the short term, it can be disruptive. So I think what the market's telling us is that things are pretty decent. The economy's
Today is
going good, but
dangerous.
there is few problems.
If
in the
Friday
labor
wasn't
market, and I know I
dangerous,
saw
if
that
Thursday
number
wasn't
on
dangerous,
Friday
today is
last
like
week, too,
fucking
of the
extremely,
non-farm
fucking
number.
extremely
But the
dangerous.
JOLTS and the ADP
Because
disagreed
it's
with that.
now
So I think we
basically
want
hot
more
potato based on the VIX.
information on
The
that.
VIX could
But
go
it's telling
higher
us
and
that the
higher
situation
until
is
it
mixed
doesn't,
right
or
now.
it drops
you
out
don't
of
buy the
fucking
jobs
nowhere in
report that
one
you saw
fucking day,
on
or
Wednesday?
over the night, or
Not
in
really.
one day into
Should
the
I,
next
do I
day,
have to buy
in
all
one
of
and
it?
a
I mean, I
half days,
think
2 days.
we
So
know that number gets
it's
revised
basically
a
hot
lot.
potato
I
at this
think
point.
the fact that it was
On
so
all sides, all
blockbuster
fronts.
means
And
to
every
me that
side
the
is hoping.
situation is
Bears are
good, and
hoping.
once it
Bulls
gets
are
revised,
hoping.
it'll still be good.
It's a
But
fuck ton of bears and a
juxtaposed against the
fuck
JOLTS
ton of
number and
balls.
the ADP number,
Bears at the bottom,
I
bulls
think
at the
you
top.
gotta wait to
Top
see
aware,
the next round of
3/3.
data. And I will
Bottom
say
aware,
this too:
the
I
3/3.
think a lot of the weakness in the labor market is due to efficiencies created by AI.
I will just say
not
the
just
truth,
the
no
real
matter
ones,
what
but
the
the
fuck
ones a
people
lot of
want to
companies
hear,
think
because
are
that's the
coming,
truth.
and
The
they're
truth
reducing
doesn't
headcount,
really
'cause
matter
and that
if they like to hear it or
economically is
not.
not that
Right?
bad
The
a thing.
truth
As a matter
is
of
just
fact,
the
that could be a
truth.
good thing
And
for
the
the
truth
companies that are
actually
doing
just
it,
states
but it
that,
might not be a
the
great thing
reality
for
and
the
the
labor
truth
market.
will always
Well,
be
I
the
think
truth.
the shift
So.
in the labor market, I think the
There's
AI
no fighting
trade
the
is
truth.
real, but I
Time is
also I
10:40.
respectfully
We are in
disagree
a
with you
1/3,
about
2/3,
that private
3/3
payroll number, because I
SPY
think that what you're seeing
all
is
day
that
long.
finally we're
Right.
seeing
I
in the
said
data
somewhere here.
that
I
shift
said
from
intraday. Right. This is a
government jobs
3/3
to
cycle
private
happening.
sector jobs. Those
The
jobs are
last
being
week,
done. They're just
2/3,
being
right?
done in the
So
private sector.
1/3,
But we shall see.
2/3.
All right. Let's
Into
talk
now
about
we
the
are in
markets really
3/3.
quick here with you for gold and silver.
Intraday.
Because we've seen a
This
big
is the
pullback in
3/3.
both. So right now you've got gold at 5,000.
Wherever
just
they
above
go,
5,000.
however low they go,
Investors have
however
been
they
looking
are
at the
going,
outlook
this
for
is the
U.S.
3/3,
interest
and it
rates.
has
You've
been
got
the
the softer
3/3 all
inflation
day long.
data that we saw on Friday.
That's what the higher
Gold
time frame
up
dictates.
14%
That's
year to
what
date.
people
Silver
that
is
are
the
looking at
story here, down
cycles, and
roughly
that's what
1%.
people that are
James,
looking
what
at
is your
time
outlook right now? In
understand. The
particular,
higher time
this silver
frame,
trade I think
the
is
higher
fascinating.
cycles, and what they're
Oh,
showing
I
and
do
what's
as well.
going on.
I've been all over
What
for
they
a couple
show
of
it
years
and what
and
they
even
go
got out of like 30%
QQQ
of
gap
it
filled.
in
So
the
now
month before the
I don't
crash.
know.
And I missed some of the upside as well. But the
3/3 is
fundamental
all I
story
can
for
say.
either of those two metals has not changed at all. Silver's
This QQQ
electrification,
gap, I feel like is going to be a
scarcity,
very important
gold is
level
central
today and
bank
tomorrow
buying.
for some
Both
reason.
of
This
those
is why
stories are still
I
intact. But
titled
what
the
has
live stream
changed is the
QQQ
price.
gap,
And when we
right?
got up to those
QQQ
lofty
gap
levels,
when the
so
market
many
was
people
bullish
got
at
in late.
9:30. Like
And
I
then
give a
one
fuck, right?
little thing changes,
QQQ
and
gap
everybody had to
because
do
I
exits
know
at
it
the
didn't
same
fill
time. That's what we
intraday.
saw. Now,
It
just
filled
because I
intraday.
can
So
identify it as a market
that's what
positioning correction,
institutionals,
I
that's
don't
what
think
smart
that
money is also
necessarily
looked at,
means
and
it
that's what
has
they
to be
thought.
over. I
That's
think the
what they
trade is
understood.
relatively volatile. I think
Now,
long term, I'm fine with being
oh,
long gold
fucking
and silver, which I am, and
no.
copper, by the way. But I think that
Man, I
that
said
when
this
market
shit
position gets
when
so
the market
stretched,
was
it
here
could
in the
shake a
pre-market.
little bit.
That's the
Actually,
thing.
that you're longer
I said
on
the
those
gap never
contracts.
filled on QQQ.
Really quick, I want to bring in Ryan
It only
Payne
went
into
lower
this
in
because
pre-market.
we've been
Right?
seeing a big
And
shift
then
in the
they went
crypto
bullish, and
market
then they
right
went
now, in
south.
particular with Bitcoin. So Bitcoin, if we can pull that
There's
up,
always
we're sitting at
setups.
that $69,000 level.
It's just to
But
understand
that's
them
down more than
or choose
25%
to
over the
not.
past month, Ryan. There's a lot of fears about this crypto
I've
winter.
been up since
Ethereum,
5
as
a.m.
you
in the
can
morning.
see here,
So if I
that's
see what I
nearly
see
40%
and
to
I
the
deduct
downside.
what I deduct, why the
ETF
fuck would I
outflows,
ignore
softer
myself,
institutional
right?
demand, and analysts say Bitcoin
Too
could
long
hit
I've been waiting
50,000, Ryan. What do you
to
say?
ignore.
Yeah, Jim, if you look at companies like
Too long.
Strategy, these crypto
It's a choice.
banks, I think they're very interesting. They remind me of that housing bubble back in like 2008, where they're literally just buying crypto on their books. As the price was going up, they were raising debt to buy more crypto. Kind of like when people had their houses, they went up in value, they took a home equity loan, bought another house, and so on and so forth. It only works if Bitcoin goes up or some of these other cryptocurrencies. So I wonder if that deleveraging going on, like Strategy, for instance, is down 60% from its high.
Thank you very much
Could
for
that
hitting the
take
like button,
whole
folks.
Crypto
Let's
market down
hit the like
eventually,
button
and I
if
say
you have
Bitcoin
not
at zero,
already.
still overvalued in my opinion.
For the
What are your
YouTube
thoughts?
algorithm.
Well,
Thank you very much.
I like the way you set that up, Ryan, very much. I think crypto is taking punches right now, and a lot of it is as you
Time
as
is
you say.
10:42,
But there's something that I think
11
is missing
a.m.
in this
It's
too.
been
Is
1
that
hour and
in
30
October,
minutes since the market
Bitcoin
opened.
and the Nasdaq put in their highs kind of within the same week, and both of them had a difficult time since. Bitcoin is still highly correlated to the Nasdaq. It is a risk-on asset. It's not supposed to be, but I think that sent it down. It kind of pulled back the wallpaper and like, okay, are we supposed to be long Bitcoin if the Nasdaq is down 9.5%, which it was at the lows? And by the way, people are like, well, yes, they're directionally correlated, but obviously the size of the move is different. But yeah, Nasdaq stocks actually have a real value.
I mean, the
and Bitcoin's
direction for
value
me
is
does
just
not
what
matter
we
if the
all
market
agree.
goes
And
up or
one thing
down.
you
The
just
direction
said,
for me
which
in
I
life
love,
is
is
up.
that I believe in 10 years, it's slightly more likely that
That's
Bitcoin
all
will be
that
at zero.
fucking matters, right? That's the fucking goal in my head. The direction for me does not fucking matter as long as the direction for me is up. And up it is. And once I decide, there's no fucking coming back. God did. Things are gonna get worse in California, where AI and data is like peanut butter and jelly. What the fuck is that about?
Because tech players are pouring money
This
into
shit they're saying.
AI capex, capital expenditures, with
Yeah,
$650 billion
retail is at
expected
all-time
in
high
spending
spending
this
right
year
now.
alone by
It's
the
the craziest
hyperscalers.
part while the
Our
market doing
countdown
this.
closer says the opportunity is owning the companies already converting that hyperscaler
Man, people
spending
worry so
into
much about the
steady
direction of the
earnings
market.
and
They're
real
like,
cash
"Oh, you
flow.
bullish
Joining
or
us
you
now
bearish?" And it's
with,
like, I'm
guess
not
almost
a
as much as
bull or
they're
a
going to
bear. I
spend.
don't care.
$628 billion in assets
Not
under
me.
management is
Like,
Allspring
I don't give
Global
a
Investments
fuck.
senior portfolio manager and head
Man,
of
as
growth
long
equity,
as
Mike
my direction
Smith.
up.
Okay, give me some examples of these companies you're talking about.
Hi, Liz. Look, they all stepped on the gas. That's the big story of the last 2 months. And one example
has
in
been going up and
particular
down.
is Quanta
That has been fair
Services. So
to
the
say.
big bottleneck when all this 650 billion gets put to work is power. And getting these data centers connected is a big problem, and Quanta solves that problem.
Okay, you talk about infrastructure, the power grid. That's what people have been coming on this show
No
and
bounce
saying go
yet.
to
It's
next.
terrifying
Or is
to
it
see.
the ones who are
Every
already seeing
single
return
candle
on
is trying to
investment
show a bounce,
in
but
getting
not
up
yet.
to speed with AI?
Please hit the like button, folks.
Well,
It
I
is
think you
very
can do both.
It is very hard to hit
right
the like
now,
button
investing in
or
the
to get it
bottleneck
up. So
in power is
I
profitable.
very much
Quanta's
appreciate it
got
if you
a
could be the one
$39 billion backlog. They'll generate
to hit
$1.5
the like on the
billion in
YouTube
free
live
cash
stream.
flow. So that's happening today. I think as you look to the future, there's going to be lots of opportunities to find the businesses who are taking the AI and turning it into revenue and profit for themselves. So way downstream from the CapEx and the infrastructure, there are companies like RadNet who take AI and apply it to medical imaging and detect cancer at a rate of 20% higher or 20%
Bulls are
improvement.
trying to
See,
flip it
that
up.
is the kind of company
Real or
I
not,
look
artificially
at,
or
okay,
not, the MACD
and I say
volume and the RSI is now
that
trying
might
to
be an
curl up.
interesting one. You're not buying it at the high, although over
It
the
looks
past 6
so
months it's gained marginally, just
early.
3%.
I think it may
unlike,
chop here.
say,
It
for
may go a
example,
little bit
Quanta,
bullish and
which
chop,
had a
but like
much
I think
bigger
it's
jump over a similar time period. But where do you expect
what the
RadNet
fuck?
to
It went
finally
lower,
catch the attention of
then
Wall
bounced
Street
and
and
went lower,
investors?
and then bounced right.
I
This
think
shit
it's
did
like
not bounce.
anything
I don't
else
know,
when you're
man.
trying to size up an adoption curve. It's
Previous
slowly at first and then all at
previous
once.
LOD turned the resistance
RadNet
and the
is
support
a
could come into
overnight
something
success many
nasty here
years in the
for
making.
quite a while or an
And
hour or something.
the key for them is they're the largest at what they do, but they're less than 10% of the market. And so
Anything
there's a
above or
huge
below,
opportunity as they
long term,
establish a
medium term,
competitive
maybe.
advantage in their space. And I think that happens gradually at first, and then it accelerates over time.
You know, when you look at what's happening lately with the software makers, they got hit very badly. Then the truckers last week, C.H. Robinson got smacked because one
IWM
white
is
paper
bouncing
came out
off
that
of
said that
1040.
AI could really upend the
Bottom of
logistics
the
world and
CPI
do things
candle
better
now.
than the companies out there already. How do you make sure that you kind of maneuver around those potholes?
I think software is where to focus. That's where we've seen the most sell-off and the most damage in the last 45 days. I like
Market
to
trying
pick
to
our
come in with a
spots there.
skibbity
I
toilet
think
rejection showing.
some software companies will be
Flushing to
challenged
the
by
LOD
AI.
may be showing,
Probably
but
not this year, next
Good
year,
chop.
the year after, but disproving the long-term
No
negative is going to be
volume
really
yet.
hard for certain companies. But
Super bullish or bearish
on
yet.
the other side, there's companies like Snowflake where AI and data is like peanut butter and jelly.
What the f did he just say? AI and software is like peanut butter and jelly. What the fuck is that analysis?
And to know ahead of the opening bell, the U.S. and Iran are set to hold a second round of talks over Iran's nuclear program today. Reports say President
Chopping
Trump's
up
envoy,
or bullish
Steve
at the
Witkoff,
minimum.
and his son-in-law
Right,
Jared
bullishly
Kushner
chopping.
are expected to attend those talks in Switzerland. Starboard Value wants to shake up TripAdvisor. The activist now owns more than 9% of the company and reportedly plans to nominate a majority slate of TripAdvisor's
No, it's the
board.
33rd, so I can't even type
And the FT is reporting
1050.
Danaher is nearing an almost $10 billion deal for medical technology company Masimo. Danaher supplies tools and equipment to drug makers and hospitals. Apple's announcing an early event next month, which is billed as a special experience in New York, London, and Shanghai. The company is believed to be gearing up to release new MacBook and iPad models, as well as a cheaper iPhone 17. And one more Apple headline for you, the company making a new video podcasting push. That will bring the tech giant into tighter competition with Spotify, YouTube, and Netflix.
My number pad was locked.
Every year we put our outlook. At the same time for the year, we put our gray swan outlier scenario. I mean, these are low probability events that have the potential to shape markets in a meaningful way. We gather as a group, we debate which ones we think are the most likely of these least likely events. And the first one is definitely that AI fails to scale. And this is less about investors getting nervous about AI and more about AI just running into hard constraints as it tries to grow. And the ways that we can envision this happening are, chip shortages, power grid limits, and or regulatory backlash. And in the worst case scenario, they converge to create a perfect storm.
MACD volume is
take
bullish now,
grid
though.
capacity, for
Candle is trying to
instance.
pull back.
Turning and
If the
deploying
blue line and the
advanced AI
orange line
models,
goes
as we
above
know,
somehow and
consume
stays
staggering
above,
amounts of
and the candle
energy.
doesn't break
If demand
1040, then
spikes
it
beyond
would be
grid
bullish.
capacity, the
But
consequences would be severe.
there's a lot at
And we
risk.
could actually
Every single
see,
pop today
if we
almost
get
has been
a
dragged
big
down. They could do more.
demand spike, some pretty significant political backlash and environmental scrutiny. I mean, we've seen a little bit of
is down
focus
minus
already, for instance, in Virginia,
0.93%.
where
SPY
Loudoun
is
County
down
has the
minus
world's highest concentration of
0.6%.
data centers. Data centers today already account for over 20% of sales, and demand is only forecast to grow rapidly. It could actually double the total energy demand within that county by 2040. And you're seeing signs of public resistance surfacing, and that does present a potential obstacle to AI growth.
There's so many things I wanted to pick up on regarding the gray swans, and it's such a fascinating report. One of the key ones, the key gray swans that you're highlighting, a key
1050
issue
algo
on the
range
list
trying to
here
create at the
is
floor.
stress in the sovereign bond markets. So unpack that for me, and what's the risk of a sovereign bond shock this year? Where would it come from, and what might it look like?
Yeah, I mean, the amount of fiscal debt, rising debt, heavier bond supplies. I mean, this has been something that we've been watching, monitoring for several years now, and it actually looked like last year. Last year, we were expecting investors to start getting a little bit nervous, and they didn't. And we do believe that a gray swan is that we finally get a buyer's strike in developed sovereign markets. Again, investors have been curiously accommodative, and the notorious bond vigilantes have been relatively well behaved to date. And while our base case doesn't really anticipate a huge change in that behavior, we could see the first episode of serious stress this year. And how does that happen? Well, France appears, we think, the most likely candidate for a bond shock, as high deficits are not only mixed with low growth, but are complemented by the sort of low-level political crisis that has the ability to flare up at times. And you've got a year of political gridlock ahead with a fraud election campaign that opens doors to big swings in sentiment, and you could get a sudden buyer's strike for French government debt. That wouldn't be a local story. That would put pressure on most of the other European and developed sovereign bonds as well.
Another is a potential spike in energy prices, really key for our region. In a market already on edge, what would you say would be the catalyst for 100 USD oil if it were to eventuate?
Yeah, well, we think, oil prices have been pretty weak, right? They declined 18% last year. That was their steepest decline in 5 years. Oil's now pricing around $65 a barrel.
Look at this shit.
And the outlook is actually pretty modest on a combination of both pretty
right below VWAP.
Relatively weak demand and spare capacity. But we think the gray swan
I'll
is
go
that
range
oil
at
actually
1050.
sees a pretty big increase. Oil prices always have the
nasty
ability to
stuff
surprise
happening
us. And we
after
think the
a
most
tiny-ass
likely
bounce.
catalyst to this would be a geopolitically driven disruption in the supply, possibly a rerouting.
I don't even know if
oil
bullish or
flows,
bearish.
either
Now
in the
all I
Middle
can say is
East,
fucking
South
nasty
America,
shit
or
happening.
other recent hotspots. There also could be a material shift in India and Chinese
Look,
demand for
IWM
petroleum products.
is the only thing.
And another
It looked like it was
possibility
gonna
is
fucking
that
run on the
increased AI
MACD and
power
volume alone
consumption could contribute
on
to an oil
QQQ and
price
SPY.
squeeze as we sort of get
I
that
said
greater
on the
use
alert room
with
6
the
minutes
need
ago,
for
4 minutes
more
ago.
peak
Bottom
and
of the
backup
CPI
generation.
candle is playing on IWM. Is being used as a
Let's
level
talk
on
about what's happening
QQQ and SPY here
internationally
too.
as well.
I
Of
think it's
course,
going
on the
on.
wall, another key gray swan
We'll see. I
risk
don't want to say
is
bullish or
called
bearish. I
China
don't give a
goes
fuck at this
shopping.
point.
Of course,
Right
China,
here,
one
right
of the
now,
world's
short
largest
term is
consumers
what
of
my
crude oil,
fucking
but
thoughts are
also
saying. It
a
was
significant
bullish from
holder of US
1035
treasuries
into
as well. So
1045
unpack
into
that for me.
1020.
What
It
do you
was
mean?
bullish from
Shopping
1040
spree.
into
What's the
1050.
risk?
So
Yeah, this is our fun one, and this is a
1040,
positive outlook, a very positive gray swan.
1035.
So
All right,
they
there's
don't
an
all
LOD
have to be
divergence.
negative, right? So this one is, really around the fact that Beijing leadership in China realizes that the path to sustainable growth and to restoring international goodwill lies in empowering Chinese consumers. In this gray swan, we see policymakers unleashing a bold, demand-driven pivot. They let the
LOD
renminbi
divergence.
strengthen. They unleash a huge demand-side stimulus.
This is
The
why
government
anything
could
they
roll
move
out,
previous
they could roll
LOD
out,
dangerous. Anything
supported
below previous
property,
LOD dangerous until
laws.
they
They
clear,
could
until they
expand
set
social
up,
welfare.
or
They
they
could
are set up
incentivize
with their
household
until they do
spending.
shit.
Think trade-in
Which is what I
programs,
think.
tax cuts, direct
I
transfers,
am.
and then they could manage the renminbi to let it appreciate naturally, which would then boost purchase.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Sam Bartas.
Welcome back to Market on Close.
Marley Caden in our Chicago headquarters. So let's dive into tech and AI with our next guest, David Nicholson, Chief Research Officer at Futurum. Hey, David, I suppose we better start with
showing
Amazon
bearish at
because
all.
I suppose if they're not able to turn things around in like the next 15 minutes, they're on track for their worst 9-day losing streak since 2006, losing over $400 billion in market cap. A lot of this has been obviously off the back of its earnings, the CapEx numbers. What do you make of that?
So 15 minutes, so you're telling me, Sam, we still have a chance. Is that what you're telling me?
Sure. Anything can happen. We've seen that in the metals and Bitcoin.
Absolutely. No, I think that this has been a case of the world between our ears changing while the world around us stays the same. Nothing has fundamentally changed yet. I think the market is just getting a little more anxious. It feels like a game of chicken. How long can we keep these bets on the table without seeing what we believe are tangible, positive ROI movements from these firms? But at the same time, we're seeing other parts of the market doing perfectly well. So I don't think this is a reflection of reality. I just think that this is a reflection of sentiment at this point.
Certainly heard that echoed in other conversations too, that there's this just AI fear trade going on and this CapEx fear trade happening in the same conversation. But let's stay with Amazon here since Sam picked up to start with first. What gives you the confidence that AWS monetization will justify the massive CapEx spend that they have slated?
I just from an overall strategy perspective, as the market goes for the monetization of AI investment, so will AWS go. And so I don't think that they are worse or better positioned than any others in the market. So I think that this is, they're just a proxy for this question. I'm not necessarily expressing exuberance or confidence in the direction of AWS in particular. I'm just saying that the jury is still out on whether these investments are going to prove to be prudent ones or not.
So if we tally it all up, I think it's about $650 billion between Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, and Alphabet. Obviously, now we wait for the Super Bowl of earnings with NVIDIA. What have they got to say? I mean, is this just going to accelerate the sell-off if they announce some sort of eye-watering number here?
Let's take a look. I mean, one of the thoughts in preparation for talking to the two of you was taking a look at Applied Materials and kind of digging into those numbers. And so when you look at the folks who are in the sort of picks and shovels side of AI, which includes NVIDIA, they're still strong. They're still essentially booked out as far as they can be. They are delivering as much capacity and they have more demand than they can meet. So yes, the real rumblings will happen if NVIDIA reports any slip in where expectations are at this point.
So if they stumble even slightly, does that shake the entire AI complex?
I think it does from a sentiment perspective. There's go-to-market strategy and there's go-to-stock market strategy. And it doesn't change anything about go-to-market strategy. AI is a growth industry. It's a place where a balanced portfolio of long-term investments I think are going to be great. But there's a lot of speculation baked in, and there are going to be a lot of ups and downs. It's perfectly rational when you think about it to take the gains that we've achieved over, however far back you want to go and start to diversify into areas. So I don't think that any of this is a reflection on something new and negative about what's going on in the AI space at all.
Obviously a lot of these stocks have been selling off by association, and I think Barclays really spelled it out quite well around, how we've gone from cyclical versus defensive to AI immunity versus vulnerability. But I suppose what the market is having a tough time with right now, David, is trying to wrap their heads around which is which. Have you got any idea? Because it seems to be very much about, I suppose, moats. And yes, whether you've got the propriety stuff when it comes to data, but is it as simple as that?
It isn't that simple, but I would say that it's a great way to look at it is to use the movements associated with SaaS in recent history, where folks are saying, "Oh my gosh, new tool comes out this week. SaaS stocks are not where you want to be because people are going to build their own." The reality is it's a bit more nuanced in all of these areas, because the tools that make some of these SaaS providers vulnerable arguably make them more powerful if they deploy them themselves. So it's a mixed bag in every single case. Everyone who sees vulnerability also sees opportunity. And again, I think this is just a lot of a case of the yips and sentiment at this point. February 25th, as you say, is going to be a big day, even bigger than today, which is Valentine's Day Eve. By the way, I remind both of you.
Yeah, it certainly is. I love how you kicked things off with a good sentiment, too. So you're saying I've still got a chance. Speaking of chances, let's stay in the SaaS conversation. Does software still have a chance here? I was talking to our first guest
for 20 minutes, 10:40 into 11 with the LOD divergence. They went higher.
All of software is going to
for
zero.
25 minutes
She's
on
in the
QQQ,
camp that it's not all of software. Some of software will become extinct, but not all of it.
11, the market also went higher. QQQ and SPY together. IWM as well. Excuse me. These videos are old too, but I low-key want to watch them. I'm going to watch them.
And our next guest joining us, Dale Smothers, President and CEO at RDS Wealth Management. Dale, great to have you with us. A bit of a wild week we've had so far. Nice to have some green on the big board, but, a very different story from yesterday, mostly sideways through the beginning of the week. What are some of your thoughts on this action that we're seeing in this rotation?
Yeah, a lot of this, Marley, is coming from the AI, which theoretically a lot of investors are looking at as the angel
we have
of death.
The AI Summit in
death,
India.
When it knocks on your door,
live streams will be happening on Thursday.
That sector takes a significant hit. We saw it at the beginning of the week, starting with software. It went then to financial services, and yesterday it went into trucking and freight. The reality is this overreaction by investors is likely yielding a lot of opportunities for investors that are long-term focused, because just a simple new innovation does not make the old, let's say, incumbents of that sector obsolete. If anything, the ones that have the cash flow to buy up this new innovation will likely acquire these smaller startups and just work it into their existing workflows. So this is where we've seen a lot of this, what I would call overreaction over the last couple of days, Marley.
And Dale, I haven't heard anyone use that term, but I actually think it's really evocative, the AI angel of death, especially with what we saw in trucking yesterday, commercial real estate. I mean, you can make the argument for the software space as well.
What a
look
fucking
at it and how much it's tanking some of these specific sectors, and then having these conversations like I'm having with you, where most people saying they think it's unnecessary, they think it's overblown. Is it permanent death? Is it the angel of death has come and you're gone and buried, or is it a temporary kind of death and the market will rethink this? It was just a quick knee-jerk sentiment that caused these significant drop-offs we're seeing.
I think it's more of the latter. I think you're going to see this knee-jerk reaction when a new innovation comes out and essentially AI looks to replace this or that, maybe a widget, it
That's
may be
fucking
a service.
crazy. It looked terrifying as fuck because of the LOD divergence, but I mean, at some point, yeah, the bear trap, I guess, in the 330, that's what they fucking
it's going to work itself out, especially with these companies that have significant
Sometimes they reject the Whitney divergence and come back and they don't.
Sometimes
Sometimes they bounce with the LOD divergence and come back or they don't.
And I know we're on the show, right? But talking about that specific financial services sector, Schwab taking a big hit simply because a new company's coming out with a piece of tax software.
Big-ass scandal for what?
You've got to believe that these other brokerage houses are going to be working similar software into their existing platforms. So I do think it's an overreaction when you look at it that way, Marley.
And you have another really interesting observation in the notes that you sent over. You likened this market to a Rorschach test, or the ink blot
range at 10:55.
Walk me through that.
So true. You know, this ink
I will
test
draw
where
it.
if,
That's
you
what I
may
have to
look at
keep up with
something and
right
see
now.
A gorilla, I may look at it and see
can
a
understand
butterfly.
visually
This ink blot test or the Rorschach test is really more probably
they could pull back and bounce
than
at any of
anything.
these
Depending
algo
on
ranges.
What side of the aisle you look at, definitely
Or
what
they could go
philosophy
up
you have on
and
this
then come
overall
back later.
economy and the market. You're going to look at similar data. You're going to look at it. I'm going to say one thing. You're going to say the other thing, depending on your objectives.
Blue and the orange
really
line,
the spin that you're gonna
RSI.
put on that. And it
MACD
can be done. You look at the most
is in
recent
bullish
data we
territory,
just received,
just
the
like
jobs
930 to
report.
940.
Incredible news.
Bullish
We
neighborhood
added
now.
130,000
1/3, 2/3,
jobs in
3/3 from the
January.
floor.
That's amazing, especially on the backs of a tariff. You could look
Someone
at that
said
and be extremely
IWM.
bullish. You know, tariffs in April, we've seen manufacturing climb higher. We've seen healthcare climb higher. The
IWM
same report,
went
though,
to
Marley.
below the
You can dig
CPI
a little bit
candle,
deeper
went
and see
back
that last year's
above
jobs
the
data
below
was
bottom.
reduced, essentially.
For now.
The jobs added was reduced by almost 900,000 jobs, which tells us for the second year in a row, we've been pretty flat on job creation.
Look, while
in
they're
this
trapping
economy.
the 3/3, right?
GDP
They're building
continues
hella
to grow.
liquidity.
That's a great thing.
So
You may look at that and think, well, GDP
682 to 675 and 679 we are at. The thing fucking went up $2-3 and went down $7 and went up $5. It's like a fucking $15-13 move already.
Dynamics are going to continue.
Time is only 11.
In AI. I think it requires discipline from the investors and turning off the noise and staying true to your plan.
So you make a compelling argument there. Also, in that conversation, how much of the volatility that we're seeing is tied to the Fed moving slower than the market seemingly wants it to?
I think
hella
that a lot of
volatility
that,
we're seeing.
At least at the beginning, maybe let's say at the end of 2025, maybe even the beginning of 2025, we saw the Fed reacting to interest rates. We'll just take their interest rate policy specifically. That we've seen a reaction that's a little bit slower than a lot of people desire. The labor market is
like the
weakening.
3/3 is
We see
extending and
that.
extending.
You know,
I removed
January
this
report
box and
sends
redrew
a
it like
little
3
mixed
times
signal.
now.
But we see the labor market weakening, and we still do not see rate cuts, which is traditionally the way that we would see that come to fruition.
Market
now,
is
again,
so
some of that may be
crazy.
political, Marley. I'm not here to debate that. But I'm telling you, AI, artificial intelligence, is going to change the way that the Fed has to look at rate cuts.
Cycles
In
are
our
humongous.
opinion, you know, rate cuts
because
may
of what
not
we
be
did
the
last week.
effective tool that it once was with
Cycles are
sparring
absolutely
the labor
humongous.
market a little bit higher.
Well, Dale, we appreciate you being with us on this Friday, taking time ahead of your weekend.
Trapping the 3/3 here, trapping the 1/3, trapping the 2/3 here. So trapping the 2/3, trapping the 3/3 there, then it's trying to go up, or it went up, showing bullish in a bearish trend line now.
Welcome back to Opening Bell. Joining me now, Chris Versace, Chief Investment Officer at Tematica Research, Portfolio Manager of the Street Pro.
Software's
Portfolio.
unfair sell-off.
Here.
Chris
So,
Versace's Air
seeing,
AI bull
you know,
case.
mixed market volatility.
Yo, we're back
has
out
been
open.
the
Oh
VIX
my
here at
fuck! Can anyone would have believed it? We're back out open 9:30
why
open
do you
level.
think the VIX is elevated
I have to draw
the way
a box
it
on
is?
that
I
now.
mean, particularly for the volatility or fear or nervousness in this market.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. There's just simply too much uncertainty in the marketplace.
That
You know, over the
actually
last
fucking
week or
unreal.
2 weeks, you know, we've seen the S&P 500 try to move.
I would have loved
past
it yesterday. That's
7,000.
why.
It hasn't happened
I mean,
yet.
at some point,
We've
would have.
seen,
At
you
some
know,
point, would have trapped the
AI,
3/3. Fuck.
worries,
doing it
concerns,
intraday
call it what you will,
with
move
the
from
LOD
sector to sector.
divergence,
People
and
are
the MACD
wondering
was like,
what is the next
and then
one
it
that
grew
could potentially be
at
unfairly
10:55
penalized or
in the
disrupted,
3/3, and then
depending on your
extended the
perspective.
3/3. So it's hard
We've
shit.
got some geopolitical concerns with the U.S. and Iran, and you know, I think when you put all that together, especially
11:10.
after the move that the market's made, there's a lot of questions about where do we go next on a sustained basis.
All right, now let's do a
Do
poll.
you think tech is oversold? I mean, a lot of folks are
All
out
right,
thinking that
now
the
let's
group
do a
has
poll.
potential.
Into the end of the day, is the market
So I
going to
would
close
say this,
green
Nicole,
or red
there are
based
certainly
on
areas of tech,
candle and based
you
on
know, a lot of
cycles
folks
we're
are
seeing
saying
now?
Salesforce, ServiceNow, you know,
This is a candle-based
way
poll, personal
oversold,
opinion only,
unfairly
nothing else.
punished given some concerns about AI, and I think that's right. But I also think that there are other areas inside of technology that are, you know, fairly being penalized because of the potential disruption of their business. You know, companies that, you know, sell data, whether it's, you know, FactSet or Moody's or something like that, that are based on a subscription business, you can see their revenue stream being disrupted, whether it's OpenAI, Anthropic, or others. I just think that, you know, the areas that software companies are tapping AI to drive AI adoption
All right.
in the enterprise,
Market will
those are
end
the ones
today
that have
based on
been
cycles
severely
and candles,
punished
in your
unfairly.
opinion, from where we are right now.
So
Bullish
I think about
or
the fact
bearish?
that, you know, by the way, you mentioned a couple of those names. I will say Dan
I don't
Ives
even
talked
want to
about
fucking do the poll.
$650
I don't even want to
and
fucking
he
vote,
thought that
but I will
that
vote
was
in
really
2
going to
minutes.
propel some of these
I don't
names
even
that have
wanna
sold
vote.
off, like Alphabet, like Palantir, also like Meta. He also noted that they had strong earnings.
I
those
voted
three
bullish
names that I
with
said.
5 other
He's
people. So
talked about
6
the
people
sell-off
said
for
bullish,
sales,
7, 8 people said bullish, 0 people said
ServiceNow,
bearish.
Salesforce, and one more. The other one was Microsoft.
Yo,
Apple
9
has a big
people
event
said
coming
bullish
up,
and
you know,
10 people
Apple
said bullish.
Experience Day here
1
in
person
New York
said bearish.
on
Who
March
is the
4th.
chicken little?
You know,
Let's
is
see
that
the
the
chicken
kind
little of
name
the
that you're
day.
gonna be
Scott
watching
Latine.
for more AI? They said Mac
You are the chicken
updates,
little.
new video
Quack,
podcasts
quack, quack.
be more
Please
competitive
quack,
in that
quack in
area
chat
and
and send some
video.
turkeys because you are
You know,
him.
like when you think about Apple and
Man,
Amazon
this is
and
a
these
personal
Mag 7
based
names,
on pro
all Mag 7
only.
names are
Nothing
down for
else.
2026.
Right, market is now showing green.
Yeah, you're right. So a couple things to unpack there, right? So I do
0.009%
think
on
that
spine.
as long as we continue to see rising AI
Time is
adoption
only
and
11.
more importantly usage, and that could be in the
Goddamn pool is
enterprise, that
so
could be with
one-sided.
consumers, that could
It's
be in
fucking
the federal
crazy.
government sector. I think
14 to 2.
ultimately we will see
Oh
the
my
need
God.
for this huge ramp
14
in
to
capital
2, bro.
spending
Fuck.
because more capacity
That's
will be
insane.
needed. And I think that's going to pull forward a number of different companies,
Man,
whether
dude,
they
I can't believe
are
it though because the
ones
Bulls got
like
fucking scared out crazy or they
Broadcom,
crushed it,
NVIDIA,
and then now it's
Marvell,
coming
or
back,
some
and
of
the
the
Bears
others
got
on
fucking
the
excited
infrastructure
crazy
side.
in
But
the
the key is
3/3,
going
and
to
they are
see
now
that
thinking
AI
like this is a
adoption
reversal.
increase. And so
Reversal,
far,
but like
Nicole,
in the
all
3/3,
signs are
but in
that
the
is happening. It is accelerating. So that does keep me bullish.
Now,
As far
do
as
we reach
Apple goes,
6,840?
I do
Is the
understand the
question
company
on
has some events
SPX,
coming.
right?
And
If
look,
the market
I
does
have
run, that
more
would be the
Apple
next
devices
target.
in my house
Maybe.
than I probably should.
Q. We gotta look at the higher
for
time
the
frame on
stock to
QQQ.
work near term, they're going to have to
There was a
figure out and
cornucopia line at
deliver
602.
a
I think they're
delightful
touching it again.
experience when it comes to this AI-enabled series. All
Look
we've
at the
seen so
QQQ
far
gap. They created
is
a W. Look at
push-outs.
this shit.
Now, they were
Look,
expected to deliver this in
this
beta
trend line
form
from
later this month.
last
That's been
week.
pushed
It
off.
might touch
In fact,
again.
if I have the
At
story
the
correct,
cornucopia
they're
cone. The realists remember
separating
the
it into 2 or
cornucopia
3
cone. The
different
bottom of the
updates,
cornucopia
with the
cone.
bigger one
Magna
coming
coming
later
in
this year with
crazy
iOS
bullish out of
27.
nowhere.
So
The Bulls are in
more
control, I
waiting,
guess,
but
is
to
the
me,
3/3.
ultimately, if they
Bulls are
can
in party
deliver
mode.
that experience,
They want to go
that is
fucking
the
break the
catalyst
HOD and
to
then go
get these
touch that
millions
QQQ
of
downward
iPhone
sloping
folks to
or the
upgrade.
bottom of the,
That's the key to the story.
cornucopia cone or whatever, and then
then
figure
you
it out
mentioned in the
maybe after they
past
reset
Aristnet.
everything.
Is this something you still have in your portfolio? Is it a name you're still interested in?
Maybe.
Yes, 100%.
That's what they're showing. I don't know. They could reject crazy here too, but I mean, that's based on candles alone. That's what they're fucking showing me right now.
Backlog
Maybe
numbers.
95% of the people are thinking that, or like 65% of the people, and 45% of the people think it's going to reject. It's crazy bullish. So,
networks.
all
We
right,
want
Bulls
to
14
see,
to
in the
4. It
face
is
of
closed.
all the uncertainty, rising, whether it's RPOs or remaining performance obligations, backlogs, total contract value.
That's a
in the
crazy
case of
number.
Palantir, as long as we see these numbers continuing to move higher, we can
And
remain,
30 minutes, market
bullish
reverted
and
crazy. In
patient
35 minutes,
with
market
the stocks
reverted
that are getting
crazy.
beaten up today, because ultimately the data is
Wow.
going to
Should I
drive
start
those stocks
singing
higher.
for the Bulls right now?
When you look at
Who
the
wants to start
technical
hearing
analysis
songs for the
and/or
Bulls? And who
fundamentals,
wants to start
we've
hearing
had 2 weeks
sad
of
songs
selling
or some shit?
for the S&P, 3
I
weeks for
don't
the
know,
Nasdaq
bro.
straight.
What in the? Should I be
Just
happy
the
here that it's doing
positioning,
this
does it
shit to
feel
go in
like
here
it's
or what?
time
Like,
to dip the toe
yo,
and get back in?
this is so crazy.
So when it comes to the S&P 500, over the last,
RSI MACD
little
just went up
while,
bullish.
we've seen it, fight with the
I did
50-day
say
moving average
somewhere
and
here,
then
if the MACD
retreat.
RSI goes into bullish
And
territory and it
it's
never
bounced
breaks
off
it,
its
somehow it is
100-day
still
moving
bullish.
average, and really
Even
that's
though
what we
I
saw
did say
last
this thing
Friday
may be
was it
playing
dipped
here.
below the
Wow.
50-day moving average. So now we're
I
watching.
did say that in the alert room. room. I said
area in
IWM may
between.
be playing with the
Perhaps
bottom of the
we will
CPI
bounce
candle,
off the
but it has
100-day moving
ran
average.
through
If
it.
we do, maybe it's time to,
10,
dip
15,
a little bit
bullish
into the
control.
market, but not necessarily
God.
go, hog
I'm
wild,
gonna
pull
go
all your
somewhere
chips
here.
in, that sort of
602,
thing.
top of the CPI candle,
But the question
and
we
the
have to ask
downward
ourselves
sloping
is,
channel.
okay, fine, we've seen this pattern emerge.
That's
What's
what
the
they're showing.
catalyst or
Time is
set of
11:15.
that's going to push us sustainably past the
Oh
50-day
my
moving
God.
average. I think a
Never
lot of
before
people
seen
thought it was
reversal
going to be the current
happening so
earnings
fast.
season. Increasingly,
What-
I think it's going to be what we hear from
Hallelujah.
management teams over the next
Hallelujah.
couple of weeks, back
Hallelujah.
half of the current
Hallelujah.
quarter, when they make their
Nah, bro,
rounds
this
at
shit is
investor
dead.
conferences. If we see some of those things that I just talked about order levels.
This candle is in the
RPOs,
heavens now,
backlog.
all right?
We get the signals
I'm sorry,
that they're
poll
continuing
close,
to
folks.
trend higher. I think it will push back on this AI destruction narrative. And then perhaps we can, move higher on a sustained basis.
Yo, I think oh my
we've got
God, look
such
at
an
SOXL.
interesting
Oh my
Bitcoin.
God, it trapped.
BlackRock recommends 1 to 2% allocation. Kevin
I was like, at some point, I want this shit to trap, right? Oh, it trapped. Hallelujah! 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 Hallelujah!
Eventually, all these institutions will continue to hesitate because they are concerned about quantum computing and that they won't go beyond 3% allocation. There's plenty of folks who think in the 60 range, Bitcoin in particular, and/or crypto has opportunity.
Previously, 4 p.m.
What do you
close.
hear about crypto?
White
I don't know if
line.
you're a crypto fan or not, but what do you hear folks saying about crypto? I mean,
Or we cycle, or we pop and touch that. I don't know, in 1 minute. Could be possible.
Yeah, so there's always a lot of questions about Bitcoin, right? And to be candid, we have
Someone could argue there's no confirmation rejection. There's no confirmation higher either, but they've been going to.
That perhaps some folks are moving away from Bitcoin.
This cycle just fucking building and building and building and building on top of each other like a water slide, like a fucking pyramid.
That to me is a little more interesting. It's
a
little more, shiny metal, tangible product that I think people can wrap their head around.
What is this ride down knife and what is this fucking nuclear ride rocket up?
Central bank
That's a rocket ship.
And other things that I think people can kind of resonate with
faster
a little
down.
more. So
faster
I would
up
be,
than down almost.
maybe more bullish on gold.
Never mind, faster down than up.
Okay, and gold today at 48.91. Chris Versace, Tematica.
Fast ass up, won't lie. From about here,
week.
11 to 11:15, so 15 minutes. Another cycle, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, and 3/3 of the 3/3 of the. Oh my lord. Let's see who SPX trapped. SPX coming in with a trap on the 1 hour 2, showing 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, and trapping the 3/3 of the 3/3 because they went lower and lower. Showing for now, we are in a downward channel. It's trying to curl up. It already curled up. We are at 6,840. We were talking about this 5 minutes ago. 6,840. It has reached the QQQ. Is at the previous day 4 p.m. close. It has not reached 602.18 yet. IWM busted down the CPI candle and then busted higher. IWM is doing Friday shits today, helping the market play with the CPI candle today. The bottom of it, at least for now.
On the one hand, dissonance in the fact that people want to play global reflation, small caps, international, and on the other hand, you're seeing just bond yields lower in terms of, I think, further fears of further concern around the AI trade within the U.S.
You're linking the AI trade dynamics over to price up, yield down.
You can't do it with the economic data, whether it be the surprise index at multi-month highs, whether it be the jobs data as of the last week or two. So you can't link it that way.
Dan, I mean, nobody does tech research better than the Morgan Stanley complex. You guys have been leaders on that for decades here. What do you guys make of this fade software, just broadly defined? I mean, software is a story that just works for everybody all the time. Now it's really under some risk here.
Sure, and thank you, Paul. Appreciate that kudos. So, number one, I think it's one of these many examples of dissonance at the moment. On the one hand, the market is fearful over AI spending. On the other hand, the market's saying software is going to be disrupted. So I can't explain that one in terms of efficacy versus disruption. And look, I would say not all software, not to be that completely out of consensus, but not all software is created equal. When I look at the varying types of software, some of these companies are actually partnered with the AI model makers today.
Right. You know, it's funny, we were talking about software and just tech research, and you think Mary Meeker, she was in the news again this weekend, Mary Meeker. She won the AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am.
Wow.
No way. No way. What does she do? Hand her PowerPoint?
I don't know.
Her PowerPoint to the
I saw her in the news.
Remember her PowerPoint?
Oh,
and
yeah.
you had to sit there in a bar with Alexa. She'd sit in a bar
IWM still
in
bullish.
Midtown Manhattan, with the beverages of your choice. Beverages.
Top of the CPI candle trying to break out.
What, Dan? It'd be 64 pages. And the problem with Mary, every page had value.
Yep, that was the problem.
You know, it was
good stuff.
64 was the intro.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So what are we doing here? Broadly defined with equities here, 2025, excellent returns in the U.S., even better returns outside of the U.S. What's the setup here for 2026?
So number one, we're saying to stick with the international trade, right? So on the one hand, whereas the AI-centric optimism has now ceded to concern, that's obviously benefiting international, number one.
This is how they get everybody at the fucking most bottom in the 3/3 with emotion is what I said at the most fucking top.
Europe in some degree with this defense.
This is how they got everybody here because they went lower and lower. I did not expect the market to go lower and lower.
Number two, we're telling folks don't abandon the large cap quality adopters in the US. I think the biggest dissonance I've observed over the last month, and we've known software is going to be disrupted for the last 2 years, so that's not the big surprise. It's that every other sector of the market has seemingly been taken out to the disruption woodshed. And a lot of these, by the way, were the names that were the biggest adopters of AI.
This market going to come out on CNBC saying the market did a whole ass V now.
3/4 of the way through earnings. It seems pretty solid out there. Has earnings been solid enough for this market?
Not at the moment. Yeah, I think the market is losing sight of. We talked about the macroeconomic data earlier. Pretty solid and above itself. And earnings is broadening out. I think the key trend at the moment is that you're seeing Russell 3000 median earnings growth of around 11%. And that's up from, call it, low single digits the last year or so.
I mean, I look at the Google bond deal the other day. Lisa Shell loaded a boat for Morgan Stanley on a 100-year
weird as
piece. But I'm sitting there this week and going, okay, Microsoft's in the tank. Down a couple dollars this morning as well. It's closed at 401. It's trading now 399. Okay, Dan Scully, fine. But can't they and others in one Bloomberg headline change the zeitgeist?
They're
by
cooking
saying,
it
we're going to do a ginormous
before they do
bond
something
deal
here too,
off
but they're
Dan
cooking
Scully's
it.
desk at Morgan Stanley.
Well, we'd welcome the partnership, no doubt. Listen, I think when you look at the majority of AI spend, it's still being funded from cash flow. On the margin, there is leverage coming into the system. But Tom, as you know, many of the Mag 7 balance sheets are net cash balance sheets. They could afford to take on some leverage.
Am I right that they could do one? What do your tech people say? Can they do one tranche?
Man, it looks so unstable and shaky at the bottom. The minority of the people not probably the shows in the fucking do this sort of shit.
We think there's some.
I'm talking about 1040 to 1045 to 1050 to 1050 to
some leverage here. But look, at the end of the day, we think the market is efficiently and probably rightfully taking a pause on Mag 7 at the moment and the S&P because we've had this massive spending ramp up. We have alternatives for the first time in a decade. We have other markets with momentum. And we all know what momentum as a factor has meant for equities over the last several years.
Market is at a very, very critical, crucial moment.
So at the moment,
let's
momentum
clear the chat. Let's hit the like button on the live stream. Thank you all for being here.
Because, I mean,
we all understand how things work. We all understand how life is. So
is that now the time for them to shine?
Let's calm down for 10 seconds, all right? Everybody that is involved is getting a 10-second block.
Negative at the moment.
10-second
Number
reload.
two, it's real
Reset your
fundamental
mind,
capital. So whether it be defense we talked about, in a post-Ukraine recovery effort, we might see a Marshall Plan type equivalent rebuilding infrastructure out there. Right. And number three, when I look at fiscal policy,
everybody reset.
We've talked a lot about the U.S. fiscal and political situation. Look at what's going on with Japan post the elections. We now have
Bulls are coming in fucking crazy, right? Bears are coming in fucking crazy, right? Everybody's uptight. We all get it. It's just we all got to understand.
So do you have
we
a
all
target
understand.
in mind for maybe the
expect a lot of volatility as we go forward, says Aliyan's Mohammed El Irian.
Yeah, I think we will see it going back towards 4.5. And when we get closer to that, you'll hear something from the administration that will be very worried about the mortgage
Time
issue
is 11:20.
in the context of the affordability issue. You'll hear more about
top of the CPI candle is reached on SPY.
I think we are in a range from
Time
4
is
to 450
11:25.
with the average being closer to 450 than it is to 4.
IWM.
Mohammed,
breaking out to the high of the day. Insane trap on IWM too. I would have never imagined IWM regaining the CPI candle or the top after it went lower. But I mean,
how you view it.
I guess they could argue IWM is still bullish because IWM is 0%
people who are still investing. What are your thoughts about that? Whether there
they did go lower on the market like crazy. This is what I like to see. This is more healthier than me.
So I would say we're in a different market. We no
longer term picture.
The love affair with AI that we had last year.
Market already went
this
down
is a
crazy,
market
so
David defined, I think, and will
some
continue
sort of
to
bounce
define
is healthier
by
than
three
not.
words: volatility,
This is good.
dispersion. You're going to see a lot more dispersion and fragmentation.
IMC.
And I would build my position bottom up, not top down, and I would certainly be picking up names that were impacted by this theory of the market for lemons.
I stopped caring at 9:31.
Because they end up having a one technical correlation.
I stopped giving a fuck at 9:31.
So I think this is a massive opportunity for stock picks, and it particularly
David said, so the chat will get volatile just like the market.
So
exactly.
For me, this is a
world volatile, the market volatile, and everybody volatile, right? There's political volatility, there's economic volatility, right? There's
it doesn't mean you buy
all sorts of volatility.
Across the board.
Just find some stability. It's all good.
Strong balance sheets,
strong kale, eat smoothie,
and strong leadership.
And just lastly, Mohammed, on the volatility that you're
what are we even talking about right now, all right? I hope everyone ate good, right?
Between the winners and
I did not
losers,
eat breakfast. I
does
hope
it
you guys
also
all had a
to
delicious
with US and Iran
over the weekend,
trying to focus on these second round of talks?
Hope you all enjoyed life.
I mean, it ties to both. And
HOD broke on SPY. Wind direction is now north
economic outcomes
from being south.
And policies and market
flipped
outcomes
up.
will be less a function of economic and commercial
wind direction is now officially
and more
north.
a function of national security, geopolitics, and domestic politics. You know, we no longer have the unifying theme.
680, we're at
grew up in an
683.
easy
That's
world
crazy.
Where there
It's
were
our
two
pull.
themes: globalization, the
This is
ever-closer
crazy
integration
work.
of countries, and the Washington Consensus.
Now we have a
Certain ways
divergence
to
at
run
the
the
roof.
economy. We don't have those
HOD
anymore.
divergence
So
and
we
a
will
LOD
get a lot of
divergence.
volatility
Now
as we go
there's
forward.
more volatility than not.
Yeah,
wind direction was south from pre-market, taking out 940 into 1040. Wind direction was north from 1040 into 1125. It could go more
Thank
north.
you so much for having me.
But there's a divergence at the floor and there's a divergence at the roof. The bears are hoping on the divergence on the floor. They have been. Bulls are hoping on the divergence clearing now.
You're absolutely right. This year is compressed just because, of course, the midterm elections. I think both the House and the Senate leaders are going to be eager for their members to go back to their districts and states to campaign.
David said, what do you mean you didn't have breakfast?
November.
Exactly,
so
bro. I've been up since 5 a.m. in the morning, and I smoked
this
cigs.
Congress probably will likely
Makes me hungry,
come to
and I'm even more hungry. I can't wait till the market closes or some
near
shit.
July.
So I can
now,
go
of course,
eat
they'll be back in session
big
in
ass
September
steak.
to fund the government,
Big
hopefully
ass
fund the
steak.
government once again for fiscal year 2027. But outside of that, we're not really expecting much legislation, beyond the August or the summer recess.
I had SOXL.
Libby, in one of your recent notes in your Washington Watch note,
February
you
20th. I
had
had SOXL
was
puts
2025
puts into
peak
February 20th.
Trump. What do you mean by that?
I am God blessed that I got a
so in
fucking
many ways,
8%
this
minus,
is
or what the
pretty
fuck was it?
consistent with
I'm God
other
blessed that I got a
presidential
fucking
cycles.
3% minus down
year
exit,
of an
and the thing
administration,
reverted to
particularly
fucking
when the party in the
0.19%
White House controls
green,
both
going
chambers
red,
of Congress,
0.26%
does
red
see
now.
its
So
sort of peak presidential power.
I'm glad about what
Congress
happened. Very
is
glad about
usually
what
gives a wide berth to
One
their
opportunity
president
was
to
not
sort of do
missed
what they
for me.
want to do.
9:30
The
or
courts
fucking
in this case
10:30
of
or
Trump
not,
have been sort of slow to catch up.
10
So in
a.m. for
2025,
SOXL,
like
but yeah.
2021 was for Biden, for President
What's important
Biden,
is what
like in
happens
some
now.
ways
Market is deciding what
2009
to do
was
now.
for President
Today,
Obama.
with
We
all the
do
bearish
believe
traffic,
that
there's a lot of bulls
2025
here now,
was
too,
peak Trump in that it was sort of his apex of presidential power. 2026, and we've already seen some signs of this at the end of 2025 and the beginning of this year. We think the constraints of both the Congress and the courts will bind this president more. And again, this is less of something sort of specific to President Trump, and it's much more sort of indicative of the general political cycle where members of Congress in particular start pivoting to their own survival and pivot to midterms, and as a result start pushing back on their president, even when it's the president of their own party.
Is the Senate at risk?
Fuck, excuse me.
I mean, can the Democrats win the Senate from where you sit?
1/3 growing.
I think if you had asked me several months ago, I would have said absolutely not. Now, it's still not our base case. We still think that
Time
the
is
GOP
11:30.
will control the
11:25
Senate,
is rejecting
but
it
there
into
are
11:30,
some
trying to create a cycle
primaries that are
before
going to
they
be
go
quite
lower,
important.
most likely,
Texas, in
statistically speaking,
particular,
or
on
not,
March
or
3rd,
create a cycle
who
here,
wins
bounce,
that on the
pull back,
Republican
and then go
and
higher
Democratic
somehow and clear
side.
the divergence at the roof.
I think we'll be,
There's a
we'll
divergence
sort
at
of
the roof
tell whether
and a
that state
divergence
is
at the
actually in
floor.
play. But as you know, Tom, right now Republicans control the Senate by 4 seats. Not only would Democrats have to defend seats in Georgia and Michigan, those are seats that they have right now that, of course, Trump won in those states, but they would have to win 4 of 6, pretty reddish, pinkish states, including North Carolina and Maine, but also Ohio, Texas, Iowa, Alaska. Again, they would have to have a perfect night. I think to take back the House, they would have to have a so-so night. But in order to take back the Senate, they would have to have a perfect night.
So, Libby, you mentioned the courts here. I guess we're still waiting on the Supreme Court's ruling on
3/3 bearish
tariffs. Are you surprised that it's taken this long? And does that tip the hand to maybe how they may vote here?
Yeah, I'm going to defer to the sort of the court experts, which I am not one of.
Rejection is here. There's our strong. They want to go lower to the bottom of the CPI candle. They want to pull back a little bit and then figure out there's a lot of bulls up here. IW is pulling back from being 0%, green or red.
That Roberts is likely trying to, if this
29,
verdict does go against the White House, probably trying to get as much of a majority on that opinion as possible. So that may justify the delay or what have you, or explain the delay.
Volume is growing.
The bottom line here for markets and what we're telling our clients is that even if the court does rule against the White House, and again, just based on the oral arguments, it looks like, at least in some form or fashion, they may, that this White House still has many other tools that Congress has given them.
A divergence at the roof and a divergence at the floor.
In jeopardy here. But Section 122, Section 301, sort of this number soup of provisions, they can still impose their tariff agenda.
I did 0 DT scalp for 1 minute.
And he was spirited, to say the least. We thank Dr. Navarro for his appearance. And I got him upset talking about
trade
how
for the
McKinley, late in his term before his tragic assassination, made what was called the Buffalo pivot. Are we in a slow-motion Buffalo pivot right now as the president brings down tariffs?
Yeah, well, I think they look. I think there's likely some sort of suggestion that some folks in the White House do realize that tariffs on things that the U.S. cannot produce, bananas and coffee, for instance, are areas where maybe some tariff relief is necessary. There's of course some reports that there's some tweaking of the steel and aluminum
crazy ass fucking
well.
start of the 1/3,
could we
2/3.
see
Now this is the 3/3
a bit of a
play.
softening on tariffs? Sure, as sort of again realpolitik kind of sets in here in advance of the midterms.
Man,
I think, though, however, Tom, to underestimate this president and his sincerity and conviction on tariffs is something the markets continue to do, and I think they continue to be on the wrong side of that.
There's some wisdom.
I don't know how the fuck. Dude, they made.
This is an ideology, of course, he's had for decades.
Show red today and be bouncing tomorrow. Like, what the fuck?
The trade agenda.
LOD and HOD divergence is not good for the bears or bulls. Everybody hoping you into the max.
The markets and the economy are still going to have to digest, tariff policy and trade policy risk as long as this president's in the White House.
Libby, affordability has become a big issue in this cycle of economic discussion here, and particularly one of the areas is housing and the lack of affordability.
The only reason why I have this still drawn and why I'm adjusting is because the LOD divergence that exists at the floor.
The 21st Century Act. What is this act, and does it have a chance to become law?
That's the only reason.
How are our leaders trying to make housing more affordable?
Yeah, so it does, and it did, and the House and the Senate have now passed their own sort of respective bills. This will now go into what's called a conference committee, which, as you guys know, is sort of the fancy way of basically saying that the House and the Senate will kind of hammer out the differences in that legislation, and then we'll have to go past a unified bill. I do think this will be signed into law. This does, I think, show you that both sides of the aisle are quite worried about this issue, just politically speaking. Of course, housing affordability continues to be one of the big laments among voters on both sides of the aisle. The reality is, however,
bouncing until 11:35 perfectly.
There are just few levers that policymakers can really pull that have a meaningful impact on supply.
11:35 reloaded
to one thing that we do think that the White House has done and probably will continue to do that could help is for the GSEs to continue to buy mortgages. They've been doing that over the last few months. that has brought down mortgage rates
targeting
at least
VWAP.
incrementally. We continue to.
I could see VWAP and then figure some shit out.
The key thing I heard there, Libby, is from here to eternity, you don't see any more legislation coming out of the Senate or the House signed by the president?
No, and sorry, we do. I think the House will. I think that the president will sign this housing bill into law. But outside of that, and then again,
going on, it could
a
fail.
funding bill for fiscal year 2027, there just may not be very much. I think there's been some hope among market participants or some expectation that Congress may pass something in advance of the midterms that could boost the economy. We don't think that is the case.
Should I walk away for 2 seconds and close my fucking eyes
bill, no
so I
more
don't jinx
tariff
this
dividends
bitch?
or what have you.
I could do
Which
that.
Congress, of course, has to authorize. So yeah, I think that's going to be, some cats and dogs, Tom, but nothing really significant from a market's perspective.
Libby Cantrell, thank you so much with PIMCO.
Man, God bless month for me. No matter what happens here, I don't give a fuck. I don't want to fucking say bullish or bearish here. That's what I really want to say. Right? Mentally, I don't give a fuck if they dump here. Mentally, I don't give a fuck if they bump here. That's my truth. I'm sorry, but that's the truth for me. So I'll say the truth.
Hello, Steve.
I don't care if.
So,
where's a
great
carrot
financial
emoji?
numbers you saw. Low inflation, very low inflation. Prices are down, way down.
Where's my fucking carrot emoji, bro?
Gasoline is less than $2 in many places.
I don't care it.
Which nobody expected to see, but
I'm gonna go get some food. I'll be back in 2 minutes. So I don't care it.
Of drill, baby drill, and prices are coming down very strongly. And as goes gasoline and oil and gas.
I used to say this shit when I was a fucking kid. I don't care if a fucking year ago, but I truly don't care if. Careth, C-A-R-E-T-H, Careth. If you don't believe that's a word, I don't give a fuck. It's not a real word. I don't care if.
Many of whom should not have been allowed into our country with their open border policy. But it's.
Do you care it? Do thou care it? Alright, that's the fucking real question, right? Do thou care it? That's the real fucking question.
Involved in those talks.
Do thou care it?
And they'll be very important. We'll see what can happen.
Small cycle. We're talking about 5, 15, 10 minutes. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Or bad negotiators. I would say they're bad negotiators because we could have had a deal instead of sending the B-2s in to knock out their nuclear potential, and we had to send the B-2s. I hope they're going to be more reasonable. They want to make a deal.
Have you been told that a deal is next to impossible?
No, I think they want to make a deal. I don't think they want the consequences of not making a deal. They want to make a deal.
Are you going to sit down with Democrats this week on DHS funding, sir?
I will, but we have to protect our law enforcement. They've done a great job. I just got finished saying that we have the best crime numbers we've had in many years, and on murders, 125 years, and that's despite a lot of people that shouldn't have been let into our country coming into our country, criminals, many criminals, but we've taken out tens of thousands of people, brought them back to their countries. Many of the criminals that were brought in, allowed to come in, have been removed. So, we're okay. But to have the best crime numbers, which aren't made by me, these are made by people that do that, many left-leaning. We have the best murder numbers. Horrible thing to say, but we have the best murder numbers since 1900. That's before my father was born. 125 years, think of it. The best crime numbers since 1900 having to do with murder, and really good crime numbers, the best in years.
Are there any demands that Democrats are making that you're okay with?
Well, I don't like some of the things they're asking for. We're going to protect law enforcement. We're going to protect ICE. They're part of the whole system that is working. In Washington, D.C. now is considered a very safe city. When I took over, it was a city that you were losing 2-3 people a week. Over 100 people a year were being murdered in Washington. Now it's considered a very safe city. And we did that. I did it over a fairly short period of time, too.
On DHS, recent news reports have discussed the widespread belief that Kristi Noem and Corey Lewandowski are in a personal relationship. Is that a bad look? Recent news reports have discussed the possibility that Kristi Noem and Corey Lewandowski are in a close personal relationship. Is that a bad look, and do you think she'll be in the job much longer?
I don't know about that. I mean, I haven't heard that, but I'll find out about it. But I have not heard.
Do you think will you give your State of the Union speech if we're still in a shutdown next week?
Well, I think I would. Wouldn't bother me. I would give it, yeah.
How are the negotiations going?
With what? Which one? We have a lot of negotiations.
No, with the government shutdown.
This is a Democrat shutdown. This has nothing to do with Republicans. This is a Democrat shutdown. They're upset that the crime numbers are so good. They're very unhappy that the crime numbers are so good. They're very unhappy that there's a movement for getting voter ID. They want voter ID. The population, 98%, want voter ID. They don't want voter ID because they want to cheat at elections. They also want other things. They don't want mail-in ballots. They want to end mail-in ballots, which is corrupt. And one other thing that they're insisting on is proof of citizenship. And the Democrats don't want to give proof of citizenship. They don't want to give voter ID. Think of it. Who wouldn't want proof of citizenship? I ask you, Steve. Who wouldn't want voter ID? And why would you want mail-in
All right, I'm back.
if you know
I got a
it's
chocolate
corrupt?
cake. 10% of the population is gone. Something's about to happen.
That has this
No,
mail-in ballots.
Oh my lord.
The only country in the world that has this system of mail-in
Should've got a fucking carrot cake.
Because they cheat. And the fact is they could never get elected if they ever change. They know it. If you had voter ID, if you had proof of citizenship, they could never win an election.
Cycling at the
They
roof.
know that, and they're fighting to the hill. And I put this down with men playing in women's sports. I put it down with transgender for everybody. I put it down with their horrible open border policy.
My chocolate cake ready for this shit.
They don't want voter ID. No voter ID. And I put that down in the same category.
Oh my
with
god.
men playing in
It's like I'm
women's
eating the
sports.
first, what is the
You can
first
add a
bite of my
fourth
day.
category. They don't want voter ID. Go ahead.
Gotta eat food when you're most hungry, folks. Gotta eat food. Gotta eat ramen when you're most hungry. That's what it is.
Has something to hide. What's your response?
I have nothing to hide. I've been exonerated. I have nothing.
How do you cook the best ramen? Eat that shit when you're starving.
That they'd find it and found just the opposite. I've been totally exonerated. In fact, Jeffrey Epstein was fighting that I don't get elected with some author, a sleazebag, by the way. And I've been totally exonerated. No, they're getting pulled in, and that's their problem. I don't know. They're gonna have to see what happens. But I watched her in Munich, and she seriously has Trump derangement syndrome.
Do you think that she should publicly testify?
You know, I've been totally exonerated on Epstein, and it's really interesting because they've been pulled in.
That is some good chocolate cake.
They've been pulled in.
And some frosting.
And many other Democrats have been pulled in. Yeah.
Ooh, devoured it. I devour everything. Within fucking minutes, I devour everything. Delicious cake, life, happiness, struggles, joy, shit.
Warning Cuba.
I want them
to make a
all,
deal.
baby.
What does that deal look like? What do you want them to do?
Cuba is right now a failed nation. They don't even have jet fuel to get for airplanes to take off. They're clogging up their runway.
I want them all, baby.
Cuba right now. I have Marco Rubio talking to Cuba right now, and they should absolutely make a deal because it's really a humanitarian threat. And we have a lot of great Cuban Americans, and they're going to be very happy when they're going to be able to go back and say hello to their relatives and do things that they should have been allowed to do for a long time. I'm very interested in the people that are here that were treated so badly by Castro and the Cuban
Democrats.
authorities. They have been treated horribly. So we'll see how it all turns out. But Cuba and us, we are talking. In the meantime, there's an embargo. There's no oil. There's no money. There's no anything.
If a deal isn't made, would you consider an operation like the one in Venezuela?
I don't want to answer that. Why would I answer that? If I was, it wouldn't be a very tough operation, as you can.
Cuba.
But I don't think that'll be necessary.
What happened to Fidel?
Marco Rubio received really positive reviews in Munich.
Is Fidel still up and going?
Is there a scenario in which you would support him at the top of the ticket in 28?
Something I don't have to worry about now. I've got 3 years to go. So it's something I don't have to worry. JD's fantastic and Marco's, they're both fantastic. I think really, and I think Marco did a great job in Munich.
Miguel Diaz-Canel.
Never
mind.
Warned about sending more weapons to Taiwan. What was your response then? Are you going to send more weapons to Taiwan?
I have a response. I'm talking to him about it.
Feels like I'm in a plane right now.
And we'll make a determination pretty soon.
Presidential live stream.
In fact, I'll be going, I guess, in April.
yesterday.
Your trip to Rome, Georgia on Thursday, your trip to Marjorie.
Roy said, market got me eating ramen for 2 weeks now. Oh, God. Hopefully, it's some good shrimp, oriental, foreign, from Japan or from Korea ramen. Some good ramen.
So your board of peace meets for the first time this week. You said it could be the most
Hopefully the ramen turns into spaghetti.
That's a high bar.
Spaghetti and meatballs.
Well, I think it can be. We're going to have all world leaders. They're putting up tremendous amounts of money. And I think it's going to go far.
Small cycles are building into a bigger, medium-term cycle. 680 would be the first point of contentiousness if it does break 1130.
But I think they might aid us a little bit. But we have the greatest leaders in the world joining the Board of Peace, and we'll be doing.
Garrett said, "Shrimp Maruchan, fake ass noodles. Get that shit out of here. What the hell are you talking about? Get some. Go to a Korean shop mart." Get yourself a king noodle, all right? They sell one of those king-size noodles for $4, all right? Worth it.
Japan won by a landslide.
King-size noodles.
I think she was going to win, but she won.
1.5 times serving. Two people for one. 2 for 1.
And she attributed my
big boy servings only. Market trying to pull back, but cycle is kind of horrendously scary. Small cycles are building, could turn into bigger. However, for now, it is tiny as shit.
Is there a chance you would endorse Paxton, and why haven't you endorsed Cornyn?
I just haven't made a decision.
Maybe turning into a medium-term cycles if it breaks 1130. If it ever breaks 679.72, turns into a bigger cycle.
They've all supported me. They're all good.
If 1125 breaks somehow, that would already. This is already a bigger cycle. So.
Involved in the rift between UAE and Saudi Arabia?
No,
I'm not trying to be one side leading here at all. I'm just saying if something happens here, that's what it would show.
They do indeed have a rift.
It doesn't mean real or not, but that's what it would show in that moment. Into the next checkpoint at the minimum nearby.
That's an easy one to settle.
On Venezuela, Nancy Rodriguez
Cycles are super tight. Risk is even tighter than before. From market open into 10, into 1040, into 11, into 1120, into shit. All of the fucking previous.
The relationship with Venezuela, she's doing a very good job, and I fully understand that statement.
Looks like the boars are coming.
We have Ukraine talks tomorrow as well in Geneva with Witkoff and Jared Kushner. What are you expecting there? Is there
really big talks? It's going to be very easy. I mean, look, so far, Ukraine better come to the table fast. That's all I'm telling you. We are in a position. We want them to come. And by the way, I watched AOC answering questions in Munich. This was not a good look for the United States. I watched Gavin Newsom answering questions in Munich, and this was a bad look for our country. This was a bad. These two people are incompetent, and at least Hillary's competent. She's just Trump deranged. She was so deranged.
Oh hell nah! You bringing in the Hillary?
I watched the other two speaking and answering basic questions. Look, Gavin is destroyed.
Hillary the best, bro.
And AOC, I never really got her to. I never heard her speak very much, and they started answering questions. She had no idea what was happening. She had no idea how to answer, very important questions concerning the world.
Dude, last I heard Hillary was in 2020 when I was in college, 2017. When I was in Rutgers, she visited Rutgers. 2017. Oh,
we'll be lifting a lot of bans. I think you're going to see everything opening up. Gaza, look, we have peace in the Middle East. Now, you have some flames here and there, but we essentially have peace in the Middle East, and that happened primarily when we did the B-2 attack on the potential nuclear power. They would have had a nuclear weapon within 1 month. If that happened, it would have been a whole different deal. Okay,
I'll go range at 1150.
So the $5 billion that you announced yesterday for the Board of Peace, is that a down payment, or are you expecting more?
We want to help people. That's peanuts compared to the kind of money that has been spent.
Hillary.
By Bush. Any questions?
What are you expecting from these Iran talks in Geneva tomorrow?
So I'll be involved in those talks indirectly, and they'll be very important.
They said this yesterday, and then they came out at 7:30 in the morning saying Iran is doing some drill.
Or bad negotiations. I would say bad negotiations. Oh my Lord! We could have had a deal instead of sending the B-2s in to knock out their nuclear potential, and we had to send the B-2s. I hope they're going to be more reasonable. They want to make a deal.
Bulls are trying their darndest. Bulls are hoping, bears are hoping because of the LOD divergence, the HOD divergence.
They want the consequences of not making
it's a factor of hope. It's a matter of time.
See Bitcoin down again now. Crypto this morning, which is once again lower, as you can see. Bitcoin down again now below 68,000. That is down better than 25% over the last month.
Are here.
Roughly 50% from the all-time highs, which was about
everyone in the world is seeing the same candle,
Bitcoin
though.
has had a rough going. Ethereum as well, down nearly 40%. Way down by ETF outflows, softer institutional demand. Analysts say Bitcoin could fall to 50,000, warning a sharp V-shaped rebound is looking more unlikely. While others are arguing that digital assets close to hitting a price
gold
bottom
moves at the
right
market
now.
looks like.
Joining me now is Ethereum treasury company FG Nexus Digital Assets CEO Maya Vujonovic.
Since about 10:25,
Maya, great to have you. Thank you so much for
instead of
being
saying
here.
bounce until 11.
Tell us about this decline in prices
futures.
and what you believe is behind it.
Yeah, good morning, Maria. It's a pleasure to meet you, and it's great to be here. I think you're absolutely right. The sentiment is there. I mean, that 50-ish K seems quite reasonable at this point. But I would also say this is not really unusual, right? Crypto has had a very strong run. Bitcoin has had an extremely strong run last year. And so the market has been consolidating. I actually think it's quite healthy to take out the leverage out of the system and for us to kind of, you know, level field. And so what's really notable for me is quite the other things that are happening, which is beneath the price movement that you're seeing and the crazy kind of volatility, you're really seeing technology proliferate and you're seeing blockchain really implemented everywhere, especially you know, I was listening to your earlier conversation around AI. I mean, those two technologies are a perfect marriage for each other. And so for me, all the institutional activity that's happening, particularly on Ethereum, right, and the real use cases for payments, I mean, that's not going away. And then hopefully on tokenization as well with Clarity Act. So I think this is all short-term price movement, which I think is actually good.
SPY is 0%.
And not to have euphoria. And then we see what happens from there.
So Maya, explain your business, FG Nexus, and how you're impacted in all of this.
Absolutely. Well, we are impacted, right? I think that if most people tell you they're not impacted, everything is okay. I think, you know, I don't know where they're living, but we definitely are impacted. We are a treasury vehicle, Ethereum treasury vehicle, where it's like MicroStrategy, but for Ethereum. And there is a reason why we chose Ethereum. We chose Ethereum simply, I've been part of this industry for the last 15 years.
Put-to-call ratio.
And we chose this because it's a productive asset. It's a smart contract. It's not just a currency. Really what you're seeing, everything from JP Morgan, Fidelity, Apollo, right? Number of other institutions that are implementing these smart contracts that are capable of transferring value from one place to another in a much more efficient way. And that really is Ethereum. And we chose Ethereum because we believe that this is a choice of institutions for what's coming in terms of revamping our financial system. So we are growing ETH per share. And we are hopefully building a business as well.
And the company announced a 1-for-5 reverse stock split aimed at attracting more institutional investors, improving the liquidity here as you're advancing your Ethereum-focused strategy.
I think the market's going to close red today somehow.
Jump in.
Or
I guess
it turns it stays green a little bit, but
observers
I voted market's going to close bullish earlier, so I don't want to change my poll, but
in a period which, generally speaking, has been so risk-on. In other words, gold's going up so dramatically, currencies are strong, and up until recently, the AI trade obviously has been enormous. So how do you explain that differential?
Massive volume on energy right now.
I think that's a
gold.
very fair question.
It's going to do the same thing with the
honestly,
market.
From my
So whatever
side,
the market
being in
does,
this industry for a while, I
chop
do think that
or
crypto
go higher
has been a little
or go lower.
disappointing. It's exactly what you said, where we should be seeing really, if Bitcoin is a digital gold, we should be seeing it rise up as a gold. But we also saw a major drop in gold the other day, right? And so I would say that we're still, I think crypto is 15, 20 years old, right? Bitcoin is.
Yeah.
And so I think it's still trying to find its footing of what it actually means,
15,
right? Is it a payments, a method of payments, or is it a digital gold?
Mark Tepper.
Yeah, Maya, my question for you is, it just seems like investor sentiment, whether we're talking about crypto or stocks right now, is certainly
South Sea China company of our times.
Reliability and dependability over volatility. That's where I see things going.
Bitcoin.
I mean, you look at the sell-off in tech. What are people buying? Boring
Everything
consumer
fucking South Sea
staples.
China company
People
of our
have been
times. Fuck
selling
am I talking
crypto,
about? But
which,
seriously,
has a history of being a high flyer, but
120,000 to
also
fucking
volatile in favor of
68,000,
gold.
and people
My
are saying
question
on
for you is,
Poly
how
market
much of the
48,000.
sell-off in crypto
Tom
do you
Leon
think
news saying
actually
Wall
was
Street's going to wipe
exacerbated
out
by
Bitcoin. Like
people
that
selling
is
crypto
terrifying.
to chase gold and silver prices?
On Bitcoin crypto, dude.
Yeah, and I think a lot. And I think it was coupled by a couple of different things, right? You had geopolitical instability. You've had all of this tariff. You've had a Greenland announcement, right? You had a lot of OGs. People have been in the space for a long time selling. And I think when folks are seeing this instability globally, people are flocking naturally into things they've known for thousands of years.
To grind
and
higher
gold has
with the
been there
candle
for thousands
breaking out
of
of
years.
the wedge.
This is by default our human nature almost kind of ingrained that we flocking towards land, not just I would say those assets, but really land. I've seen lots of people kind of go into land
and 2 minutes.
and Verizon and consumer staples, right? And so people are trying to hold on to something that they feel is really stable. Now, what is also happening is I've been watching in the last couple of days is a slow influx of people coming into crypto. And you can see it on chain. This is what makes this industry really interesting. You can literally see everything on a blockchain, right? You cannot erase it. It's there. So you're seeing more of these inflows coming in right now, and slowly people accumulating.
Time is still 11:55.
But I do agree with you that crypto needs to find more stability in order to have
now it's showing full-on fucking bullish HOD divergence clear at the minimum.
Great conversation, Maya. We so appreciate your analysis there. Please come back soon. Maya Vianovich,
thank you so much,
joining us this morning.
They created a W. Every time they create a W, it's like, how the fuck did they create this W? And it looks crazy, but like every time. Why the fuck does a W look so crazy every time? Man, SOXL did a W too intraday, but I mean, look at this W. QQQW. It looks fucking nuts. W. Oh my god. All the liquidity, the majority at the top of the W before they went down, the majority at the top of the bottom of the W when they go lower, and then they go higher on it. Well, there was some bullish news on Tesla 3 days ago, looks like, or news video. And then it went lower intraday, and now it's at 408. Well, what a day today has been. And that candle coming in thick with a rejection, saying, fuck out of here. Well, what a huge day already. Is that a chase candle? Is that the real? I don't know. That is a huge candle above the breakout, fake out. You know, the craziest thing, right, that I did not set in the WhatsApp group, that is the reality, is on Friday, the insider sells, the executives of major companies, they sold like crazy, 99%. And the 1%, there was one trade that was an insider buy on Friday. That's the most fucking craziest shit ever. There's some data that I saw in one of the YouTube videos. But there's literally one trade versus 99 or fucking 99%. Anthropic in disagreement with Pentagon over AI surveillance. This news earlier in the morning. UK jobs data gives green light to March Bank of England.
I just want to start by seeing if you're able to explain or unpack the recent price action that we've seen in Bitcoin.
Yes, so Bitcoin, price is very volatile. A lot of it is due to trading, not just investment, but a lot of traders are trading it on the spot exchanges, on the derivatives, futures, and like you said, the options market and the futures market. So with a lot of longs and short position, it becomes a very volatile asset, especially now that we see the bull market is over. So we're in bear market territory. So there's got a lot of room to fall.
So where is the next support level for crypto, and what happens if we break through that? Is it 60,000 or are you watching another level?
I think you called it right. At the $60,000 level, there's going to be a lot of liquidations. You can see that it's very public in terms of where the long positions are at and their margin call support level. I think it's very likely in the next few weeks it'll breach below 60,000 and probably support level around 50, 55,000. And then for the rest of the year, it could go lower too.
You gave us one reason for this potential sell-off a moment ago. I'm wondering if I could offer another theory. I mean, at the same time that Bitcoin's losing ground, we have tremendous demand for GPUs from AI's hyperscalers. Now, if you're running a Bitcoin mining operation, isn't it very tempting to stop mining Bitcoin and rent out your processing and your energy and everything else to the AI picture?
Yes, but it's not a leading price influencer. So the amount of people who are mining Bitcoin, the amount of machines and hash power that's mining Bitcoin does not lead to the price. Rather, it's a lagging indicator. So a lower price will cause more miners to be unprofitable and they would leave the Bitcoin mining and maybe repurpose their machines to do something else, whether it's for AI data centers or anything else. So the relationship is the price dictates how many people, how many mining companies, how many machines get put in place to mine Bitcoin.
Do you feel like this is a crypto-specific plumbing issue in many ways? I mean, you mentioned before about some of the trading action that's been happening.
In terms of what? Sorry, I didn't get that question.
Do you feel that this is mainly a macro story, or do you feel like it's a more crypto-specific issue around the plumbing of the market that might be breaking down?
It's both. I think the Bitcoin, as we know, about 4 months ago, Bitcoin topped out at $126,000. This is in September timeframe, and then there was a crash in early October, but due to a liquidity crunch, we saw another crash about a week or two ago. So we're in bear market territory, and a lot of crypto and Bitcoin people are still in denial, still hoping for a bull run in the coming few months or rest of this year. But having seen this many times, several cycles in the last 15 years that I've been following Bitcoin, I think we're clearly in a bear market territory, and the long position holder is going to be in for some pain in the short term.
Is there a broader, bigger problem here as well? Because, you mentioned the 15 years. Well, it's been around for a while now, but we still don't have a single mainstream daily use case for this. It still seems to be a speculative asset where all you can do is buy it at one level and hope that someone else buys it off you at a higher level. Is that really it?
So I actually disagree that it's only for speculation. Its use case is really a store of value. To me, Bitcoin is actually, if you think about it, it's the world's only asset where there's a fixed, limited quantity that's truly decentralized, not controlled by any government, not controlled by any financial institution. So there's only forever going to be 21 million Bitcoins ever. And if you have, whether it's 1 Bitcoin or 0.1 Bitcoin, you have a fraction of the whole Bitcoin supply, and it's kind of like a store of value. It's no different than, for example, the global structure, IMF and banking, they have the SDRs, the special drawing rights. So in terms of fiat money, it continues to be printed. This is what leads to inflation and higher prices, whereas Bitcoin, it's a deflationary asset class. I think it's great for long-term investment. Of course, a lot of people are speculating on that, which is why there's all this trading, all this derivatives and futures. And but thankfully, on the flip side, we have now ETFs for Bitcoin, allowing regular people to more easily buy and invest in Bitcoin. So I do think it's useful as a global reserve asset.
Have the events of the past month, though, punched a bit of a hole in that store of value argument? Because at exactly the time gold set new record highs, Bitcoin pretty much halved in value. Is really a store of value.
It is. You get to think about it from a long-term perspective. And what I mean by that is, look at gold. Gold, crossed $5,000. But for many years, it was languishing in the, $800, $400, $1,000. And even at that point, when it was below $1,000, gold would go up and down a lot, very volatile. Probably not as volatile compared to Bitcoin. A lot of consolidation. But the point is, it was still in a price discovery phase, right? So today, gold is 5,000. It could easily go to 10,000 in the next few years. Same with Bitcoin. Bitcoin today is 60,000, or it might go down to 50 or 40,000. But when it gets to $1 million, people will look back and say, "Oh wow, I really missed out." If you think about it, what's the difference buying Bitcoin at 60,000 versus 40,000 versus $100,000? When Bitcoin has $1 million, it's not really a big deal anymore. So it's really, for me, it's a long-term investment class.
Guys, let's make sure we smack the like on the live stream. Thank you, please.
When
113
hits,
people here.
The
we have
Bitcoin
70
crowd
likes.
seems to flee for the exits and go to those
100.
traditional safe havens.
It's not that the Bitcoin crowd flees. I think the traders are fleeing. A lot of the people who are dictating the day-to-day price movements are actually short-term traders trading on momentum with margin. Whereas the long-term holders of Bitcoin, what we call the hodlers, they're staying put. Like myself, I'm staying put. So over the last few months, including the last few weeks, with the Bitcoin price dropping down, I'm not giving a sweat. There's no worry on my part. I'm still very strongly bullish on Bitcoin in the long term. I think for the short term, Bitcoin price will have some strong corrections.
But if you do hold forever, how do you ever make a profit? And when you do sell, you're back to holding fiat.
Well, it's no different than real estate. If you look at the very savvy real estate investors out there, they're holding real estate probably forever as well. Intergenerational real estate holdings in the U.S., a lot of 1031
but real estate will pay you a return. Bitcoin won't.
That's true. But the paying return is first of all, it's fiat money. It depreciates over time, inflationary, and also you have property taxes, right? So real estate, yes, you have yield on it, but there's also property taxes and other things. And Bitcoin itself, if you hold Bitcoin either through ETF or other position, you could be selling calls on it and have sort of yield income as well.
So you remain bullish. What signals would you watch that suggests the capitulation is ending?
That's a great question. I think the answer, unfortunately, is that when no one's talking about it, when Bitcoin is left for dead, when no one's interviewing anyone to talk about Bitcoin, when Bitcoin is just left for dead, it's in the low, tens of thousands of dollars, up, down from down maybe 80% from the peak. And that's when we will see the market bottom. It might even be a sharp sort of red line drop into the $20,000, $25,000 range on a specific day later this year or next year.
So if that's possible, do you buy at that level, or are you buying now, or at what point do you buy?
So first of all, I have already made my commitment to invest in Bitcoin, so I already have a good position. Myself, I probably don't need to buy more. But for people who are still looking to get in on Bitcoin, the savvy thing is to buy low and sell high. And unfortunately, a lot of people know the idea of buy low, sell high, but they actually do the opposite. They actually buy Bitcoin when it's FOMO, fear of missing out, when the price is rising. And then when the prices are dropping like it is in the last few weeks and months, people get really scared and they actually sell. So the proper thing to do is accumulate maybe dollar cost averaging, DCA, over the next few months, over the next 2 years. So buy some when the price is good. Bitcoin is on sale right now.
I'm also curious whether you think maybe Bitcoin's lost a little bit of its allure among that crowd that was very excited at the time when it was launched, but perhaps that crowd has moved on to new things such as the prediction markets.
So the prediction markets is just a sort of different way of looking at sports betting. Obviously, it's not just sports. It's real life, politics, everything real world events. It's a broader market. It's more decentralized, a lot more players. So it's not limited offering by casinos only on certain sports games and so on. So the prediction market, I think, is a trend. But I think investing in Bitcoin is a separate thing. It's just like you could invest in art or you could invest in stocks, but just because stock prices go down doesn't mean that people are fleeing the stock market and going to art. I think these are distinct investment vehicles, and some people play in both and some people play in just a few.
Man, what will we see on Bitcoin?
Off on-prem to cloud.
Particularly when we were hearing about
so.
There was a fun Deutsche Bank note where they consulted their own internal AI, which I guess uses Gemini as its underlying large language model, and asked it, how is this going to affect things? And I mean, because AI is still largely a summary organism or analyzer, you know, it came out and summarized a bunch of stuff. One of the things that it looked at was that finance was one of the areas that was ripe for disruption. And if I can call up our Yahoo Finance Interactive, I've just been looking at this chart a lot lately of the groups within the S&P 500 year to date. These are the sectors year to date. And I have to say, Mark, there has been a disconnect between investors coming on the show, particularly when we were hearing about bank earnings and saying bank earnings this year are going to be good. These stocks should do well. And then I look at this chart and I see the finance. I mean, granted, we're a month and a half into the year,
all the
but
time.
the S&P financials are down 5.7%.
Everything is doable
through
the power of God
that was once again echoed last week when we had
That's
a
what this year has proved to me.
out with a new AI
That's
model.
what last
Asset
year has proved to me.
fell, the banks
God
have
is
been
here.
under pressure.
God is good all the
As
time.
somebody who's in this
God is
business,
good. God is here
how
all
do
the
you
time.
think this is gonna
God is
play
here.
out?
God is good all the time. God is good.
And for
God
me,
is here
like
all
all
the time.
industries, it'll be largely
This year has
more
proved to me
productive. There'll be
that
parts of the
something is going right in my
company.
life.
Obviously, big commercial banks have
This year has
both
proven to
consumer
me.
bank arms and have
Big
wealth management
fucking time.
arms, and they have commercial bank arms, which is what I work for here at Citizens. We're already seeing the productive effects of AI.
SPY is now minus
internally.
0.0.
We have this motto, Reimagine,
4%. SPY is now
which is
red.
showing real dramatic efficiencies going on
QQQ already
internally
red.
at the bank. So as it relates to what we're seeing here,
I need the
is correct. There will be
fan
great
on.
disruption.
It's getting hot.
But the disruption is
toasty.
about enhancing what you have as a banker, as
lot
you
of
have a
people leaving,
colleague who
which is
has the
sad to
tools that
see,
they
but
have at their
that's how
fingertips. We're already seeing it every single
Thank
day.
you so much,
here.
those that are
As
here.
it relates to the asset
Wherever
managers,
you
I
are
think
in this
that's a real
world,
question mark
wherever
about
you are in
what
this country,
the democratization.
please hit the
which is
like
what
button if you
technology
have
really
not
does.
already.
It democratizes what
Thank you
people
so
have.
much. There's about
And I'm
40
sure as
people
this
here
Deutsche
that can
Bank
still hit the like
researcher
button.
put in their own internal Gemini forecast, and I'm sure Gemini spit out, this must be very stressful for you.
Bears
Like
are
all the
coming.
AI models
Time is
immediately.
12.
I'm
10.
sorry you feel that way. But the
Right.
truth is, it is going to make people better. It is going to make people more efficient. And those who have to embrace
I said
it,
at 12 p.m. the Bears are here.
are going
It's
to be
slightly
better off for
bearish
it.
in the
But for
alert
those who
room.
are
And now
more
time is
worried
12,
about it
10,
and kind of
12
hiding
minutes
from
later.
it, I think that's the problem. And I'm not saying a lot
SPY
of
is
companies are. I
testing the
don't think
bottom
they
of
are,
the
but for
CPI
those who are
candle.
not really embracing
QQQ is
this full
breaking the
throttle,
bottom of the CPI
that's what's
candle.
gonna
There's a
happen.
lot of
And you
bulls
start
here.
out with the software
There's
industry,
a
but
lot
it's
of
really
bears stuck
across
at the bottom.
everything,
That's
whether it's
true. But
healthcare,
QQQ is now below
technology,
600.
consumer, financial,
599.
whatever the industry you're in, you're seeing the
Let's
productive
see where this
benefits
goes.
of that. I don't think we're going to run out of
IWM,
workers here.
I
I say
can
it all the
probably
time.
guess it's trying
35
to
years
head
ago, we
lower
created spreadsheets.
to the
We were
top of the
worried about
CPI
what's going to happen
candle
to the accountants
on
at this point. We have more
IWM
accountants than we did 35 years ago. And I think
261.62
that's what's going
is
to
in
happen
play.
today. It's a different job,
Bears are in
and that's
control.
what we're seeing.
1/3,
I mean,
2/3.
all of that
Now this is
said,
the
I was
3/3
really
bearish
struck
cycle.
by two pieces last week. One was in the Atlantic, and sort of looked at the real differentiator in how this technological wave is going to hit is going to be speed, right? Are companies going to have time to adapt, or is the wave going to come so quickly that neither they nor policymakers will be able to meet the moment? And the other one that I'm sure you saw, because it was making the rounds, was a Substack by a guy named Matt Schumer, who's a software developer executive. who said, like, this thing's a freight train, it's coming for you, and you are not ready. Now, of course, everybody piled on and tried to debunk part of what he said. But, you know, how are you, you know, it sounds like you have a much more optimistic view than the freight train view, certainly. I guess that there are just a lot of people out there who are afraid right now, even if they're embracing, in some cases, because they're embracing the technology, is why they're afraid, Mark.
I think both can be true, right? You see this freight, it is a freight train, right? You're hearing all these stories about people who work at these big companies and what they're creating, and they're going home and talking to their friends or spouses and saying, oh my gosh, you have no idea what's coming. I think we're soon going to say, we're not saying, oh my God, anymore, because we've heard it so many times. The reason I embrace it is just because it's happening. We saw this earlier in the 2000s with the internet and what it did to some consumer companies and what it did to start with bookstores, obviously, which is what the first thing people felt it on. I think you just have to understand that it's coming, and you embracing it and learning about it, and you incorporating it in your life, and you incorporating it in your work, and you incorporating it in what you do is absolutely going to happen.
Downward channel is being used.
Every technology revolution is faster than the last one. And we've seen these adoption curves. It starts with microwave ovens or VCRs. I can't remember which one it started with. And you see the adoption curve with ChatGPT, or OpenAI, whichever one you want to pick. They're faster than the last time. And I think companies that embrace this technology and embrace the speed of this, embrace the possibility of it, are going to do far better. And I think I juxtapose this with 10 years ago when we said we're going to run out of workers because everybody's aging out. Well, now we're going to workers, so I don't know what
I just had the funniest fucking PM.
To embrace the fact that we're going to have this kind of workforce that's going to be much more empowered, but it's probably going to need fewer people. We haven't even talked about healthcare and the benefits of that, and the benefits of all the things that you're going to learn about yourself, and doctors are going to learn speed to market of drugs. The FDA is going to have to go faster. Julie, those are all positive things for the economy and for our lives, but they're frightening for people who just like it the way it is. Because I'm sorry, nostalgia is a wonderful thing, but you look back, it wasn't so great sometimes. Look back, I'm not sure people would trade having no internet for 30 years ago.
Yes, sir. God did.
I'd trade away social media in a second, Mark. A second, a millisecond. Life was definitely better before that. But that's a whole other, but that is a case study for something where it developed without a lot of guardrails.
Wow, I'm feeling so much like
let me give you, that's a
heat
great
inside
example,
my body, man. I'm feeling so much energized and power right now.
Congress figuring out how to regulate
I'm
Meta,
having is so
We'll call
good.
Meta and their progeny, right? Or Facebook and their progeny. I've yet to see it. Right. Mark Zuckerberg raised his hand 5 or 6 years ago, begging them to regulate them because it was going to be good for their company. Never happened.
Well, isn't that a problem then? If Congress is not going to do it, and you have this technology that we're saying now in the form of AI that is so unbelievably powerful, we're already seeing some of the pitfalls of it. You have some lawsuits, for example, from people's loved ones who have committed suicide, for example, and they say that the AI, the chatbot sort of walked them down that path or didn't discourage them. So if that's already happening and we're kind of at the beginning of this, do you have any confidence that Congress is going to step in and protect us from it?
It's a hard question. I think Congress is going to have a hard time because they're late, right? They're generally people who are my age. They're not 30-year-olds who know how to use this tool and how to really use it productively. They're good at regulation and oversight and other things. They're not good at looking out and seeing the future. So my hunch is no. And that means self-regulation and people who police each other and the investors, and you hope for moral compass. I think hoping Congress becomes the lead dog in this fight is a bad idea. But I also think there are these warning signs, and there are these articles, you mentioned a couple just now, where people are saying we got to wake up to this fact. Hoping for that hope's never been a great strategy, but I'm an optimist. People who work on Wall Street,
I'm an optimist.
This is a bad idea because things generally work out and markets do go higher. We're embracing these technologies here. I think you have to understand that there's a force for good here. But if you're not there to understand the downside, you're going to be, I think, sorely mistaken, and you're also going to be late.
So, Mark, okay, let's take the investing side of this, because, of course, that's the other thing that people have to be aware of here. You know, where are their opportunities from that perspective? Not just like, how am I going to save my job, but how maybe can I invest intelligently in this whole theme? And once again, I'm going to pull up the Wi-Fi Interactive, and I've got a board of software stocks. And I don't have to tell you what this looks like. It looks ugly, right? Microsoft down 17% just this year. Oracle down. Palantir down 26%, although obviously from big highs in many of these cases. Shopify down 30%. So if I'm an investor, and you know you have the benefit of conversations that you're having with businesses that are in technology, how do I know where to pick up things on this board or on any kind of
software, folks? Microsoft minus 17%, Palantir minus 26%, Oracle minus 17%. Remember Oracle being up like 30-something% a couple of weeks. Software
of tech board right
now. It's like a shitter.
It's hard. I think some of those, like you said, were company-specific. Palantir had an extraordinary 24 and 25, and obviously, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. I think you could say somewhat the same thing about Oracle. Oracle
That's crazy.
Got so much
The bigger
buzz
they are, the
at the
harder
end of
they
last
fall.
year when
That
they
is
started to get
a
into the
very strong statement.
They frankly hadn't
The
played in
bigger
before
they
with
are.
data centers and others, and they went up extraordinarily high, probably got ahead of themselves. So the issue is, are there people who with AI are going to be beneficiaries of that? We have Pat Walravens, our research analyst, spends a lot of time on that with his team, trying to figure that out. We've been very specific about this. Let's step back. Software stocks over the course of the last 30 years, at their absolute summit, had traded at 20 times revenue. At their absolute trough, they've traded 2.5 times revenue. They're trading 3+
You know, the
times
most
revenue
craziest
right now.
part
They've
is
gone
that
down
my
an
profit that
extraordinary
I'm at
amount.
on
Does that mean
right
they're
now
all buys?
on
It
Robinhood,
obviously does not.
they were
But
showing
we're
me this
picking
shit
some
on
names.
Sunday
We
or
like
Saturday.
Oracle.
I don't know
We
why,
like
but it said that it
DigitalOcean.
spiked up and it went down
We
to
have a
where it
conference
was.
in
But on
2
my
weeks in
long term,
technology in San
it
Francisco,
said that it
where
went up and
many
it
of these
pulled back,
companies
and
are
I
going
was
to be
like, the
speaking, and they're going
fuck?
to be
Like,
speaking
why
specifically
are
about
my
this
price
issue. It's a
levels
great
or my
time
whatever the fuck
for people to
updating in the
really
middle of the
attend these
night
meetings.
or the
You're going to be
weekend
able
and
to listen to
updating?
the company's commentary. There'll be
And I
lots
was
of
like thinking, but
transcriptions available
there's
on
something
public
going on
websites.
with like
Use those to your benefit.
the
But
price like
a
updates
lot of these
over the
companies,
weekend or
I'm
when
going to say it
markets
again,
close or
will not
something.
thrive
Like at
or
12 or something, like
survive.
12
And we
p.m.
saw
or
the
something like
same
that,
thing
when
happen in these last
options
couple
markets are
cycles. That'll be
closed
the same
anyway.
case. But this is what
Something
happened
interesting that I've
20
noticed
years
that I've
later.
never seen before
Microsoft
happen.
traded flat for
But
about
yeah,
15 years, from
something
97 to
interesting.
2012 or 13. Microsoft did not go up at all. And in the last decade, because of what happened in the cloud, the stock has done what it has done. Microsoft reinvented itself. Apple reinvented itself. To some extent, those are the only two companies that I've seen truly reinvent themselves.
So
you're going to see some companies have to reinvent themselves now. Oracle has sort of reinvented themselves in a big way and then came back. That's what's going to happen, Julie, in the next few years.
No matter what.
So going back to what you were talking about before,
Gold did
about
me
companies
solid
having to
today.
embrace this.
Gold
I
tested
think something
LOD
that some investors struggle
into
with
12.15. Gold
how
did
do we
me
measure
solid
it? You know,
today.
there's been a lot of talk
I
lately
got in at
about
gold at
return on
February
investment,
13th
right?
at 3
We
p.m.
saw the Bank of America fund
and
manager
got an
survey
exit
today,
today, and it
showing
went
that
down
investors,
crazy.
while they're
It went from
optimistic, they're uncomfortable with the
5,050
amount of
to
CapEx that's coming out.
4,881.
So again, if I'm an investor,
down
whether I'm
basically
listening to a hyperscaler or a software company,
3.4%.
what do I need to pay the most attention
God
to
did number
to
one.
know
Numero
if
uno.
this company
God
is really
did number one.
integrating AI and
My
that it is
$600
boosting the
turned
bottom
into
line? I mean, do you
1.3K
just
at
go
open.
through the classics and go back to
One
looking at
fucking
profitability
contract.
and, you know, the sort of bread
Numero
and butter
uno,
stuff? Does
and
that
I had
really tell us
SOXL
what's
about
going on here?
1.7K.
I think you
I had
do have
two
to look at kind of
SOXL at
the investment
66,
spend
I
and
had
the kind
one
of return
SOXL
on
at
that investment
63,
spend.
and I
I
left
think
at
you also
9:30.
have to see
They went
what's
lower.
going on
Sure
with
they
their
did, but I
historic
did not
business
give
and
a
how
fuck.
quickly that is
I was
degrading
scared I was
given
going to
what's
get
going on in
chopped,
the
and I
cloud.
thought
You
I was
see
going to get
Salesforce,
deleted.
which is one of your
Listen to me, the
top
word
plus
deleted
20%
because
fall
of theta.
from
I thought I was going to get
peak to
deleted in
current.
February 20th,
They have
but
600 million in AI revenue
market
right
did
now,
pull up
tripling year over year. Is that enough
my
for
way.
them, for their historic business that they have?
Market did
I
pull
mean,
up my way.
Salesforce had
Market
a
opened,
motto
so
for a while that had a software
took it.
sign and a Ghostbusters right through it. No
Where is
software.
SOXL right now?
It's
It's
really
at
interesting to
64.
show that. Now it's going to
It
be,
was at
do you
62,
want
went to
to sell services or not,
59,
which is
and
what
then
they've been selling for a long time.
unbelievable.
So the question is how quickly
Doesn't look like it, but
that investment spend
thing
is
moves nuts.
paying them back.
3 times
And
SOXL
like I said,
ETF. I fucking
couple of those
rarely do 3
companies, many
times.
of these companies, I think are
I never
throwing
ever do
some things,
ETF rarely 3
in the
times
hope
in fucking
phase. I think
options
there's
too,
that we
but
just
shit,
mentioned
man,
that
I
are
saw
not, that
fucking
we
setup
really
like
feel are
crazy.
The company that went public, we helped take public, that
Crazy.
poorly in the
Times
public
12.25.
markets called Navan. That is down significantly from their IPO from the fourth quarter. But they're a beneficiary of AI because they embed it in all the travel and other leisure products that they have for companies. You're going to have to find companies that are really benefiting from that.
We are inside
and
the
there are going to be
downward
some
sloping
extraordinary
channel
winners
on
who do that.
SPX for now.
And I think it is incumbent upon investors to really pay
Since
attention
Thursday
to that
into
and not
Friday,
understand that this is a
today is
monolith
Tuesday.
and the
Nothing
software
changed.
whole sector is going to go away. But we look at the top 20 software companies from the early part of this century.
trying to
It
turn
was
down on the
SAP
5.
and BEA, and I mean companies I couldn't,
Yeah.
you wouldn't Lawson Software.
Yeah.
All right, I don't care. I'm taking this
Many
shit.
were bought, many went away, some have survived. But I think you're looking at 50-60% of the top 30 software companies now that will either get bought or go away is not a terrible number right now.
Funny coincidence, Mark. We just switched here to Navan as our internal expense software, so that's kind of a funny coincidence. I do want to get some thoughts from you on the IPO market because once again this year we came in, everybody's so excited. We're looking for OpenAI, we're looking for SpaceX, and we had some IPOs out of the gate, but in the past couple of weeks we've also had a handful of IPOs cancel or postpone their offerings, right? There's a list of some of them there. So, what does that cadence look like, especially with these worries around software in the market?
Yeah, it's a good question, Julie. I think there are going to be more IPOs in 2026 than 2025. I think the width of the market is definitely going to expand. We've seen that here at Citizens, and we're seeing that in our backlog. I think it's not just going to be a tech
Bear
market.
Trap
I think
trying
it's going to be
off
have
of
a variety
12,
of
25.
opportunities. We had one that we took public earlier
One-third,
this year called Equipment Share that's out of the
2/3,
quiet period today that's done
3/3.
extraordinarily well. I think what that's telling
Market
you is
could bounce
valuations
here.
matter.
We are
I think it's
inside the
also telling you that this
9:30
is not just
AM
public, it's
open
all going
range.
to work out. You really
This
got to
could
price
be a
these
test
things
and a bounce
correctly.
too.
You really got to
It's
understand
now
who the
50.
buyers are.
It's like
I think
it's like
historic
55,
numbers,
45.
some of the people who raised
It's like
capital in
60-40,
2021,
depending on
that's
if
an
you want to
irrelevant
lean
data
bearish or
point.
not.
I
But
think
I'm
you
not
gotta
bear
really
leaning until
understand
that
what the
low breaks
marketplace is
at
looking for.
12.25
But I
anymore.
do think it's going to be a more
12.24.
productive 26.
Where I took
I do
profit
think
at
the width of the market
12.23.
is going to go up.
I left in
And I
that
do
big
think
ass
the
red
buyers are there.
candle,
You talk
tiny
about
ass
it.
1 DTE.
People are looking at the market like it's been so awful because the
that I
Nasdaq's
joined
had a
at
couple bad weeks.
12.13.
But the overall market
10
is
minutes.
healthy. The rates are coming down for the market. The White House is really focused on interest rates,
12.13 was somewhere here.
affordability. We got an election year coming.
In the bounce.
That's 9 months away.
12.13.
I think it's really important for Wall Street.
12.25.
To make sure they price
Purple
these
box.
offerings properly. Some of those cautionary tales, the ones got canceled,
12.25.
frankly,
Perfect
are a
bouncing
good sign
into
because it shows you that
12.25 at the minimum.
pricing
Time
matters.
is 12:30
Mark,
in
this has
56
been awesome.
seconds.
Thank
We will
you so
find
much
out
for spending so much time with us.
soon
Appreciate
enough.
it.
Thanks, Julie.
Talk to you soon. Coming up on Morning Brief, we're bringing you today's top trending tickers and count down to the opening bell.
Yo. Yo, you guys remember the presidential live stream that happened on Friday? And I was singing, and there was like three music videos or music songs out. I got copyrighted for all of them, and they got blocked in Russia. So anyone in Russia, they can't see the video, but I don't think anyone can see the video from Russia anyway. So yeah, it's wild.
Ripple through markets, hitting sectors from software to logistics. The trigger was the introduction of the new tools for Anthropic's Claude co-work platform on the 30th of January, including a tool dedicated to legal workflows. Now, the release renewed
Time is
fears
12:30
that
right
AI
now.
will erode software products and the subscription-based
12.25 bounced into 12.26. The
leading
last
software
minute of
names to be the
12.25.
first to be hit by
12.25
the
is
sell-off.
deciding what to
In the
do
United
here.
Kingdom, shares in companies such as Sage,
With an algo
Deluxe,
range that
and
did
more
not go higher
tumbled
to
on Monday
12.30 yet.
following the tool's release. Whilst in the United States, those affected included the likes of Adobe,
algo range.
Salesforce, and ServiceNow. Well, over the past weeks, we've asked our guests their views on the software sell-off.
Software is still going to eat the world. I think the markets are oversold software, absolutely oversold. Nobody's going to vibe code their payroll. And if you look at enterprise spend on software,
Man, I hope I
it's
see a
10%
bounce
of
on
overall
NVIDIA
spend.
at some point.
There
But
was a lot of
I
hyperbole
want gold to
in
go
the
lower.
market last week. And as a lot of folks pointed out, those applications perform some very important tasks in an enterprise.
I want to go see
They
NVIDIA
have
real
some
quick
very
now.
specific data models. They have some very specific workflows that organizations are going to get a lot of value from for a very long time. What I absolutely see is people
Amazing.
innovating way more quickly on top of them than ever before, and extending them in like personalized, customized
in one
ways
day,
than ever
NVIDIA
before.
bear trap, the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 off the
AI
bottom.
losers and AI winners. And clearly, I think Capgemini, and to broader extent the IT service sector, is not on the AI loser. I think what we need right now is the market needs evidence, proof points, of that happening. That basically AI is contributing to growth, AI is contributing to profitability.
Wow.
So I think
beautiful. Let's get bravos in chat for NVIDIA. Bravos in chat for NVIDIA bulls today after the Bears
as to whether
took their sweet ass
some
turn.
of these companies affected will totally be annihilated by this new technology. But it's very clear to me that at this juncture, we are in a market where stress is on the rise, where a lot of investors are struggling with the pace of adoption, and therefore
this 1DT shit I only said in the alert room.
Questions later.
But I said as it was going in.
At CCS
let me see what I said in the alert room.
Bola, good to see you.
At 12,
it's accurate, or is it too simplistic to
12:01
say that
bearish,
it's AI
12:02 bears are still here at 12:06. Set the SPX downward trend line. 12:06 said, not too bullish, not too bearish yet. 12:07 spies now red. 12:11 spies now red. You already read 12:12 3/3 bearish cycle. 12:13 I'm short spy. I'm short in SPY, 1DT small. 12:14 sent the SPX downward channel. 12:23 met the RSIs in bear environment. 12:23 I took profit. 12:23 bounced at 12:25 and 12:30 is now here, and it bear trapped everybody in the 3/3 inside the 9:30 open candle range at the bottom of the CPI candle. 9:30 open range, the purple box. This has happened to me numerous of times going up and down, that I already know that this place was the 3/3 and it could have bounced right above the VWAP. I did not care. One big ass candle could mean the 3/3 and that it was.
Looking at the quarterly earnings from a lot of these companies,
and
about 18 months ago, the investor analysts
time is
were really
12:30.
them to sort of asking, were they going to meet the capacity, were they going to meet the demands and all this. So there's a lot of investment. So they were penalized for not investing and not maybe making these sort of being able to meet the demands. Flip this now over 18 months and people are now starting to say, well, okay, you've invested all this money. So where is, where's the growth? Where is the return? And I think the thing is that people are now sort of starting to see that. And so they're being penalised again because the growth isn't coming as fast as everybody's expecting because it's going to take time. So I think this is what we're seeing is that there's a little bit of a re-entrenchment to sort of say, okay, let's take a step back. How much growth are we really going to see? But if we look at the recurring revenues of a lot of these organizations, they are seeing investment.
It is a very critical moment for the market.
And there will be, but maybe it's not as much as maybe a lot of what people have thought of.
On that note,
very
do you get
critical
the sense
moment
that
for
the
the
markets
market.
are confused about what exactly they want? If the hyperscalers spend big on the infrastructure and the data centers, it seems that investors get impatient and question when will they see a return.
What a crazy ass bounce though, perfect $2.
Investors think, well,
680.5.
You've not moved quickly enough.
682.2.
What is the strategy that these tech companies need to follow?
Well, I think the thing is they've got to absolutely start showing kind of like, real returns and, sort of looking at what that actually means and really what they're doing. I think some of them already get this. I mean, especially if you look at some of the, the earning calls and evereverything like that, what they're telling about. They're
a
really
lot of liquidity here, bulls and bears. They are all still trying. Cycle is still happening. This is a critical moment for medium bearish. Bearish!
As opposed to kind of like reoccurring revenue or stuff that they think about they're going to get in the next year. So I think that's one of the things. But don't forget that people are still looking at the kind of like, sort of the, it's not the killer app, but how people are going to be using AI. And that's still a journey.
Are coming. It's a little bit weird.
And I think you're absolutely right in saying that it's like they can't win in one sense. The potential is there, right? But if you don't actually have the kind of like the capacity, then you're going to have a block. So in a kind of way, it's really about the software companies really trying to find that balance in order to make sure that they really kind of start talking about real-term growth, understanding what they're actually achieving with AI inside of organizations and seeing where that leads. And then I think that's what we're trying
Whoever
to see.
you are,
We've basically
210
seen maybe a
929, you're
slight
getting kicked
refactoring.
out from the group until I know who you are, brother.
Great answer, but I'm just listening away. I realise I've got to ask you a question now, but it's fascinating to listen to what you had to say there as well. Look, no one's picked up really on what Peter Navarro had to say at the weekend. He is, of course, trade and manufacturing advisor to Donald Trump, and I thought this was fascinating, and I wonder what your view was on this one. He said the White House may force data center builders to absorb their costs as voters continue to sour on the economy and utility prices soar.
Please make yourself known in the YouTube chat before anything. Let us know who you are. And also, hit the like button. Thank you so much.
I'm just wondering if the economics for building these and rolling out AI are actually going to get even more expensive, and actually it's going to put profitability that much further down the line for those who are getting us or trying to get us to adopt AI very quickly.
Well, I think the
Man, these candles are getting violent. 1230 rejection into 1235, and 1235 is bouncing on the bottom of the CPI candle.
In one sense, AI demands a lot of power, and there is this kind of worry or concern that they're drawing too much, and then this is going to be expensive. It's going to be expensive.
CPI candles are in use from Friday because that's what the minority is not looking at right now.
What they look at that power. I mean, there's
the 9:30 a.m. open range is what the minority is not looking at right now. The SPX downward trend line, sadly, is the truth. The minority is not looking at right now.
So that's actually
everyone's looking at candles.
Actually, at the same time, when there's these
shit, I am too.
On, things like data centers,
but that's why they're doing this shit, is what I'm saying.
Okay, how do we make things more effective? How do we kind of push, power to be kind of more, where do we get our power sources?
Alex says, I'm pretty new to the channel. What are you marking? I'm marking the time.
Hand in hand in sort of like a bit of
the market
around the power
5-minute increments.
But yeah, I think there is an
I'm also drawing out the cycles.
I think the tendency is that people kind of rush
to analyze what cycle
and then
why
rush back
and
the other
what
way. And I
how
think
they're showing what they're showing in that moment.
There's no doubt that AI has been.
Thank you very much for asking. Sorry about that. Please hit the like button, everybody, if you are here for the first time, and make sure you hit the subscribe button and watch the market update video.
China's tech giants kicking off the Lunar New Year with a new wave of AI competition. Major AI model releases from both Alibaba and ByteDance. Our Deirdre Bosa has more in today's Tech Check. Hey, Dee.
Hey, Carl, good morning. So there's just been a blitz of AI announcements. Time to what is the biggest consumer window of the year. Together, they reveal something the market may be underestimating. China isn't just competing on one slice of the AI race. It's building out the entire ecosystem, from frontier models to homegrown memory chips to humanoid robots performing on China's biggest stage. Now, that last one, humanoids, caught the most attention simply
this shit is scary as fuck.
From
if
last
they do
year
run
to this year, it just kind of hits
they
you
reject
over
it,
the head. On the left of your screen, you've got Unitree's robot
it's like
line dance
more
last
confident
year,
to
and
just chop
right
here, but like it can't
year,
chop here all day probably, right?
Far more fluid and far more precise, as you can see. Now, the progress
somehow it
is,
is, though. I can't
it's
lie.
actually not one that you can see.
All right, somebody would have expected IWM to be just bearish or continue to be bearish, right? But like this just went bearish and then bullish and it's hovering bullish, so it's literally making the market mix right now.
So it is
SPY
here. Now move up to
QQQ
memory,
is
and
minus
here, even American companies are
0.36%.
already
SPY is
starting
minus
to take notice amid a global
0.01%.
shortage
This is
that is seeing
literally
prices
not
up
a
90%
fucking,
in a single quarter.
you know,
Apple
they're
even
showing
is
mixed
reportedly in talks
they're
with
showing
Chinese
mixed
chip
on
makers
purpose.
YMTC and CXMT to fill the gap. And then, guys,
QQQ
you've
is
got the
bearish and
hardest part,
IWM
which
is
the
bullish.
top of the market, the
SPY
advanced
is
chips
mixed.
that actually train AI models. This is still NVIDIA's world, but China is making a lot of progress
Market
here.
rotation.
Huawei's Ascend chips, they're already training domestic models, and every new release out of China this week, it is proof that they are finding ways to do more with less. You've got ByteDance's C-Dance video generator. It is so good that it's gone viral and drawn even legal threats from Disney and Paramount. You've got Alibaba open sourcing its most powerful model, and anticipation, it continues to build around DeepSeek's next model, which we are expecting any day now. Guys, China has not replaced NVIDIA, but it just has to keep closing the gap, which is what we're seeing. This Lunar New Year showed the world that it's doing exactly that across every single layer of the AI stack.
If they're closing the gap, Deirdre, I wonder if that changes the Trump administration's take on selling some of the older, yes, chips of NVIDIA to China, if, again, it's still finding ways to help them compete with us.
I think it was an extremely calculated move that comes from the philosophy that David Sachs and a lot of other people in Silicon Valley have here, is that you don't just cut them off, because then more of these models are going to be built using Huawei chips and some of the newer players. So the whole idea that necessity breeds invention, which is sort of what we've been seeing, which is why they've made so much progress over the last few years when those export controls have been in place. So by allowing an older generation of NVIDIA chips in, the calculation is that you won't give such a boost to the domestic accelerators. You still keep them dependent on the ecosystem here.
How the f does that make sense? Make them dependent on the ecosystem here, but we're talking about Huawei chips and we're talking about China taking over. What the hell? Dan Niles previews, PanW earnings on highlights NVIDIA and AVGO Mag 7 importance. Now.
Benefit. So I think
thank you, Dan Eyes.
And that should benefit them. People are thinking
capex indigestion we've seen in these markets, yet chips have been rallying on the expectation that they're going to benefit from all this money. So what can we expect to hear from that name?
Yeah, I think if you look at what we've seen in earnings season so far, as you rightly pointed out, Sam, before Q4 earnings got announced, people were thinking hyperscaler capex spending this year would be up 25 to 30%. Then you had all the companies report. And if you do the math, it's closer to 60% now. So NVIDIA, obviously, as the supplier to the hyperscalers, should see some benefit from that because obviously expectations have gone up from closer to 30% to closer to 60%. And that should benefit them. But to be sort of covered, you can look at Broadcom as well because
best thing to see here would be the 5-minute turning down, but I don't know if the 5-minute turning down is not. It's just
but you're going to get custom
Mac the RSI in bullish territory, Mac the volume bullish pulled back, but the volume won't go bearish. It's still above the above trend line. It's just weekly bullish.
For investors
that
want
bearish
to be invested in the space, you kind of need both because
it could be bearish any minute. It could be bearish in the next cycle, but I mean for now,
and those are really the two big companies in the space. Obviously, you have some smaller
maybe I'll
players
counter jinx it, or I'll shut up for 2
share,
minutes.
like an AMD
Mute
or
for 2 minutes.
Cerebras, which is private, but those are really the two ways to play it.
Right. I mean, the markets seem to be having a really tough time right now, Dan, with the return on investment and seeing proof of that. And so it very much feels like they're focused on the fact that these hyperscalers are just trying to win the race. Some people think that this perhaps is pointing to a misallocation of capital. Would you subscribe to that narrative?
I mean, yes and no. I mean, not everybody's going to win. And I've been saying this for a very long time. And you can go back to kind of September.
Guys,
of
can I
last
talk
year
now,
when the
or should I
software
still stay
index
silent?
peaked. People
Okay,
really
I'll still
started
stay
to
silent for
question,
2 minutes.
number one, OpenAI, right? They kind of started this whole AI race back when they introduced ChatGPT at the end of 2022. But then they've had capital commitments of $1.4 trillion over 8 years. And you look at that and you say, how are they going to possibly be able to fund that when they're just doing $20 billion in exit revenues coming out of this last year? And so that's when people started to question this and all the circular deals, et cetera. And so that's why I think it's fair to say, hey, within all the hyperscalers, are all of these guys going to do well? And you saw very different results from them. You look at Google, their cloud numbers went from 34% growth to 48% growth from quarter to quarter. Microsoft came in a little disappointing in that it went from 20 to 24, but then Amazon was the real problem where their growth actually decelerated from 39 to 38%. And so you combine that with everybody taking up CapEx forecasts, with estimates not really changing, and in some cases, like with Amazon, coming down, and I think it's justified that investors go, what's the return on investment on this for some of these players?
Yeah, Amazon's getting hit hard, certainly as far as that 9-day slide we've witnessed. It's trying to make a bit of a comeback in the market today. But Dan, always appreciate your thoughts. Thanks so much for joining us today. That is Dan Niles, founder and portfolio manager at Niles Investment Management. Let's trade it now with Tom White, host of Fast Market. So we're looking at Palo Alto Networks, obviously set to report later on today. As you heard there, Tom, I mean, Dan Niles not convinced that the market's going to be able to look past some of the AI disruption fears in this market as it's getting dragged down with the bunch. But what's an example trade for this one?
Yeah, there's a lot of uncertainty, the disruption that AI is causing. A lot of people think a lot of these cybersecurity names are getting pulled down because the software names have. Now, I'm sure AI is going to negatively impact some aspects of this company, but it's already pulled back about 28% from those recent record all-time highs. So the bar's actually pretty low in this one.
Guys,
into the
someone said I can't talk, but I'm talking. Yeet. And below the VWAP.
Warner Brothers Discovery setting a special meeting date of March 20th and unanimously recommending shareholders vote for the Netflix merger, but it's giving Paramount an opportunity to negotiate a better deal. David Faber joins us now. David, all over the weekend, you know, I saw other financial types all saying, look, there's things under the surface here going on in terms of Paramount and Warner Brothers, and something is likely to be happening. Can you make sense of what it actually means, David? If you were Kalshi, if it was David Kalshi, would your numbers on Netflix prevailing? Would that be going down on Netflix prevailing?
I think it would. Without a doubt, it would be going down. I think that's reflected in Warner Brothers stock price going up this morning, Joe, as well. They've got their 7 days. Now, interestingly, as you just noted, they did not get the could lead to a superior proposal that we might have thought they would, given the enhancements that Paramount made a week ago to its bid that seemed to address many of the concerns the Warner Brothers board had. But they did come up with the 7-day. They got the waiver from Netflix.
Volume
Netflix,
turning
of
down,
course,
bearish.
continues to have its ability to match whatever it is that Paramount does come up with and come up to, so to speak, in the next 7 days, if they do. As was made clear in the press release, one of their advisors reached out to the board and indicated if they actively engage, as I expect they will this week, they will pay at least 31, if not more, because they indicated that's not best and final. So I certainly think in answer to that question, your odds have to go down on Netflix winning and up on Paramount. How much? You can make your own guess. Oh, look, I guess we have it, right? Because, we have a partnership with them, don't we?
12:45.
So there it is. It's going to be an interesting 7 days, and will Paramount be able to address not just price, but also some of these other concerns that remain? Because even though they seem to address many of them, Warner Brothers has responded by saying, well, you said one thing in the press release announcing the enhancements, but in the merger agreement you offered us, you really haven't changed very much. Now, the Paramount side would say, well, when it comes to things like interim operating agreements, we can't put that language in there. We don't know exactly what it is. We have to talk to you. And a few other things. One of the main concerns remains this overall LBO structure question. You know, that the state of the cable industry is such, and particularly for Paramount's cable networks, MTV, Nickelodeon, and the like, that things could continue to decline to such an extent that when you got to close, this would almost no longer be an ongoing entity. And therefore, how can we believe that they'll even be there at close? Or will they tell their banks to pull because they know it would just make them insolvent if they were to actually buy Warner Brothers at that point? And so they're still
stop
trying
saying
to say you got to figure
GD in
something
chat
out there.
so
What would
easily.
that be? Maybe an agreement where Larry Ellison would
Justin,
agree
stop
to
saying
put in
GD
more
in chat
equity in
so much.
Paramount
All right,
if,
we
in
only
fact, it
use
was
that
no
word
longer an
during
ongoing entity at the time
special
of close.
days, special
but they're
times,
getting closer
and
here.
after it has
Paramount
happened.
would be to at least getting their chance, Joe, to go best and final. Remember, of course, one of their complaints, whether rightly or wrongly, was, well, you didn't tell us at the end of the process that it was best and final. So they're getting that chance.
Because
They've
until
been
then,
seeking
it's
for a
hope.
long time. We also know a
That's the
timeline
truth.
now, right? We got the 20th for the vote of March, the shareholder vote, so just about a month away. We've got this 7 days, and then they'll set up for sort of ISS, which continues to be important, the proxy advisory service, to weigh in
Until
as
that
well
shit
a
is
couple of
locked
weeks
in for
before
me
that
in my
vote,
eyes,
whomever
it
may
has
be
not
the deal
happened,
may be with by at that point.
David, I remember opinion writers a couple of times said they needed to be convinced why Netflix really wanted those assets so much that it maybe didn't make sense.
Man.
At the same time, it was made clear over the weekend that Warner Brothers was really walking a fine line because Netflix could bolt at any time, and that's what they were worried about. You know, they might want to entertain a higher offer, but they certainly don't. That's why they've always said
I think I'm taking out half my profit at the end of the day today.
Want Netflix? Well,
And I'll just
looking at that
restart
stock
from
price,
half
if I were Netflix
tomorrow.
I'd be I don't know. I'd be like, take her, she's mine, whatever that old movie was from the 60s. Can we look at the stock price? I mean,
it has been brutal. Now they'll say, listen, there have been any other.
Not Warner Brothers.
IWM, top of the CPI candle.
Netflix, not Warner Brothers, Netflix. I do the same thing on my show. Yeah, there you go.
You do. Yeah, well, I don't, you know.
But yeah, it's down 25%. Now listen, the last bit lately, you had that weird sell-off on Friday.
1 minute
because
gap
of that
down
new,
on IWM into 1245, and then it
ByteDance
filled
and
it
other
into
concerns
1250.
about what video is going to look like in terms of AI and what you can create, but. There's no doubt that
Volume
stock has
is
been
so
hit hard.
finicky.
And I do wonder how disciplined Netflix will be if they're given the right to match, because Paramount has reached an agreement of some kind with Warner Brothers, guys. So
IWM
we'll
CPI
see
gap
what we
being
get
used
from
as
them.
a
They
cycle.
continue to say, nice to have, not a must-have. I'm sure what that means exactly, I guess, if you take it seriously. But it's going to be an interesting 7 days that should conclude at least who is going to be the buyer here. Not the antitrust side, but at least who is going to be the
We didn't even
buyer.
talk about that. I'm wondering whether there's any undertones from the Trump administration. The conspiracy theorists would think that they might be, I don't know.
Of the medium-term cycle, 1245 until the 1245 low breaks.
Ellison's are to the president.
Without a doubt, we've wanted that since the beginning. The president has said monopoly a number of times when he's been discussing Netflix, but I don't know where that leads, if anywhere.
1250, the market bounced it from 1245, and 1250 is deciding what to do. All right, second poll of the day, folks. Who is fucking trapped right now? In your opinion, based on candles and candles alone, the bulls or the bears?
Edward, thank you.
Do we have any White House press conferences coming out today?
To the floor show and Gary Kaltbaum of Kaltbaum Asset Capital Management. Gary, good to see you. The turnabout in software stocks. I mean, you just look at that one. It's been shocking to investors. Do you see these as a buy on the dip, sort of a buy on a discount,
seven
or a
people
sign to
saying the
pivot
bulls are
elsewhere?
trapped. We have one.
Not yet.
4 people
Just
saying the bears
remember,
are
some
trapped.
of these software stocks topped out a year ago, but you had Oracle
voting
and
the bulls are
Microsoft
trapped.
top out, I believe, September, October period. And I have to tell you, I cannot believe that Oracle announces a $500 billion backlog, and the stock's gone from 350 down to like 150. It is quite stunning. And I just think you got to wait. And what do you wait for? They have to stop going down. I can give an idea that the valuation in Microsoft right now, by the way, is at the COVID bear market lows, the COVID crash lows, and maybe that's something to look at. But if institutions, the big money crowd is still selling, you can't get in front of that freight train. And as of this week, we bounced a little bit, but I still think there may be more to go. And I have to tell you, the good gets gooder with the AI trade, but the bad just keeps getting badder. They hit the truckers this week. They hit the insurance stocks. They hit the brokerage stocks. I don't know where to go at this point in time. I got to just stay on my toes because I don't know what's next.
Well, yes, you do, Gary. You know that, and I know you know. So I'm trying to pull it out of you. Is it the materials? Is it the industrials? Is it the areas that haven't been anywhere near as sexy?
The areas that were comatose for a very long while are just kicking in gear. On my front screen now, that wasn't there for a long while, are transports,
I'm going to see if there's any White House press conferences coming out.
industrials, and the like. And I have to tell you, their earnings aren't that great, but I gather their guidance is getting
Let's hit the
better
like
as
button,
the
folks. We are at
economy
80
has
likes.
been
Thank
getting
you so much for hitting
stronger.
the likes.
And that is the place to be. But I will tell you, I want to see some pullbacks first, because you've seen Exxon go
S&P
up
500 is a little
20% in
change
4,
to start
5, 6
shorting week
weeks.
ahead 1
So
hour
I think
ago.
you gotta
It was 1 hour
let the
ago. And then
pullbacks,
going
but that
lower on
is
it.
definitively where the
Buy
money is
house
flowing. And let me
schedule.
throw a couple other things at you. Foreign markets, much stronger than ours. They are less liquid, so when they
Market is
go down,
bearish
they
as
go down pretty
fuck.
quick. But also small and mid caps are much better than the large caps. They're better than the S&P, NASDAQ 100. Why? They are so influenced by, everybody calls the Mag 7, I call it the Mag 8.
The White House is not coming live today.
They're all in pretty bad shape, and they just got Apple this past week for $20 in 2 days. So
Guys, we are so close to 100. Right, 30 of you guys that are here, please.
And hopefully
I will give you
sooner
virtual
rather than later they
kisses.
find some sort of
Please
low
give me
that I can
likes
jump back on
the
them
video
again, but
so I can
it's not
surpass
here just
100
yet.
today.
What are you waiting for?
Your
I
help.
know we're getting a lot of earnings. In fact, this week we've got a very jam-packed earnings
needs
calendar
doing.
starting tomorrow. Huge names,
on the
everyone
video.
from pharmaceuticals to Medtronic. You know, you've got medical device makers.
There's an LOD divergence at the floor.
Carvana,
LOD
DoorDash,
divergence
Thursday,
at the roof.
Walmart, that's
Market
a
is
big one.
coming in
John Deere,
crazy volatile right now. Time is 12:55. The three-third cycle is extending and extending and extending since about 12.
We're going to be talking about that in just a second, because there's a new invitation out with Apple. Gary, economic data. Friday is a very important day. We are getting the Fed's favorite inflation number, the PCE, personal consumption expenditure number, not to mention the GDP number. And so I look at those two.
We're so close, folks. 13 more likes, 17 more likes, 100.
Couldn't they?
100.
Yeah, look, my biggest worry has been the job
100
market.
likes.
It seems
Let's get it done.
that's starting to get
Let's get
better.
it done.
The
100
GDP
likes. We
numbers
can do it.
seem pretty darn good.
100
but I'm really
likes.
not that worried about inflation just yet.
QQQ is now
though a
minus
bunch of commodities have
7.77%.
skyrocketed in the last few months, and to be watched. I've always believed that inflation
SPY
is a monetary
is now
phenomenon,
minus
and I believe the big inflation we
0.36%.
got came from taking the 10-year yield down 0.5% and printing to $9
5
trillion
minute is taking lead.
by
5
Jay
minute has
Powell.
grown bearish.
Watch the 10-year yield. In the last week or two, it's dropped from 4.3 almost to 4.0.
Man, that's a wild
As
cycle.
long as that's behaving, that's telling you inflation's
What an
in check.
amazing cycle,
and I'm
but
not
what a
so
wild
worried.
cycle.
The big issue, you know, everybody talks about is affordability. That's
A
because
fucking
prices,
literal just
once
like
they
Friday.
get up, they're very tough to come down. But
Literally
the rate of
another
inflation
Friday.
is lower right now, and I think it stays there unless
This is
they
wild.
get crazy and
Another
take
Friday.
the Fed
It's a
funds
mini
rates
Friday
down to
if you really think about
1%,
it. They dipped it
like
into
the
market
president
open,
wants, which I
dipped
don't
into
think is
morning,
going to happen.
just like
I
Friday.
think that
They
would
ripped it up
stoke
into
a bit
midday. They
again.
ripped it up
But
into
right now,
midday,
I
and
think
they're
we're in
pulling
pretty
back
good
off of
stead.
midday again.
And I think the 10-year yield tanking this week tells you so.
Yeah, it was 4.05, and look at the 2-year. It hit a 3.5-year low on Friday of about, I want to say, 3.466, and right now it's below that, 3.418. Gary, I'm glad you brought up jobs numbers, because clearly, I mean, Mohamed El-Erian is out with a piece in the Financial Times talking about how now we're seeing
the
that
bulls
split.
and bears are
Strong
50-50
economy,
trap, but it
not
really
so
depends
great
on
job
who is
market.
more.
I encourage everybody to read that piece in the FT. Good to see you, my friend. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Liz. Thank you.
Gary Kaltbaum.
What a move. Love to see it, but what a move. Man, this week for sure, volatility filled.
All right, welcome back to Opening Bell. We're getting you ready for the trading day. Kevin Mon is with us, President and Chief Investment Officer at Hennian & Walsh Asset Management. And it was interesting because I heard this phrase from Ben Emmons talking about the AI worm. I don't even know if he meant it this way, but he was talking, you know, really how we've seen it go through software, right? Yeah. And that sold off. And then we heard about the taxes and the financials sold off. And, you know, AI is great and then not so great.
Right.
So, you know, how do you interpret what's going on in the world of AI and investing in AI?
Yeah, I mean, it strikes me, Nicole, that investors continue to poke at this perceived AI bubble, and they haven't been able to burst it just yet. The most recent damage was done to the software sector, as they're questioning the amount of spending that's taking place
still
within
chopping
the software
somehow.
companies, and if in fact they'll ever achieve any ROI on
It's
all
still
those
chopping
investments.
somehow.
I think they will. But it serves as a good lesson to investors as well, because the AI revolution is going to be a very long and winding road filled with many potholes. So how do you play the AI revolution?
I don't know how IWM is still holding, but it is through it all. That's what I said.
And look to take advantage of where the money is being spent as opposed to who's spending the money. I think that's where the growth opportunity is.
Yeah, and look, we've seen people still coming out over the last 24 hours picking these Mag 7 names.
Yep.
You know, a lot of questions I've gotten recently. What's going on with Microsoft? I mean, the high was way back in August. I mean, it's really been a tough time. This stock is down, what 20% in 6 months plus. You know, is Microsoft still a great name? You know?
Don't count out Microsoft just yet. I know they've made tremendous amounts of CapEx spending in this space. We want to hear ultimately what their plans are.
The MACD
they have the
right now.
Copilot. They were one of the initial
no idea
adopters
which way. Look at the
with their
MACD right
strategic
now.
partnership with OpenAI.
Blue line went crazy lower and bouncing.
There's better opportunities beyond those software names. If you consider other benefactors within the AI
this might be the
ecosystem,
0.5
where
fib.
all that money is being spent, whether it's the data centers, the cooling solutions, the power solutions, that's really where the growth opportunities are in 2026, in my opinion.
Yeah, understood. I mean, you know, is there a bubble, or we're just still, you know, 'cause that's the question people ask. And you
I'm gonna leave this
that
up
a
for
little
5
bit.
minutes.
Yes.
A lot of folks still say, no, we're still going.
Yeah, I would
That's a little bit
if I
crazy.
could use a baseball analogy again, we're just in batting practice of a doubleheader.
Oh.
Now, the batting practice
QQQ
really
went down
involves
for
all
1
of
hour,
the AI infrastructure spending
30
that
minutes.
will allow AI algorithms to ultimately, we believe, transform society and the economy. But that won't take place till the games start, and that could be years down the road. So investors are going to have to be patient there. But if they're looking for the growth opportunities, look into the AI infrastructure play where the batting practice is taking place.
So how much patience do AI investors need?
Look at QQQ
You
today.
know, because it's so funny. I thought about the cannabis folks. You know, they waited forever. I think
Pre-market
about the
wind
small
direction
cap
north
folks.
into 940.
They waited 10 years to see
Wind direction
the great
south from
time
940.
here. What about the AI investors?
Into
I mean, do they need to be
1035.
patient?
Wind direction is north or
and the
neutral from
hardware side,
1035
yes.
until
On
the
the
low breaks.
infrastructure and the power side, no. And I'm going to give you some examples of companies who are benefiting now and whose stock has materially appreciated. How about a company like Comfort Systems, ticker symbol
reverting like nothing.
Yeah.
They're actually involved in
1
HVAC,
PM.
supplying the cooling solutions that these data centers needs. Boy, has their stock taken off. And then I think about some of the power solutions that are necessary. You look to a company, a big old boring utility company, Nicole, like Duke Energy. Pays a good dividend, one of the biggest distributors of natural gas in the country, but they also own and operate 6 different nuclear sites in North and South Carolina. Interesting.
Bottom
That's
of the
part
CPI
of the
candle.
AI revolution too. So there are other ways to play this AI revolution if you look to where the money is being spent.
So really, infrastructure and power is where you can probably find better returns in the near
Little W
term.
form.
And how do you quantify that? Is near term 6 months? Is near term 10%?
I would say near term was last year and this year. And if Jensen Huang is correct, and there's going to be between 3 and 4 trillion with a T spent on AI infrastructure by the end of this decade, well, maybe we've got 3 more years of this type of spending that these types of companies will benefit from.
Yeah, I see a few others. You have Taiwan Semi, MCore, NewScale. Those were some that you didn't mention just yet. Where do they fit in your picture?
Sure. So MCore, a lot of people don't know MCore. They were actually added to the S&P 500 last year. They're a construction company, so they're involved in the site planning and the construction of all these data centers. NewScale Power, well, nuclear seems to be the path forward for us right now as it relates to power in addition to natural gas. NewScale, though, supplies small modular reactors that allow data centers to get the nuclear power they need.
Be either used to go higher or a little bit lower.
I've been on your show many times talking about Taiwan Semiconductor, the largest dedicated chip foundry in the world, nearly a 60% market share. And they're now helping NVIDIA onshore the production of
building liquidity here to break the HOD divergence or the LOD divergence is what I can see.
We were looking at the hyperscalers and how much they were spending. You were looking for a return on investment, ROI, and you know Taiwan Semi was really the one that meaningfully came out very early, talked about over $500 billion in spending.
At the midpoint.
You know, I mean, it was a huge number.
Time is one.
And meaningfully changed people's worries from AI bubble to, wow, this is great. And that was probably about 4 to 6 weeks, or maybe 4 weeks ago or so. So what did you think about that? Because this stock is incredible. It went from 134 up to 379, 1 year up 80%. What kind of upside potential do you think Taiwan
you look at forward PE, they're still trading around 27, 28 times forward earning. That's not too rich. I know it's rich from historical perspective.
You would buy it here even at the high.
I would buy it here, absolutely, because they can't keep up with the insane
That's why now they're saying tech was going down for 1 month. The market was at all-time highs. Anyone really heard what they were saying?
They manufacture the chips. So
I heard what they said. I will never forget. I never forget anything.
The fact that they've now partnered with NVIDIA to onshore the production of their chips in the U.S. signals to me that other companies are going to look to do something similar, and likely Taiwan Semiconductor will benefit.
Since you mentioned it, and you mentioned NVIDIA.
Okay, we got to go there.
You know what? Everybody has it some way, shape, or form. You know, maybe in an index or just straight out. They bought it on a sell-off. What do you think here about a name like NVIDIA?
Still the hub of the AI ecosystem. Never bet against Jensen Huang. What I'm most intrigued by is 2 quarters ago, 88% of their revenues came not from chips, but from data centers. So they've now diversified their revenue streams beyond chips. That's very smart because they're really trying to build AI in a box for corporations to tap into. And I think the growth is going to be significant for NVIDIA forward. Hard to believe considering how much they've grown already, but they're not stopping here.
Bullish on tech. Bullish on tech.
Bullish on certain areas of tech and industrials.
All right, Kevin Mon, President and Chief Investment Officer at Henny & Walsh Asset Management. Thank you.
Thank you,
Great
Nicole.
to see you.
Justin says Pepper Ridge Farm remembers. Yep, the insurance company never forgets. That's true. That's life. Insurance company never forgets. Ooh, who does end a big C now? AMET, Apple.
It's time for the big
remember,
three.
I said I have interest on AMET. Watching closely,
will take us through the charts, and here to take us through the picks today, Jessica Inskip, the Director of Investor Research at stockbrokers.com. Jessica, great to have you with us. I see you also got the red memo to start Lunar New Year. Unfortunately, we have a lot of red on the board today, though. What are your takeaways from the action we're kicking off our shortened trading week with?
Yeah, I noticed we got the same memo. I'd love to see it. I think it's an interesting week, and really we're waiting for a catalyst to go higher. I am very much encouraged with the activity that we're seeing on the equal weight index, though.
That's
and
a good
it's
way
not
to
so
put it,
dominated
catalyst.
within the Mag 7. And I believe that catalyst
Market
we're waiting on,
for
of course,
catalyst.
is NVIDIA earnings that kicks off next week. So I think we'll be in this mean reversion and this more rotation into the other sectors outside of the Mag 7 until we get that pull demand story. Whatever we're going to receive from NVIDIA could be that catalyst to kick us higher and to get over those
What
key
do you guys
levels,
think that
maybe
catalyst will
clock
be?
that 7,000 on the S&P 500, so I can finally wear my hat.
We're in a government shutdown over the weekend.
Everybody has the hats and the t-shirts.
We have some Iran shit going on globally.
Yeah,
we have
but your
gold
first
going
pick
on.
just
We have
arguably had
technologies
their own really
pulling
strong
back.
earnings report.
We have the
Applied
VIX
materials,
spiked up. We have
moved
Bitcoin
considerably
going
higher.
bearish.
Year to
We're
date, I
still
think up close
bearish.
to 40%.
What do you guys think the catalyst will be? Let's see in chat.
So this showed up in
if
a
you have
couple
any
of
thoughts on what the
scans,
next
and
catalyst
as
for
you know,
the
I run my
market will be.
technical scan, I run a
Because
growth
this shit
scan,
is
and I
fucking
also run a
wild.
high-quality dividend
NVIDIA
scan.
earnings next
This came
week,
up on the
yeah, but I mean,
high-quality
India
dividend
AI
and the
Summit
growth
this fucking
scan,
Thursday.
which is of course encouraging. That's looking for revenue.
All I can say is fucking setup, but like,
relative to
what's
some
the
key
news?
ratios.
What's the
What
catalyst
I like
that's going to
about
come out?
AMAT and specifically in AI, we're talking a lot
During,
about storage
after,
devices.
before.
AMAT very specifically is
And that's
this
the shit
AI
that
chips
gets me
memory, which
interested,
is
bro.
DRAM,
That's the shit I want to talk
and
about in
that's
the
more
group.
short-term type of storage
But it
exposure,
turns so
if you
fucking
will.
damn
So if you
speculative,
have
and it turns so
1,000 tabs
one-sided,
open
so,
on
you
your
know, we
Google
tend
Chrome,
to stay
that's
away
something that
from
you're
that
going
type
to
of shit
need,
in the
or
WhatsApp
it's
group. But yeah.
temporary memory, and they own a lot of the market share
What's
of
the
that,
next
which I think
catalyst?
has
The global
really
catalyst.
led to that strong run-up that
Japan,
we've seen
we have
within AMAT. But
Japanese
they
stuff
are
going
a
on.
large
We have
chip
bond stuff
equipment
going
company.
on.
They own a lot of that
We
market
have.
share. You are right; they beat earnings.
What
They
isn't
raised
going on?
guidance.
Like,
they now expect equipment sales to
what
grow
the
20%
fuck isn't
in
going on? We have
2026,
everything going on.
Before that, it was
Everything
closer
is
to
literally to the
5%.
max.
So that's a big reset. That's higher. There's
Arkansas says
improving
layoffs.
margins.
Justin
it's up
says
54%.
conflicts with
Our
Iran.
gross
We have
margins,
data
which
come
is
out on Friday
incredible.
too. Arkansas
So
saying
these new
layoffs, right? There's
chips
some
that
literal
they are
jobs or
coming
something.
in
See,
with
I don't know,
the late gate
CPI or
all-around and
economic data
backside
on
power
Friday.
delivery,
Let's see.
they add more market opportunity, and
It's
they
initial
already
jobs
own a
is claimed
lot
on
of that
Thursday.
market
That's
share.
all
So
I
I
know
think
for
we'll
sure.
continue
But
to see
there's so
that
many things going
momentum
on
just because of the
this
considerable
week. It's
demand that we
crazy.
have for AI chips
Initial
and
jobless
memory
claims
and the market
Thursday.
share that they own
Tomorrow
specifically
is
for that short-term
Wednesday.
DRAM.
So Wednesday,
All right, Rick, so if we
housing
take a look at the
permit,
technicals
Fed
for AMAT,
minutes,
obviously
GDP
have been
Friday.
moving considerably to the
GDP
upside in advance of their earnings and then, of course, post-earnings.
So I guess this is a part of a setup into Friday.
Shape that has been prevailing
Thursday,
during the past quarter or so has been an
AI
upward
India
channel between our
summit
two
going
white
on
lines here.
next week.
However, you can
NVIDIA
see
earnings.
that we had
So
a breakout
there's a
then.
lot
We
to
had a
think
gap
about.
that formed here at about 341 or so. From there, we hit new highs near 376. So now that
Someone
gap
said
level
news is
would
going
be
to be
one
layoffs and it's going to
downside
be
area
bullish.
to be on the lookout for if we do
It is true.
start
The
to
trend
move
that we
forward
have
once
been holding
again.
recently, right,
These
is
gaps
that good news
form
is bad
can often
news
be
and
critical
bad news
tests
is
of
good news.
support here. So look
It
to
was
see
not
if the
like
gap
that
gets
2
filled
weeks
and
ago. It was
subsequently,
not like
if
that
we
a
do
month
hang
ago.
on
So
at these old highs, old resistance can
that's what
become
I'm
new
feeling
support.
at least.
That would be a
Every
potential
time we get good
breakdown
news,
point,
it's a
if
little
not.
bit down. Every
From
time we
there,
get
we
bad
could
news,
also look a little bit
it's a
lower
little
and say
bit
there's
down.
another gap here. Therefore, there's another notable low here.
Every time it's good news, it's a little bit down. Every time it's bad news, it's a little bit down. No, I'm kidding. Every time it's good news, it's a little bit up and then down.
5-day weekly EMA in dark blue. That's the closest one here. It comes in right around 345, just a tad below that. Then our monthly teal EMA comes in our 21-day around 325. RSI has been moving lower, a little bit of bearish.
So you think the video will trap bears, you mean? That's a little bit of a contradicting statement. If you think that it follows tech earnings and it goes good earnings and bad, then that means you're going to think it's going to trap the
So look to see if one of these trend lines gets invalidated along with a directional push in price, especially if we move back into that overbought area. That could be a sign of further strength to come. Finally,
your last sentence is a little bit confusing. I think it will be the opposite.
Notable areas of
Arkansas says there are numerous articles supporting that. It's
the
not just
closest
my
one is
opinion.
about 320 to 333. There's a little bit of activity, and then
but the layoffs thing has always been there.
255 to about 270
every week.
All right, 255 to 270 or so. Of course, we're considerably above those levels right now, trading at 359.11 for AMAT. Jessica, your next pick is Citigroup. They had really strong revenue growth in their earnings report, but we have seen some downward pressure on its price. Some of it tied to some headlines around financials. But take us through Citigroup as your second pick.
I absolutely agree. I think they're really moving in sympathy with financials and the threat that's seen with software and what's happening within banking and finance. And I really think that that is overblown and almost like another deep seek moment. So Citigroup is one shows up constantly on my high quality dividend growth screen. It's got a 2.16% dividend yield, a 25% payout ratio, which means it's not giving most of their earnings going towards that dividend. There's room for growth, and they have free cash flow, high free cash flow, which is important on checking those boxes from what I look for just from a dividend perspective. Now, from that growth perspective, what I think the true
always said
disruptor
1 week
is
we
within
saying
the
700, the
space
next week
is
they got us saying 660.
That's
oh my god, that's the best one yet, folks. That's the best one yet. I remember, the realists remember last week. Shit, last week, chat was full of 700 and 7,000s. Alright, here and there. Now, fucking, yeah, we seeing 670, we seeing 678. We seeing fucking sub 600 on QQQ like nothing. I don't know if anyone said anything on a QQQ, but yeah.
OpenClaw, whatever we're going to refer to that now, that OpenAI just purchased. A lot of users or Power AI users that were utilizing that were actually buying Mac Minis because of the security constraints that were around running that AI agent. So that's going to be an influx of sales just that we weren't expecting, that I think we haven't seen within valuations. That's going to help Apple. Additionally, this March 4th experience, it's going to be interesting to see what that is. There is a lot of chatter around
it gets my interest to max zero. I actually get fucking disinterested when I hear the word Apple. So Apple
personally will upgrade if that comes out. But beyond that, if we look deeper into the numbers of what they're working on, they've had this demand pool or supply that's happening within the numbers. So inventory.
All right, let's get the like button up, folks, please. All right, we're all having a great time.
51% year over year. That's a level that we only see before major product cycles. So during
we have 8 more people.
The big iPhone and during COVID, that's when that happened. They've got R&D
more
hitting a
people
record
here.
of about 7.6%
Smack
of
the like
revenue.
button.
That's telling
we can
me
do it.
aggressive AI
Like,
investment. And then purchase
That's
obligations,
what I mean.
they jumped 140% quarter over quarter to 35 billion. So
We were so
smaller
close
numbers,
last
60%
week.
to Apple.
We have
But
more
that
people now.
suggests to me
It is
some more
absolutely
AI
possible, I
commitments.
believe.
That's a suggestion because we haven't been
Small
told that
cycles are
directly.
happening.
But what that tells me, just looking at the data
still
and
bearish.
from
SPY
what I'm
is
speculating here, is
0.23%
Apple
red.
looks like it's really gearing up to be
She
that
said Apple.
consumer solution that I believe it to be. And
What are you guys
so
gonna go
so
eat for
interesting
lunch,
to
folks?
see
Let's
what
see in
happens
chat, right?
March
That's the
4th,
most
and then
important
after
thing.
that, of
What
course,
do you guys
we've got
feel
another
like
event
eating?
with Apple.
What are you
So
gonna
I think
go
there's a
eat?
lot on the horizon.
How
what we've
are
been
you
waiting
going to
for,
take care
I
of
think is
your
finally going to come to
wonderful
fruition
body?
this year.
All right, Rick, Jessica stopped
By
just shy
eating.
of saying super cycle, but Apple could be ripe for one. I mean, year to date, they are underperforming the market, actually in negative territory over the last 52 weeks, still underperforming.
Someone
But what
said
are you
it's been
seeing
a
in the
good
technical
morning.
setup?
So
Always
for
good,
now,
as
our
always,
trend is
good to
still
be
somewhat
alive.
downward here. We had a
Nice.
shorter term
Good
uptrend
vibes.
that has been broken. Our
Someone
blue,
said
trend
Chipotle.
line
I had
here
Chipotle
starting at
yesterday. I
these
kind of got
lows.
sick.
We topped out here around 277.
Garrett said shrimp
Now we've
maruchan.
retreated.
Bro.
We are near 260
Bro.
currently after bottoming out near 255. If you were to backtrack, you can see
You gotta get rid of the
line
shrimp
up with a
maruchan,
lot
man.
of notable floors and ceilings.
Johnny
once again,
said
repeated
saltines of
areas
water.
of support and resistance or notable gap levels. So we touched on the areas where you might be expecting
DSD
some
said
kind of
glizzies
support
from
to
Costco's.
materialize.
I don't even know what
that
the
would
fuck
be the
to take
breakdown
that
point.
from.
That's why
Glizzies
we
from
try to
Costco.
identify
Horatio
these
said
repeated
ribs.
stopping points for
Right.
price. Another one right here.
Ribs
down,
from where?
lower
That's
near
a good
246
question.
because they can often
1036
be
Rich
critical
said turkey
areas,
wrap.
that the price.
All right, there we go. We got
can
a
reach and
Arabian
then bounce
bodega
or
food
have
too.
a further
There you go.
significant breakdown here. So now
Chopped cheese,
fast moving
grilled.
average once again like our last.
I like
crossing
chicken
below the
Caesar
confluence
wrap.
of
I never
our,
had chopped cheese actually in my life. I
longer-term
want to
moving
try it. I
averages.
heard
In
it's
this
like a
case, everything's
cheeseburger,
kind of lumped
cheese
together
steak, but
near
yeah.
about 264, 265
Man,
roughly.
I don't know what to
we
eat
do have
too.
our yearly 251 EMA and orange as well, down near 244. So that's
don't know what
another
to eat.
thing to just consider.
Parkinson said 3 of
RSI
those baby
stopped
pouches
short
from
of
Whole
entering
Check,
the
Whole
overbought
Foods,
area.
Paycheck.
We are below the 50 midline right
What
now.
the fuck? Getting worse and worse.
Really nearing
Henry said
that
home
30
fried pork,
oversold
rice, and
area
beans.
just yet here. So
Good.
look for any
Home
notable
fried pork,
crossovers
rice,
that would
and
happen
beans.
along with price once again.
Getting
So our
worse and
volume
worse.
areas that we would be on the lookout for, the heaviest one is up here, 267
Someone said beans
to
and toast. I
276.
never in my life
And
like
then
beans and
we are in
toast
the
ever,
thick of
bro.
this one as well, 253 to
the architect said
260. Things are a little bit heavier as well, 243 to 249. Those are the
VC
standout
Ninja said not sure.
All right, Rick, thanks for breaking
If you're
down
not
the
sure,
technicals
right?
for
Now's
us
the time
on
to think
Apple.
about it.
Also
'Cause me
trading
too, brother.
higher
Not
on
sure
the day,
what
up
to eat.
almost 2%. But Jessica, before we say
Lily
goodbye
said
to
in
you,
and out,
I know
double
tomorrow something
combo.
exciting
Dude,
is
you must
happening
live
in
in
your
the
world
West
that our
Coast
viewers
because
might
we
be
ain't got no
interested
in
in.
and
So I
out
wanted
over
to
here
give
in
you
the
a
West
second
Coast,
to
dude.
share about
You know what I wish I had?
Oh, thanks, Marley.
Oh,
After a
what's that
very
place?
long
Waffle
hiatus, we
House.
actually paused the
No
podcast
Waffle House
in
where I live,
August of last
Northeast.
year, but we're
Sad
going live
stuff.
again tomorrow,
Justin
and we're
said
starting with
low-key
a deep
Buffalo
dive
fries from
into
Quick
the
Check.
.com bubble, and then
Never
we're gonna
had that
continue our Fed
before, but it
series.
sounds
We've been
fire.
going
But
through the
spiciness would
formation of
probably
the
ruin
Fed
my
since the
stomach
early
right now.
1900s.
Latif said
and we've
bear
gotten
soup.
all the way
What
to
the
the
hell?
1970s,
What?
and so we're really
Bear
going
meat
the
from
great
Walmart
moderation
and
into
make
the
soup?
.com bubble. So it's a lot
Johnny
of
said at
really
this
good
rate I'm just
history
gonna have to
relating to today,
photosynthesize
and I'm very
stuff.
excited to share that. Thank you for the reminder.
Of course, yes. I mean,
That's it. All right. Nope. Yeah, that's it. That's what I feel like right now. All right. I'm so hungry. My stomach is literally photosynthesizing itself. He said photosynthesis. You can't beat that. You can't beat that
Welcome
one.
back. The U.S. labor market showing signs of stabilization in January. In fact, it was a good number. Non-farm
hidden
payrolls
divide,
were
a
up
K-shaped labor market
130,000.
splits opportunity. Dang. Who said in chat labor earlier? Who said in chat Arcatum? Dang. We'll see into this week.
For the month, while the
Photosynthesis photosynthesis is crazy, bro. I ain't going front, man.
Healthcare.
I get everything. Photosynthesis is crazy, bro. What the? Photosynthesis actually can't be ignored. What
marking one of the weakest years for job growth in decades. Joining me now is Korn Ferry Vice Chairman Alan Guarino. Alan, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. And I know that you described this as a K-shaped labor market. One area is going up, the other area is going down.
What are you getting?
Well, so
dude, I want to go to, I don't know,
happened in the last year.
Either Cheesecake Factory or Longhorns, but I'm so tired of Longhorns now because every time I go to Longhorns, I got 2 outlaw steaks. I got 2 outlaw steaks in 2 weeks. I don't think that's fucking normal.
At, let's say 2.5 to 3% over the course of a year. historically we would expect to add anywhere from 700,000 to
were like
$1 million
$45
jobs. Last year we added 140,000.
for soup and fucking steak,
so
and I had two
without
breads
adding
to
a lot
my
of labor,
stuff.
which means that it was a productivity.
Oh my God!
Situation.
Took half the fucking steak
we
home
had
to
a
eat.
lot of
Ate it
hiring
over
that occurred
breakfast.
post-COVID.
Like,
companies were rich with people, and therefore they were able to absorb additional work.
I gotta be good
people.
to my stomach. That's
so
what I want to do. But I also want to eat.
I say, and then I always add to the conversation AI, because people are worried that they're not sure if their jobs are going away because of artificial intelligence. Younger generations are rethinking their career paths. Millennials and Gen Zers are saying that they're willing to walk away from their current jobs over dissatisfaction with work environments. Mark, jump in here.
115 bounced into, and 115 rejected.
I mean, they probably think they can go and drive Uber and make just as much money at this point in time because of the gig economy. So that's certainly a headwind as well.
Can you guys give me some good, like,
during the pandemic, companies wanted to hire as much as possible. There was a lot of payroll bloat. But we've also heard about AI killing.
We have a lot of people that got turned off by the talk we just had, but it's all right.
Manager positions for the most part, and that's something that we have to kind of brace ourselves for over the course of the next several years.
Wednesday. There's no buy one get one. Oh,
Tuesday. This time frame, where maybe over the next 2 to 3 years, we're going to see fewer jobs added. We're going to see more economic growth through productivity that comes from AI. And I'm wondering if
maybe a really good Italian restaurant.
Last month, jobs added was like what 230,000 used to be a couple years ago before AI.
Pasta.
Could very well be.
All right, until 12:55 breaks,
what
right?
happened to
The Bears are in
the corporate
danger.
ladder, Maria, when
Until
you talked about
one
the
breaks,
and Mark, when you talked
the
about
Bulls are in
those
danger.
middle managers, which are largely Generation X and some of the millennials are coming in. The reality is that AI is going to impact, but it's going to impact.
It could do anything because of the 5 minute.
A few more years than it is now. Everyone wants to say, "Oh, this is AI." It's not yet AI.
We are at some sort of a downward trend line, though. We are in a downward trend line for sure. From 6,972 to 6,875 to 6,873.
Would you want to do that for a few hours a day with the help of AI, and then go out and see clients with a senior leader who's going to mentor you and bring you out and have you do that kind of work?
But to that point, what I'm hearing from like banks, financial institutions, is that they are still
maybe
hiring
at the end of the day
analysts,
they
for
could
example,
lotto
for those
and then
entry-level
break this
jobs, but they're
downward
not
trending
hiring quite
support
as
on the
many. They're not
cornucopia
going
and the
up every
divergence
year
flare
as
at the
they
roof
used
or
to,
something,
because they're
but
pretty sure
they
that
may
they
be
don't
waiting
need as
until
many
the end of the
because
day
of
here
exactly
too.
that
Looks
they're
like
farming out
not
that kind
breaking
of
out,
low-level
not
entry
going
work
lower,
to AI.
but
Can
waiting
I also
until the end of
question
the
you,
day.
though, on this? Certainly,
To
there's
do
been
one
a huge
side or the
number
other
of
big time.
immigrants in the country leaving. So it seems to me on the bottom end of the work scale,
Labor market
you have a
stalled
lot
in
of people who are hourly
2026.
laborers leaving the
Just
country. Numbers are down.
181,000
And then
jobs
at the
added
top end,
2026.
the college graduates,
So we have
you
jobs
also
data
have
coming
just
out
unlimited
this
growth.
Thursday,
So
and
it
then we have
seems very
GDP on
reasonable
Friday.
to me that we have
It'll
a
be a very,
pretty
very big day.
constrained labor market going forward.
And let me just add what Dario Amodei, the CEO of Anthropic, says. He says AI is now writing much of his code, the code at the company, and that he's publicly predicted that AI will eliminate 50% of entry-level white-collar jobs within 1 to 5 years. This is from the CEO of Anthropic.
Right. He's been talking about that for the last year.
Man, a contract on SPX is $5,000.
And predictions are predictions.
Friday, that's fucking crazy.
You know, there's other people saying, quite frankly, that higher order work will come from this, and that people will actually have more opportunity for a period of time.
What about
Call on
business points on the
SPX is
banks?
$5,000 too.
The banks are interesting.
Christ,
you know,
into Friday.
at the end of the day, I'm frank. I've got a client that's actually hiring the same number of analysts, and what they're going to do. That's very interesting stuff. Talent strategy here again. Great leadership does this.
Things are so expensive now, man. It's dirty fucking expensive. Can't even fucking think about no SPX. I got no money for that. Fuck, we talking about like fucking 3 SPY is like fucking $3,000 or 1.8K. Like that shit used to be fucking 1 or 2 SPX. Now 1 SPX is valued at 5.
Then we're not going to have them later. It's a conundrum. It's complicated.
Maybe I'm looking at a far dated out, but yeah.
I
don't think September 20th is far at all.
You find me some people that are entry level that can run a spreadsheet that can also go out and talk to a client effectively.
Those are two skill sets that don't.
This is a good question, and Alan just wrote an entire book about it.
Absolutely.
What are the skill sets that our audience needs to make sure that they bone up on right now to not just survive but thrive this complete change in our economy that's underway?
Absolutely. As I've said to my friend Dan Goldman, who's the father of EI, in in the age of AI, EI will be more critical. Mark, you're absolutely right.
Emotional
intelligence, EQ, relationship skills, people skills. I hate to say it, people call them soft skills.
So get off your iPhone, actually communicate with people. Is that a good idea? There's an amazing thought. Yeah, exactly.
Like bedside manner that a doctor has.
There you go. And by the way, you know, years ago we would say, show me an analyst who has strong people skills. And
show me how, show me what, show me what you should know. Show me how market is trying to run up. Show me how time is 1:22.
We are taking a look at prices down
25 in 36 seconds. Gold is not going up with this shit though.
Nasdaq down 217.
HOD divergence. I thought they were going to wait until the end of the day for any LOD or HOD running or hoping, but I guess they could do it. Burning the fuck out of every single. That's crazy though. This candle fucking absolutely crazy. 1255 below VWAP. Can't even make this shit up. Nuclear candle 120. Time is 1:25 in 5 seconds. Can't even make this shit up. Nuclear candle 3/3 used. 0 DT cycling crazy. What the f is this? 0.5 touched. Bear burn everybody. Oh my lord. Cycle is humongous. Time is 1:25, not 1:20 now. What a nuclear candle. And QQQ. Let's see IWM. IWM. Coming in dumb crazy. Alright, in the most people's eyes, the unnatural forces of laws are happening, but look at IWM right now. Insane. CPI candle. Insane. They're playing crazy. They're playing crazy. Look at IWM right now. They're playing crazy right now. 120. 120. Big boy time. Motherfucking big boy time. Up or down. I don't know. They could be faking this shit out and come right back somewhere here and chop too for a little bit. Or they bear burn everybody for 30 minutes for 1 hour. I don't know. And then do some shit later. I don't fucking know, dude. Candle crazy. We are now at the 4 p.m. close on SPY in a heartbeat. Alright, the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 bullish cycle has to be drawn again. Smaller cycles inside a bigger cycle, making a medium term cycle is turning into an even bigger cycle. 1/3, 2/3, and 3/3 since 12:55 into 1:25, 30 minutes. Insane. I'm not even doing shit here. I don't care. Insane. I'm just gonna insane. Whatever the hell happens here, this is insane. A lot of market volatility. Oh shit. My phone. Gucci.
Biggest holiday, the Lunar New Year, is here, and big holidays mean a lot of spending.
Gucci.
In 2023, the latest data available, Chinese consumers spent more than $140 billion on travel, retail, gifts, and more. And luxury brands desperate for growth this year, want a piece of that pie. Every year in the Chinese calendar is represented by one of 12 zodiac animals. 2026 is the year of the horse.
Bouncing, but to wear.
The 15-day celebration will act as a test of Chinese consumers' willingness to spend
12:55 needs to break, or
slowdown.
1 p.m. broke.
Chinese shoppers have become more conservative and selective between stagnant incomes, a youth employment crisis, and a housing crash. They've also been more inclined to support domestic labels. When it comes to luxury, Chinese consumers used to power the industry, but they've pulled back in recent years. China generated about a third of total global luxury sales before the pandemic. That number dropped to 23% in 2025. But now, analysts say there are signs of a recovery. After dropping by double digits in 2024, luxury spend in China improved somewhat last year, but was still down about 3 to 5%. So Lunar New Year is going to be an opportunity for many global brands to try to show they understand Chinese culture and reconnect with Chinese consumers. In years past, brands rolled out limited edition collections featuring that year's zodiac animal and the classic Lunar New Year colors, red and gold. But now shoppers expect more. Analysts tell me that Chinese customers are not as easily impressed by Western brands or their marketing. They'll have to do more than just sell a red handbag with a horse on it. And younger customers are looking for fresher takes. One thing in brands' favor, analysts say it's easier to market a horse than last year's zodiac animal,
was the best.
snake. One reason is that quite a lot of Western luxury houses already feature them in their logos or motifs, like Gucci, Celine, Longchamp, and of course, Hermes. Some brands have really stepped up their game by leaning into events. Valentino held a lantern fair at a temple, and Burberry set up an ice skating rink in Beijing. Some fashion brands have launched campaigns with Chinese celebrities and created short animated films. Analysts tell me they're cautiously optimistic that the luxury market will rebound in China, but one thing is clear. Wealthy Chinese consumers have much higher expectations than they used to. This Lunar New Year,
MACD volume is bullish, candle is trying to be.
Meet them. Let's see which ones come out on top.
What a fucking throw off at 12:55 though, midpoint. And there was a possibility of a bounce though, so that is what the market did. And it did it slow. Oh, sorry, I was itching my eye.
Like, people are risk off at the moment, obviously. You've got this, on the one hand, dissonance in the fact that people want to play global reflation, small caps, international. And on the other hand, you're seeing just bond yields lower in terms of, I think, further fears of further concern around the AI trade within the U.S.
You're linking the AI trade dynamics over to price up, yield down.
You can't do it with the economic data, whether it be the surprise index at multi-month highs, whether it be the jobs data as of the last week or two. So you can't link it that way.
Dan, I mean, nobody does tech research better than the Morgan Stanley complex. You guys have been leaders on that for decades here. What do you guys make of this fade software, just broadly defined? I mean, software is a story that just works for everybody all the time. Now it's really under some risk here.
Sure, and thank you, Paul. Appreciate that kudos. So, number one, I think it's one of these many examples of dissonance at the moment. On the one hand, the market is fearful over AI spending. On the other hand, the market's saying software is going to be disrupted. So I can't explain that one in terms of efficacy versus disruption. And look, I would say not all software, not to be that completely out of consensus, but not all software is created equal.
That
when
is
I look at the varying...
Justin said each lesson has a price. And the reason why we say on the stream, right, the happiness is fine in the struggle is because in the struggle, there is a lesson, and in the struggle, there is something to be taken as an education, I guess. I'm talking like spiritually, so yeah.
Types of software. Some of these companies are actually partnered with the AI model makers today.
Right. You know, it's funny, we were talking about software.
Like right now,
and just
I'm looking
tech
back on
research.
SOX on shit.
Mary
Like right
Meeker,
now,
she was
I'm
in the
looking
news
back
again
on a
this week
lot
on
of
Mary
shit
Meeker.
because
She won the
it could have went
AT&T
absolutely
Pebble
against
Beach
if
Pro
I was.
Am.
No way.
No
way. What did she do? Hand her PowerPoint?
I don't know.
Her PowerPoint to the
I saw her in the news.
Remember her PowerPoint?
Oh, yeah.
And you had to sit there in a bar with Alexis, you'd sit at a bar in Midtown Manhattan with the beverages of your choice. Beverages. Because it'd be, what, Dan? It'd be 64 pages. And the problem with Mary, every page had value.
Yep, that was the problem.
You know, it was.
And 64 was the intro.
Yes. Yes, exactly. So what are we doing here? Broadly defined with equities here, 2025, excellent returns in the U.S., even better returns outside of the U.S. What's the setup here for 2026?
So number one, we're saying to stick with the international trade, right? So on the one hand, whereas the AI-centric optimism has now ceded to concern, that's obviously benefiting international, number one. Number two, you've got policy and fiscal tailwinds helping Japan, helping Latin America, helping arguably Europe in some degree with this defense spending and a revamping of the military-industrial complex there. Number two, we're telling folks don't abandon the large cap quality adopters in the U.S. I think the biggest dissonance I've observed over the last month, and we've known software is going to be disrupted for the last 2 years, so that's not the big surprise. It's that every other sector of the market has seemingly been taken out to the disruption woodshed. And a lot of these, by the way, were the names that were the biggest adopters of AI previously. That's the big dissonance.
Earnings were, three quarters
looks like
of the way
the market's
through.
trying to be bullish.
Pretty solid out there. Has earnings been solid enough for this market?
Wow.
Not at the moment.
Yeah.
I think the market is losing sight of, we talked
may
about
hit that
macroeconomic
horizontal
data
slope
earlier,
and support in the
pretty solid and above itself.
Somewhere
and earnings is broadening out. I think the key trend at the moment is that you're seeing Russell 3000 median earnings growth of around 11%. And that's up from, call it, low single digits the last year or so.
I mean, I look at the Google bond deal of the other day. Lisa Shallot loaded a boat for Morgan Stanley on a 100-year British piece. But I'm sitting there this week going, okay, Microsoft's in the tank, down a couple dollars this morning as well. It's closed at 401. It's trading now 399. Okay, Dan Scully, fine. But can't they and others in one
look at this crazy-ass cornucopia
change the zeitgeist by saying we're going to do a ginormous bond deal off Dan Scully's desk at Morgan Stanley?
Market bullish.
Well, welcome the partnership, no doubt. Listen, I think when you look at the majority of AI spend, it's still being funded from cash flow.
I want to extend this
on the
line,
margin,
but
there is leverage coming into the system. But Tom, as you know, many of the Mag 7 balance sheets are net cash balance sheets. They could afford to take on some leverage.
Am I right that they could do one? What do you tech people say? Can they do one tranche, two tranche, 30 billion here, 20 billion there, 16.5 billion
The demand is
there.
off the charts, as you know.
That's so close. I would not rely on that line at all. I would not rely on it.
We think there's some room to take on some leverage here. But look, at the end of the day, we think the market is efficiently and probably rightfully taking a pause on Mag 7 at the moment and the S&P because we've had this massive spending ramp up. We have alternatives for the first time in a decade. We have other markets with momentum. And we all know what momentum as a factor has meant for equities over the last several years. It has truly taken the baton from valuation.
I would not,
so
I would not rely on that shit at all.
So does that lean outside of the U.S. versus U.S. here? Because, I mean, you look at the European
cornucopia.
Traded at a discount
cornucopia. Let's get some corn emojis in chat, folks. Where's the energy?
As they did last year?
Yeah, it's a fabulous point, Paul. And number one, that's true.
Just because it's end of the day, just because it's after midday doesn't mean the energy dies, right? I've been up since 5 a.m. in the morning. Time is 1:35. Shit, I'm about to be up till 12 p.m. Probably. I'm going to go to sleep for 7 hours and I'll be up at 5 a.m. in the morning.
And number three, when I look at fiscal policy, right? We've talked a lot about the U.S. fiscal and political situation.
And
look at what's going on with Japan post the elections. We now have a super majority.
Fuck it, man. All right. Time is 1:35. Where's the energy? Right? Natty. All right. No caffeine. No energy drink. No coffee. Hey, there you go. Cornucopias. Got a cone. We got Patrick's.
President Trump says that the seeds for growth were planted, and the numbers show this economy
Did I just say squid?
is blooming. And
SpongeBob snail.
The jobs report was promising, and we got a CPI, a
Gary.
consumer price index print.
DSD
is
going wild. Oh, I thought you was posting cone, eagle, and a dolphin. Might as well post a dolphin.
In fact, core inflation, which excludes food and energy, is at an almost 5-year low.
HOD divergence.
The president said, we have liftoff.
Has the economy turned a corner? I think so. We're at 50,000 and we're at 7,000 with S&P. If you remember,
I think so.
Say it any way they want. They said if Trump, by the end of his term, 4 years, would get
that's my president.
Dow number to 50,000, it would be a miracle. It would be. I got it in 1 year to 50,000. The economy is doing
7,000 SPX. Would have been there in years. 50,000. My God, we just took. Oh my God.
It was prices are easing, inflation in check, wages are growing, adjusting for inflation for people. This is the prosperity is spreading.
Well, the key thing is more people are feeling it. Perceptions are key. And one of the things that they're going to have to overcome in the next few months is a lot of lower income people are still struggling, taking on a lot of debt. And that's going to be something that I think can be addressed with another round of tax cuts, so that by fall, everyone feels not only their paychecks getting bigger, but they are staying really ahead of any price increases. Remember, we still have a healthcare problem, still have a higher education for a lot of people, still a big problem. So the president should say, we've made real progress. Here's where we have to make more progress. Acknowledge that not everything is honky-dory, and have a little more nuance on it. And then he has the credibility to win over voters in November, because thankfully for him and the Republicans and us, the Democrats are going out of their way to show they're a party incapable of having real adults in it, starting with New York City. Los Angeles, for crying out loud, the mayor there, pretty bad, has a challenger who's even worse in terms of going left. So, yes, the Democrats are coming to President Trump's rescue.
Steve, how much do you think, though, you know, like, I know not everything, things are never all hunky-dory, right? We live in a fallen world, it's broken, there's always things wrong. But, like, this is a pretty good spot with GDP, with inflation, with unemployment. I mean, how much more does the president really need to apologize
Market looking
for
not
the
bad
track record
with this
he's got
move.
on the economy right now versus just turning around full-throated and saying, guys, this is an opportunity-laden economy. Go out and make your opportunities. And here's why I say that. Because we just came off the Biden years where all they ever told people is you don't have to move out of your apartment if you quit paying rent. You don't have to pay your student loans, right? It was all giveaways. It was all moratoriums. And I think we had a lot of people get used to the idea that you don't have to budget carefully and you don't have to watch what you spend because the government's going to bail you out at some point. Maybe right now what Trump should say is the runway's clear, go for it. We're not bailing you out, but we're not putting barriers in your way either. Like, how about a full-throated message like that instead of apologizing for things?
Well, I've never known President Trump, to be apologizing, and he certainly hasn't for what he's done in his first year in office.
HOD divergence is cleared.
I think, though, acknowledging
HOD divergence
there's
is cleared.
Still barriers to overcome gives him credibility, also in terms of giving credibility to his real achievements. For example, immigration. The way it's been handled, unfortunately, has hurt him, even though he closed the borders. I'm glad Tom Homan's now in Minneapolis and elsewhere, a real adult in charge of that. So that hopefully that's not going to become a political issue again, as it hurt us in November in Virginia, New Jersey, elsewhere. So that way, acknowledge that the runway may be clear, but we still have some barriers out there, and we're overcoming them. Look what we've overcome. We can overcome more, but we need your support. We need.
I expected this shit reach. I expected this shit to reach at some point here, though, when they ran out, but they did not. What the fuck is this now?
There's so much uncollected garbage. The rats are
horizontal sloping is flipping. Cornucopia.
And so
cornucopia.
Their flaws with a bit of humor, and then the Republicans can be in a good position. But otherwise, the Democrats just dominate, which is so exasperating. Dominates the narrative, as they say. So, yeah.
Are there any concerns? And I hate to cherry pick the data because I feel like every month in a CPI report, I can find something good and find something bad. But this core CPI data was mainly due to a 1.8% drop in used vehicles. Then you could say underneath the hood,
this QQQ horizontal sloping support is the reason why I had it drawn pre-market is because I was watching that all day.
So
that's why I left at 9:30. Fuck.
This disinflationary trend is intact? Or if you look underneath the hood, there are still some things that are concerning, which means the Federal Reserve is on pause.
They went down to 675, and now we're at 684. Like, what the fuck?
Feel the relief that the
One fucking day, zero DT. They're causing it to burn and chop and print everything.
Terms of the specifics like electricity, he should be making.
They're moving crazy today. They moved first of all.
The one reason why electricity
how much
have gone
did we
up
move?
is
We
because
moved
the old
up
Green New
$3.
Deal
We moved up. We moved down 7. We moved up 7. We pulled back 5. We ran up 6. So
and
3.
We're paying the price for it today. And here's what
9,
we're doing
10,
to unclog the grid,
15,
build new
20,
power sources.
20 something dollars, 19 something dollars is what I can see. I'm not even. I'm just trying to do the math here. Like I'm being very Asian right now, but it is what it is. The math match. It's 20 something dollars on SPY. That's like 100 something points on SPX. There's volatility is freaking through the roof. The market is moving and it's volatile to the max right now.
And also too, rents look like.
And we have 105 people here. We have one more like to get to 100. Right? 5 or 6 of you that can hit the like. Please do hit the like.
The Federal Reserve
Thank you very
and
much.
Don't make a distinction between prices going up because of government policy, because of disruptions to production, and prices that change because of the value of the dollar.
Close.
You should make the point. We're going to make sure
Gold
we have
futures
a
is
trustworthy
rising,
dollar,
trying.
which brings down interest rates. But things like if a
someone just
Democrats
unliked on
put in
that,
a 20%
please.
Sales tax nationwide,
Someone just
that's
unliked on
we
that.
can't
Oh, thank you
control.
so much.
So
2
make
of
the
you guys just hit the
distinction.
like.
Here's what we
Yay,
can
let's
control.
get it.
Here's what regulation is done in the past, or tackling regulation, or the president is. And on the money side, we're going to finally get the Fed off this crazy notion that prosperity causes inflation. There's no reason why the Federal Reserve can't let interest rates come down, even though you have a booming economy.
Very, very hard for me to get it up, so that's why I always ask. But you know, if you still have it, please do.
Real monetary inflation.
Please do.
Nerdy stuff, but absolutely basic for
There's some that hit and then unhit. That's why.
Sustainable economic growth.
Oh, now we have so many people that hit it. Let's go! God,
because there are signs of trouble with.
Let's go! It's gonna bump a 6.
And particularly people who are just over that middle. So
that's huge.
There's new stats.
That's 10%.
The average client seeking help from credit counseling agencies across the country makes $70,000
Friendly
a year.
power.
So that ain't low end. And what's more, they have debt levels
Man,
of $35,000.
the craziest thing to see a White House press conference at around 2 or 3,
signs of trouble.
Nothing scheduled.
With a lot of Americans out there.
No news.
And Dagan talks about this a lot. I think.
Remember, every single day, President Trump would come on. Every single day, Caroline would go live. Every single day, there would be a White House press conference or a live stream with some CEO or something. Let's go see.
I think
honestly, like, it's so quiet. For such a big day, like, but is it like that every day? It was so quiet last week too. There was nothing going on in the live stream, except maybe one presidential live stream that happened at 1 p.m. one day. Modi and Macron meeting. Yeah, it's just very quiet today. I'm not gonna lie. Very muted. I don't even know. This is Fox Business, but they're posting the most weirdest videos ever. Like, watch. This is Fox Business. Okay. Okay. Unrelated. Unrelated. Like 2 out of 6 videos related.
The United States and Iran have wrapped up in Geneva. Trey Inks joins me now.
They just have the Dow picture up. Like,
out of today's meeting.
How is that market related?
Yeah, Ashley, good morning. The second round of negotiations
Man,
in
but
Geneva,
that's what the market does,
Switzerland,
though. Like, I played in the 1/3, 2/3, and I also got out.
Finished. Iran's foreign minister says a memorandum of understanding was reached with the U.S., but we didn't get much more than that. We do know,
the majority at least in the 3/3, just like how they burnt the majority in the 3/3, thinking this line was going to flip on QQQ, because I thought it was going to too. It was showing like maybe touch and then rejection, but no.
Participated
right
in the
below
indirect
it.
negotiations that were led by Omani officials, with Iran's foreign minister leading the
Frank said
opposing
106.
delegation.
Thank you so
Overnight,
much,
President
bro.
Trump was asked about the talks, saying this.
It's all that a deal is next to impossible. No, I think they want to make a deal. I don't think they want the consequences of not making a deal. They want to make a deal.
As negotiators
I can't wait till
Geneva,
Thursday. We have a
Supreme
lot of
leaders
tech
spoke from
CEOs coming
Tehran
live
amid a
on
crowd that
Thursday,
chanted
so
and cheered the Ayatollah
hope you
Khamenei
guys tune in
issued
for
a new threat
Thursday
against
too.
the US Navy.
Tomorrow will be a really volatile, cool day too, but I think Thursday will be a very news-filled day.
Okay, of course,
there's going to be a lot of live streams throughout the entire day. So, are we really watching the Supreme
but
Leader?
more dangerous than that is a weapon that can send that warship deep under the sea.
This gives you a sense of where things are at in the region. There is a massive U.S. military buildup. President Trump is urging diplomacy, and Iran's supreme leader is threatening the U.S. military. Ashley?
All right, Trey Inks, thank you very much for that. And
we have two big-ass aircraft carriers over there.
President Trump said he would have his hand in them. Listen to this.
Doing nothing.
I'll be
we might
involved
do
in those
something.
talks indirectly, and they'll be very important. And we'll see what can happen. I mean, it's been typically Iran's a very tough negotiator. I would say they're bad negotiators because we could have had a deal instead of sending the B-2s in to knock out their nuclear potential, and we had to send the B-2s. I hope they're going to be more reasonable. It's all that a deal is next to impossible. No, I think they want to make a deal. I don't think they want the consequences of not making a deal.
All right, joining me now to talk about this, Victoria Coates, National Security Vice President at the Heritage Foundation. Victoria, let's begin there. Iran says they're open to compromise if the U.S. is willing to discuss lifting sanctions. What does that look like, and could that happen? It seems to me that President Trump would not be keen to lift sanctions because they're a huge tool in these negotiations.
Oh, absolutely, Ashley. That's why the Iranians are talking at all. They have an imploding economy. Some estimates have the inflation at 79%. And I would say for the supreme leader, he might have an easier time sinking an aircraft carrier than he does fixing that economy.
Range at 140.
So that's why they're talking. But they have no interest in actually dismantling their nuclear program, limiting their missiles, or ceasing their support for proxies. And both President Trump and Secretary Rubio have been very clear. Those are the conditions. So we'll see. If they get enough economic pain, maybe there's a deal to be had. But it's hard for me to see it coming out of Geneva right now.
The early attack by the U.S. And Israel on the nuclear facilities, how much does that play into their psyche? Because they know this president will deliver what he promises, so to speak.
No, it should definitely play into their psyche, as well as the fact that for the entire 12-day war, Iran was defenseless in the air against both the Israelis and the Americans. They couldn't do anything about it, and we operated with impunity, as did our Israeli allies, to strike what we wanted to strike. And so they know that. They know they can't do anything about that. And so the president is literally moving the biggest gun in the world,
high that they turn into resistance and or support.
Gerald Ford into the region. It should be there in 5-6 days. We'll see what happens then.
Be interesting. Let's turn to another conflict. The U.S. Holding talks, peace talks between Russia and Ukraine. President Trump pushing for a deal here. Do you think we're making any progress? It feels like we're not, but I'm not behind the scenes.
It's really slow and painful, Ashley. And bear in mind, next week we're going to mark the 4th anniversary of this horrible war and all of the death and destruction that has come with it. And it's just amazing to think it's been 4 long years. And I think to President Trump's credit, he's got the parties at the table at long last. So those conversations at least are some small bit of progress. But really, quite frankly, until Putin decides that the war is too expensive for him, or he needs to start regrouping his military.
Back then, RSI went into bullish territory at around 120.
We might get to a ceasefire.
Ever since 120, this is in a bullish territory. MACD and
I want to get
RSI.
this into, Victoria. Secretary of State Marco Rubio shined
Candles are
on the
going
global
climbing.
stage at the Munich Security Conference this weekend. Meanwhile, several Democrats, potential 2028 contenders, got very poor marks. Many of them used the platform just to blast President Trump. What was your reaction to the speeches? I want to kind of highlight Rubio because I thought his speech was excellent.
It really was. This wasn't a fair fight in any way, shape, or form. Secretary Rubio obviously has been a major figure in American foreign policy for well over 10 years, and it showed. And he gave a really powerful speech following up on the vice president's message in Munich last year about the need for Europe to save itself so it can be a strong partner to the United States. While AOC couldn't seem to find Taiwan on the map, and Gavin Newsom was trying to drive us back into the Green New Deal. So as I said, not a fair fight. Very good look for the administration.
Very good indeed. We'll leave it right there. Victoria Coates, great stuff as always. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you.
Above the CPI, above the downward horizontal sloping support line of the cornucopia QQQ line. Above the CPI on SPY, IWM above the CPI HOD went flying. New HOD, they're crazy. They're crazy. Time is 1:55 here in 16 seconds. I can't believe IWM actually really bullish though. I said this shit in pre-market, but I can't fucking believe it with my own fucking eyes right now. I can't believe it. I mean, but this is market rotation. This is what they were saying on the news too. I did a lot of research over the weekend, but thank God I was in no fucking IWM because IWM really on some bullshit. Faking out on the market like crazy. Wow.
Again, says the sell-off in Apple's unwarranted, that 2026 will be the year Apple finally gets into the AI game. It's a case that he continues to make. It's not a new thought, but he'll expand on it today when he joins me on the closing bell, which leads me to something I find really interesting. So you bought Apple on February 11th.
Okay.
Am I right that I have this in front of me, you sold it the next day?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because on final trade, everyone at 264 stop. I mean, this isn't the WWE. I put the stop in. I got stopped out. I gave everyone on final trade at 264
okay,
stop
now
on the
it's at 261. Why didn't you buy it back?
No, I'm not doing that. No, I've traded Apple twice in the last 3 years. I made 21% from August through November. I'm trying to, in this environment, keep my losses tight. 4.5% was enough. Did the same thing with Twilio.
But why'd you buy it? Why'd you buy it on the 11th?
I had a signal.
What was the premise?
I had a momentum signal. And you know what was interesting about the momentum signal and the powerful reversal thereafter? I told myself afterwards, and I actually spoke to a few people about this who are looking at the same systematic signals that I am. They're becoming more popularized. We're all looking at the same thing. So you had a really aggressive advance on February 11th. Why? Because all the trend systematic signals that are looking at short-term momentum identified what I saw, right? And then the next day you had the Powell, I think it was down 5%, because everyone's basically neutralizing that momentum signal. So I'm comfortable with what I did. I told the viewers exactly where I thought you should get out, and I have no problem with it. Now, but one last point, by the way, on what Josh said, which I think is more important on Apple.
Yeah.
It's interesting because if you think about the hyperscalers, the big four, they're increasing their capex by 40% year on year. What's the one name that's actually not? Apple's capex is down 20% year to date, and there goes Josh telling us they're actually going to win. So is all this spending actually necessary or not?
Oh my God.
You're talking about.
685. Can you fucking believe it? We're up $10 from the bottom.
Reasons why
oh my
the
god.
hyperscalers are spending what they are. Man, I don't really think you consider Apple to be a hyperscaler in the same way
divergence
you talk
cleared
about
at the
Amazon,
roof, and they're
Alphabet,
clearing it even
and
higher.
Microsoft.
They will put a tangible product in the hands of consumers, though, that shows them exactly how the interplay with generative AI works in their life. I don't think anyone else is really doing that. Is Copilot doing that for you at Microsoft? Maybe. I don't know to the degree that which.
You know, what I know is right before this day, there was a lot of people that was bearish on YouTube and online and on news saying Apple.
Do that.
So, wild. I don't know, guys. Market is now up. Even QQQ is green by point. Oh my god, excuse me, 0.23%. Wow.
Good Tuesday morning. Building view on Wall Street, we are on the cusp of an economic boom. AI infrastructure spending is hot. Tax refund season may also be hot. So why not expect an economic boom this year? No, you are already seeing this potential play out in the strong performance of small cap stocks. Small cap stocks are often of companies with outsized U.S. operations. And chart 2 is lingering concern on the explosion of the AI bubble. Ask most folks what an AI bubble is, and they absolutely have no damn clue. It just sounds cool to say, and it sounds like something your portfolio should be absolutely terrified about. Fund managers appear to agree, as they are calling out the AI bubble as the biggest tail risk to markets. Here on my opening bid roundtable for hot takes on all this, Noel Atchison, author of the Crypto is Macro Now Substack, and Yahoo Finance reporter Inez Ferre. Good morning to you both. Inez, I want to start with you here on this view that the AI bubble is here, it's now, it's going to explode. Has it already exploded if you're just looking through the prism of software stocks?
I mean, it certainly it has impacted the software stocks.
Let me ask this in chat, folks. All right, well, we have everyone here. Who uses Robinhood Legend? Who uses Robinhood Mobile? I've been using Robinhood Mobile because that's what I'm used to, and I have not went to Robinhood Legend at all. I've heard of a lot of people starting to use Robinhood Legend now. How is Robinhood Legend? I heard there are stop losses and stuff on Robinhood Legend on the chart, but does it work well? How is it? Is it same as mobile, or is it as active? Is it more adaptive? Someone said I use Robinhood Legend. I use Robinhood Legend. Love Tyrone says I use both. Legend just to chart. Vinny says mobile. Indy says both. Henry says Legend. I've used Robinhood Legend to just look at my portfolio, but like, yeah, it's just, I've never used it actually. Back in the day, there was no limit sell or whatever you could do on charts now, so. Someone said, I love Legends now, honestly. Sean says, I use mobile. Scott says mobile. Justin says both. If I use PC, I'd use T. Okay. Yeah. I've never used Legends for any sort of like live shit ever. On my computer back in the day, I think I've done Charles Schwab and like maybe like Trading Ninja or something like that. Some weird ass shit. Webull too, back on my days. But yeah. Robinhood Legends, man. It's been a while since I've been on computer interactive. Sometimes use mobile, sometimes look at Legend. Yeah. I don't trust the computer for some reason. Maybe I'm just not like used to it. So HOD 685, if you can believe it or not, 684.67. What a beautiful ride I've had in the last 2-3 months, man. It's been my account, my portfolio has really been cyclical. That's what I love about it. Like went up, down, went up, down, 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 up, down, down, up, down, down, up, down, up, down, down. Like I love it. This shit really feels cyclical to me. My life truly feels cyclical to me instead of fucking just up, or like fucking down, 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 down. Like back in the day, I used to love that shit. Back in the day, I thought that was what it was about. But honestly, like in some sort of way, I guess I'm in the same environment, but like I just feel fucking differently about it. I have way more of like a protective mentality about it, I guess, in a way. But yeah, I guess I can't say, oh, I'm different now, but like, fuck. I don't know. Something must be fucking different, honestly, than what it was. Unbelievable. I want to go to a nice restaurant by the lake, and I want to sit by the lake and enjoy the turtles and the fishes coming out of the lake over the dam while I eat my Cajun shrimp pasta. You know what? That's what I'll do. I'll fucking go to this place by myself. There's this lakeside restaurant that I know that is pretty, it's where my sister had her baby shower recently, but like, oh, you know what? That's what I'll do. That is what I'll do. I hear the birds chirping and shit outside my window right now, bro. Like, my life, my morning right now is so mellow because I got no sleep, but it's peaceful. As peaceful as I can try to be. I'm tired as fuck. Nodded off, but thank you guys all so much for being here. That's why I'm still here too, because I'm very still interested in the market, and I have some things that are related to something that is not SPY or QQQ, but yeah. Interesting. We are above 600. What does this mean into March? I have no care about the short-term time period right now. I have a lot of interest on the medium and the longer-term time period right now, on what the market is doing, what the market is trying to show. Because the market did, and the market tried to show, and the market did show this week, doing what it did. So, I guess we're in the cycle of resetting, recycling, whatever. Market trying to close green. If we did not go green today on the ES, and if it somehow turned or closed red, then tomorrow would have been a most likely higher chances of this happening. Right now it's happening, but it's already happening intraday. So, you know, there was some point in the pre-market time when I was thinking, oh, maybe I'll do 1 DT calls into tomorrow from the bottom, but like I had no idea where the bottom was. I had no idea if it was going to go to the 0.5 and go higher. I had no idea if it was going to go flip this or not. I had no idea if that run was coming or not. I didn't even know if it was going to go lower since I left at 9:30 on SOXL. So I just didn't care that much because so much things have happened overnight for me, over the weekend at least. Yeah, it's Tuesday. Why does it feel like the market was open yesterday? But yeah, you know what I'm saying? I've been waiting for 5-6 fucking days. I've been waiting for 4 or 5 days, just on, like, trying to think about like overnight, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I was like, shit, I need to get the fuck out and market open. And like, man, I just had no care, and I woke up so early because of some freaking problems. And I was like, dude, just focus, 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 focus. Think about what you said you're gonna do. Think about what you said, what you were gonna think about. And I literally didn't want to forget. So here we are. Now that I didn't forget, and time is 2:05 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, February 17th, 2026. SPY is at 684. QQQ is at 603. Everything is okay. Everything is healthy. Everything is cycling. I'm talking to myself.
we're now seeing a disruption in the software space because of AI, and that's also because, and that also leads into other areas of the market as well, other areas of tech. We've seen it with transportation and logistics stocks as well. So yes, the market is concerned that you may be seeing a bit of a pop with the AI bubble, but you also have to look at the productivity side of it and what this will do for businesses, productivity-wise, and businesses that are using AI.
Oh my!
And this
Look
is
at Apple
expected
running.
to help their bottom line. I mean, you've
Look
had
at
Fundstrat
Apple
that's
running
come out to say
all
it's
day
basically
long.
a lower input cost for these companies, which equals more profits for
NVIDIA
them as
running
well.
back above the
Noah, what I
purple
find so
box,
interesting, it's good to see you
burning
again.
all bears in
By the way, it's just the
3/3.
correlation between crypto and these software stocks.
1/3.
Huge
2/3,
correlation, Ryan. And the fund manager
3/3,
survey, I mean, I haven't
1/3,
actually seen the full report. For
2/3,
some reason, I am not on
3/3.
the Bank of America mailing list.
Wow.
But I
They
have
put
been
you on.
parsing the media report. No, I wish. I have been parsing the media reports, and what I always look for is signs of sentiment. And there's some heavy contradictions in here. We've got, everyone seems to think we're in the AI bubble, as you rightly pointed out, yet at the same time, everyone's very bullish. And what they seem to be forgetting is that it's the AI sentiment that has driven the index up over the past year.
Wow.
And as we turn into some more conservative
Look at that
names,
fucking shit on
that
NVIDIA
generally
on
does not
Apple.
bode well for what's ahead for the stock market. And this is one of the reasons, as you pointed out,
Bravo.
keeping crypto prices low. Risk-off sentiment is not good for short-term crypto performance.
Noel, let's just stay on that for a second, because I want to get into crypto with you, of course. But I just posted a story on Yahoo Finance, just hit like 5 minutes ago, looking at, on the one hand, we've seen this major sell-off in software stocks, but you look at Wall Street profit estimates for software companies, they've actually
MACD and RSI.
risen, which is, I
Trying
don't
to pull it down.
understand. I mean, at some point, Wall Street has to get it, and
Why
they
does
don't
this
seem to
shit
be
feel
getting
like
it.
deja vu from Friday?
Well, by the always, as you know, the
Shit
old adage
literally
is
looks
it's
like
not
the
what
same
you
way.
buy, it's what you
RSI,
pay, and
MACD.
there is an argument made for anything to do with tech
I'm not
having
doing
run
shit,
up,
but like, what the
pushing up
fuck?
valuations. Again, there are arguments that valuations are normal
man.
given the explosive growth expectations. If you start to doubt those expectations, then obviously
They kind of
you're
did the same
expected
thing as
prices to
Friday,
come down.
except
But
when they hit the
growth in
midpoint, they
earnings
just
is
decided to run
rearview
up.
mirror. What
Do this
prices,
setup,
what
so
market is
HOD
looking for now is
divergence clearance
signs
instead of the
that
LOD
the
divergence
capex
clearance.
is going to produce some fruit, and that the
But as they were
disruption
going
to
lower, right, I
companies,
said there's
especially
an
the
LOD
software
HOD
names,
divergence.
the
Like,
disruption
they were
is not
just
going to cause any hiccups in the bottom line.
And as I'm really of the view that in order for software stocks to bottom, earnings estimates have to
Time
bottom.
is 2:10.
And that has not happened yet.
No, they hit the
No,
word.
it
The word is estimates. Sorry, I thought you were talking to me. Go ahead,
Go ahead,
Inez.
Inez.
Apologies.
I mean, you're right. Look, there's a type of re-rating of what we're seeing, and expectations have to come down because there is disruption that is going to happen. It doesn't mean necessarily that the whole software sector is going away, but we are seeing also, investors, the market that is also has been expanding into other areas of the industry because it is seeing the sort of that, okay, maybe perhaps tech, software within the tech space. This is a place right now that the market is ignoring. I mean, because you've seen that rotation going into other sectors like energy, like materials, like consumer staples, and the market is sort of hiding out in these other sectors for the time being.
Let's bring in Brent Schutte. He's over at Northwestern Mutual Wealth Management. Brent, good to see you as always. My man, we were having this debate on software stocks, whether to get in there and buy, what's going on with them. We're about 7 days out from earnings out of NVIDIA. If this report is good, doesn't it justify everything we have seen in terms of a sell-off in these software stocks?
I mean, I think the big thing that's occurring was where you opened with an economic broadening, and that's where I think the market is starting to broaden out of those AI names that have previously been the only areas in town that actually had earnings growth. You're seeing earnings growth across a broader swath of the economy and a broader swath of the market, which is attracting investors to this rotation theme, which we think continues. And that's where I just think you're seeing that rotation occur, which can be messy.
Maybe the market pulls back into close.
Of the software companies
and
and earnings and
we
whatever
see a
else there may
bullish day
be.
tomorrow.
This is where investors have been paying a premium
not
multiple for
breaking
those.
the
They're
lows
crowded
today.
trades that people have been moved into for over the past few years as the rest of the economy and the rest of the market kind of languished. And now that they're contemplating
maybe it doesn't
what
even
happens
pull
going
back.
forward, I think investors are thinking about the multiples they're paying for those. And that's where you're seeing multiple compression, which is pulling those stocks down quite a bit.
Brent, I mentioned at the top of the show, this chart came out of compliments from B of A this morning, getting the view that on the street that people are starting to come to this viewpoint that we are nearing an economic boom. Unclear what that actually means. Maybe it's over 5% growth, whatever it is. You can see the chart there on the screen. Are you in the economic boom camp, and do you think this
there's still
really
time until
strong economic
1
growth
hour
rate
left, 50
happens
minutes.
starting in the spring as we get those tax refunds?
I think it's more of a broadening. So over the past few years, the economy has pushed forward, but it's been really, really narrow, which has led to that really narrow market that I just talked about. That's where you've seen the impact of higher interest rates on certain segments of the economy and certain segments of the market.
Trading,
now what you're
range
seeing
playing,
is that interest rates have
looks
moved
like
lower. You've seen the Fed cut rates by 1.75%. You've seen the 10-year Treasury
and RSI
move
kind
down
of
to
went.
4%.
Volume is
And that's where, I don't know if it's a boom, I think it's a broadening, where you're going to have those parts that were previously harmed by higher rates start to do just a bit better, and that's attracting investor attention. I do think there is still a risk that is out there that people aren't paying heed to. The reason why rates are going lower is because the labor market is weak. And that's where
I've been having very consecutive green days.
People less worried about job growth near zero. And that's where
February
there could be
2nd,
a risk there. That being said, I do think you're referencing the stimulus that's in the pipeline, and that's where I think people are thinking about the stronger growth going forward.
Noel, if I think back to late last year, what drove Bitcoin to record highs? I mean, not what drove it, but it came against this backdrop of middling economic growth. Could Bitcoin come back? Could it retouch those highs this year if the economy is so strong?
9 out of 9 or 10 or 8 out of 8.
It's unlikely, to be
and
honest,
I had one day where I pulled back with my profits.
I would love to be wrong on that, but right now Bitcoin is seen as a risk asset. If the economy is strong, then liquidity is going to be fairly calm.
February
if liquidity
5th.
is fairly calm, there are plenty of other
February
speculative
9th.
assets to put money in. Right now, Bitcoin as a macro asset is
Last
competing against
Thursday.
all sorts of AI plays, etc., etc. If you see Bitcoin as a store of value play, then it's competing against gold, but for that you need liquidity to be pushed into the market, and there's no reason to do so. Everything is just going great.
It away.
What gets Bitcoin moving higher?
Year.
What is that?
Let's go to Norwegia.
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about that. What is going to stop this downward drift? Right now, liquidity, and we know that the longer-term debasement is on the table. We're seeing governments around.
The very next day, you gave it away. Gave it away. Woo! This is.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. It's time for the big picture. So let's welcome in Jim Farioli, who's the Director of Crypto Research and Strategy at Schwab Center for Financial Research. Jim, nice of you to join us. Thank you so much for your time. I hope you had a nice long weekend. Let's talk about Bitcoin. Have we bottomed out yet?
It appears the bottom may be in. Past bear markets have seen bottoms around the 200-week moving average, which we briefly touched intraday. In addition to that, mining difficulty has come down about 20%. And so we may have confirmation the bottom is in this Friday. Historically, when we have these deep bear markets, mining difficulty comes down as more miners leave the network. When it becomes less profitable to mine Bitcoin, it makes more sense to temporarily shut down operations. And so if the difficulty adjustment moves higher on Friday, that would be confirmation that miners are now ramping up operations again. And again, historically, that's been a good sign that the bottom is in.
Okay. What are sort of the catalysts?
This shit is so fucking. It's like healthy and unhealthy at the same time. The market's so goddamn good. This is so fucking volatile, man. What is this $5 moves within 30 minutes and 1 hour?
For some potential catalysts.
Jesus Christ. Wrong
right now, the crypto market's definitely looking for a new narrative and a new catalyst. And the biggest thing that I'm looking for this year is the passing of the Clarity Act. It's been actively being worked on in the Senate. It made it through the House last year. And so that's something that could potentially reset the narrative. Crypto is largely a momentum market. And when you're faced with negative momentum, sometimes you just need a fundamental reset and a new narrative. So ideally, at some point this year, we will get some progress and clarity. It will get passed. And at that point, I think you could have a more sustainable rally in the back half of the year.
Merry Christmas, I gave you my heart. The very next day, you gave it away. You think I'm fucking embarrassed? I don't give a fuck. I am no embarrassed. I'm having a concert.
Talking to a number of people, even those who have cut their teeth in crypto, who are bearish until September. And then I was listening to some analysts over the weekend who seem to have a sort of similar timeline on the horizon. Are you seeing that? I mean, why is it September seems to be what everybody is eyeing right now?
You know, it just comes down to how long it takes to get policy passed. And obviously, Mike Townsend covers DC and policy for us. And with the government shutdown and lack of progress being made as representatives from the crypto community and representatives from the banking community.
We have Kathy Woods supporting Bitcoin from 1 day ago. It says, all right, this is our last poll of the day, folks. Will the market, right, run higher or pull back before close before it decides to do anything? Based on your opinion, based on the candles and the colors you see alone and nothing more. Time is 2:15. We have power hour coming out at 3. This is the last poll of the day. Alrighty. Poll has been sent. Last poll of the day. Market will, based on your opinion, based on the candles they're showing, stay or go higher, or it will pull back and figure out. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 people saying higher with 2 on the WhatsApp, so 6 people, and we have 4 people saying pull back then figure out. 5 people. All right.
Meeting with the White House in these closed door session, trying to kind of work out details of the Clarity Act. That's really been the delay. It's not our perspective that the act won't pass, but again, it just keeps getting pushed back as we keep having these 2 different groups that are involved in the industry not being able to come together to a central agreement on what makes the most sense. And so I think that's why it's more reasonable to expect a rally in the back half of the year. The other thing you have to think about is the market is still digesting a huge move lower. I mean, we hit a peak in Bitcoin at about $126,000 in October. We had about a 50% drawdown. So even if that bill was to pass today, market's still digesting a big loss. And again, it takes time to rebuild momentum.
And we certainly have seen that correlation when we've seen risk off for big cap tech as well. So there certainly seems to be a pattern there. What about these quantum computing threats? Because you say that obviously crypto likes to hang on to a narrative, and one of the stories out there more recently has been around the potential risk that poses, why that might be capping some upside here. Now, there have been investment firms coming out sort of downplaying the near-term impact, but what are your thoughts? What are you seeing out there?
Yeah, the quantum risk debate has really kind of sucked the air out of the markets recently. Again, searching for a narrative, it seems like a convenient thing that you can plug in there. Oh, you know, if the macro backdrop is relatively attractive for tech, obviously in recent weeks, case, you know, why isn't that happening with Bitcoin? And so the reason
coming in to frustrate everybody and to close.
First, the Bitcoin blockchain has SHA-256 encryption. There are a lot of other systems that could be hacked well before you would ever be able to disrupt the Bitcoin blockchain. Beyond that, there's other blockchains that are actively working on solutions to this quantum risk. And so the Bitcoin core development community has always maintained that they can use the best ideas from other blockchains. And so it's something that's more of it's definitely a risk. Encryption risk is the ultimate risk for cryptocurrencies. Over time, every encryption throughout history has been broken at some point. But I feel there's enough time that the network will either be able to upgrade itself taking again from the best ideas outside of the Bitcoin blockchain. And so again, you know, in a period of weak price action,
This shit is sad.
people will go with the story that makes the most sense and supports it. But fundamentally, it's just, it doesn't really make sense.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Jim, really appreciate it. Thanks so much for joining us today. That is Jim Ferrioli, their Director of Research and Strategy, Schwab Center for Financial.
What the f is the market doing now other than consolidating? They just went higher today, but fuck, what the fuck is this push? Push down, 3/3, 1/3, 2/3, trend line breakout, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Looking like tomorrow they're showing 6904 into tomorrow. Someone said pull back and then close green for the day. Okay. Oh, it's so loud. It's possible. It's possible. Open interest. You know, I don't know why they don't post the market open these days. State of the Union, President Trump, February 24th.
Thank you very much. We have some time for questions. Hungarian Television gets the floor. Good morning, I am László Mészáros. Volodymyr Zelensky, president of Ukraine, is constantly attacking Prime Minister Viktor Orbán for not supporting the EU accession of Ukraine.
I mean, no, understand though. Trump says a lot. It looks like I'm waiting until tomorrow to see what to do on the market, but yeah, the market is chilling. I rarely do overnight too, but yeah, these overnights have been fucking great, honestly. Last 2 or 3 days in a row. Chilling out. Chilling like a villain. insane premiums. When does the VIX go down? When does the VIX get like crushed? That's the real question. Like crushed 17? Man. It's crushed right now, but still.
Welcome back. Figma stock is higher after announcing a new partnership with Anthropic. Let's get more details from Deirdre Boslin, who spoke with Figma CEO moments ago. Deirdre.
Hey, Brian. So this feature, it's called Code to Canvas. It lets users take interfaces built in AI coding tools like Claude Code and convert them into editable designs inside of Figma. Now, this is a bet that in a world where anyone can build software or design something with AI, the real value is in what happens next when teams come together to refine, iterate, decide what is actually worth shipping. So Dylan Field says that is how you actually thrive, not just survive in the agent era.
I also think you shouldn't be sacred about trying to lock your users into one workflow. And that's what the bet is today that we are talking about, is that we're trying to make it so that wherever you start, whether it be a napkin sketch or a shower thought or design canvas or code, you should be able to go anywhere else that you need to go.
Now, this is a bold position for a company that has been caught in the crosshairs of the software sell-off. Figma's stock, it is down sharply since its IPO last summer, along with the rest of the sector, particularly over the last few weeks. So I asked Field how he's talking to other startup founders considering an IPO about that kind of pressure.
No, literally, it's the same as what I tell my employees, which is we control the inputs. Let's show up every day, work as hard as we can to go make it so that we build the right things for our customers, and everything else will take care of itself. I think that other private company CEOs, some have asked. The frequency of people that have asked me about it has gone down, I'll say that.
So fewer CEOs are calling Dylan for IPO.
Sometimes, right, the market does unexplainable things to you and you get mad, but I was gonna say something, I forgot. Right. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with the market, is what I'm trying to say. What I found out is that there's something wrong with me, not the market. If you're sitting here blaming the market and the market is getting you mad and happy and enough to make you be like, oh, now I think it's gonna do this because they're making me think like this, then that's the problem. You know what I mean? Like, the problem arises with the self. The self is what applies to the market. So a lot of people don't understand, not even education with the cycle and time shit, but like the self is why I do like self mental practice every day, because this is something deeper than just candles being green and red. It's more likely that the problem is in the self. And then the self, someone needs to work on if they choose to, or so in their lives to fix or not.
Advice these
That's
days
what I found in my life.
Startup CEOs, but he says that he's still glad Figma's a public company, and it pushes him to face disruption.
This is what this whole entire process has made me feel about myself.
Maybe
so
those private startup CEOs
that's
aren't
why I
calling
say
you, but
what
you
I
know
say.
what? Maybe some more public companies are going to
It's the reason why I am who I am and why I am.
reason it's up
So
right now, up more than 4% after
I live strongly behind what I say. I live strongly behind who I am. And I strongly stand as a man or a woman to be who I am, because I want no fake bullshit distraction shit at all. There's too much important shit going on. The time is now. The time has always been now. There's always been about.
He's a great CEO and founder. I've talked with him for years, and he sort of is embracing this. So he's unique in that sense. He just came from sort of the private startup world into this public CEO position. But maybe he's an outlier for now. That may not be the case. It was like what Ali Ghodzi told us a few weeks
Yeah,
ago.
well, I'm
No
sorry
more
you had a
lazy
bad day,
software
but I'm
investing.
saying this
You've gotta
shit
go
because
with
the
these
chat is
companies
not
that are
to, you
thinking
know,
about how to integrate these new
influence or
tools
have
that
make
can
other
either,
people have
you know,
negative
lead to your
thoughts or
demise,
emotions just
perhaps.
because
I
you're
mean, we're
going through
seeing
the
that with some
struggle and the
companies,
bad shit.
or maybe
The point
power.
of the struggle and the bad shit to go through the struggle and the bad shit. But the problem is most of the people in the world, they don't care about the struggle and the bad shit. Most of the time, people in the world, the majority of the people in the world I'm talking about, they just want to move on. They just want to get it over with. And, you know, I'm saying the truth here. This is why 30, 25 people left, but this is how it is. This is what life is. You realize this at a certain age or you don't. But I mean, at a certain age, it's just clear as day. Clear as day. And once you fucking see that shit, you never go back. But like, it's literally, you know, the most of the fucking people in the world choose not to fucking realize the struggle they're in, and they choose not to understand why they're struggling, and choose not to understand the deep behind what they're going through. It's
Like
always
it is.
been like that. It's been like
Investors
that for
are
me
seeing it
too.
in this case today with Figma shares up again nearly 4%, and that's ahead of earnings on Wednesday night.
It has always been like that. So if it's like that, man, this Fox Business shit is so not market related. It's actually wild.
Yes, DNC chair Ken Martin is boasting
It is so
about
not
his
market
party's
related.
momentum going into the midterms. Listen.
We had a record victories across the country over the last year, and there were thousands of elections on the ballot. The Democrats either overperformed or won in 90% of them. We're winning up and down the ballot. Big statewide elections, of course, and county races, local races, state legislative races, one after another. I'm confident, but I'm not complacent. There's certainly positive momentum for the Democratic Party. There's wind at our back. We're seeing.
You know, one time they forgive the PDT rule. A lot of people that start out don't know that, but they have like a one-time lifetime exception where if you break your PD2 rule and you go over one, they like give you like a forgiveness thing. I used it last year. I didn't know it was a thing until I did it. But yeah, a lot of people don't know a lot of things, but I mean, dude, that's how you fucking know. That's how I didn't know shit. You could change some margin to a cash account to a margin account. I didn't know that shit last year either. I found that out. Like, a lot of things people don't know, but I mean, that's how they find out. By going through shit. That's how I found out. Not a lot of people know there's a lifetime PDT exception thing, right? But yeah. That's how they get small accounts too. I'm not gonna lie, margin. That fucking three day trade shit. People are all limited and they don't know what the fuck and they can't fucking get out because they're in this shit and they already took through 2-3 trades and like it won't work mathematically. Like it's all calculated. It's all calculated into this shit.
Win after win, and that's continued unabated into this new year.
Lara Trump joins us now. Lara, great to see you. Let me ask you, is Ken Martin missing a key factor here? The Republicans have a massive war chest
No rejection.
to spend on
Can't believe
campaigns,
it.
a lot
Chopping
more than
at
the
the roof.
Democrats.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Ken Martin there is a little bit like the Titanic captain telling everybody everything is fine. We didn't just hit a giant iceberg and the ship is sinking. Everyone calm down. The races he references, by the way, Ashley, are mostly the vast majority in deep blue areas. So it's not a surprise in a lot of these cases that the Democrats won. You're right to point out the money, though, because what we know is that you can track people's opinions of candidates and parties based on how much money they bring in via donations. The Democrats had to take out a $15 million loan last year. They are in debt. Kamala Harris's campaign, failed campaign at that, cost them $1.5 billion. And the Republicans have $100 million more right now than the Democrats, not to mention President Trump's super PAC has over $300 million in there, and the Democrats don't have anything that even compares. So as we head towards November,
is this
it
the
is
VIX
going to
rush
be important
happening?
to look at the money they're bringing in via donors and the money
Crushing
they're
the
able
VIX
to
from
spend
20
on these important races. The
22 to
Democrats are in
19.
a bad spot, but it's not just the money. They have a bad message they're sending. The American people do not want what they are selling. What are they selling right now? The stars of their party actually are socialists. They have been anti, police and ICE, and we know all of the things. What people voted President Trump into office to do, he is doing, and they are continuing to fight against it to the detriment of people in this country. So what are they going to have to sell Americans as we head towards November? That's also going to be an issue for
30 seconds left, Lara. We got to get the message out, says the president, about affordability as a key issue during for the midterms.
Food, dude. My stomach is growling
need to do a better
like
job
crazy.
of that.
I need some
I
ramen
think it's
in
going
me.
to naturally happen as we head towards the end
some
of this
spam in
year.
me.
As we know, no tax on tips, overtime,
Can I go
Social
cook real
Security,
quick
all
for
the
5
things in the
minutes?
One Big Beautiful Bill hitting, and Americans
Shit.
starting to feel that huge ship of the.
I'm so fucking hungry, I can't think. That's the truth.
All right, let's take a look at these futures. Well, there you have it, red across the board, but nothing too dire. It's all just very modest. The NASDAQ, though, down more than 0.5% in the pre-market. President Trump has ordered federal officials to take over the cleanup of that massive sewage spill in the Potomac River. Aisha Hasni is at the White House this morning. And Aisha, how do the feds, as we hear the truck backing up, how do the feds plan to clean this mess up?
Hey, good morning to you, Ashley. Yes, they're doing some work here at the White House. Apparently there's going to be a party. That's what it looks like. The president has ordered FEMA to get involved now. The federal agency, by the way, is not being funded right now because of this partial government shutdown. It is part of the Department of Homeland Security, as Democrats are demanding changes to ICE and Homeland Security. In fact, the DHS Secretary Kristi Noem posted on Twitter, Democrats in Congress have shut down FEMA funding, leaving our hardworking employees to work without pay. Yet FEMA is now stepping in to coordinate cleanup of one of the largest raw sewage spills in U.S. history. Both sides have been trading shots here, Ashley, after a sewage pipe interceptor collapsed last month in Cabin John, Maryland, releasing about 240 million gallons of sewage into the Potomac River. Yes, it's nasty stuff. The president calling this whole thing a failure of Democratic leadership.
I don't like the job that Wes Moore's doing. I don't like the job he's doing in the bridge. I don't like the fact that he did that horrible, with the pipes in the Potomac, and he's not doing the job. They got to do it, and I'm gonna have to get the federal government involved in getting it fixed, because he can't fix anything.
So Governor Moore, who is a potential 2028 hopeful, firing back via a spokesman who writes, the president has his facts wrong again. Since the last century, the federal government has been responsible for the Potomac Interceptor, which is the origin of the sewage leak. For the last 4 weeks, the Trump administration has failed to act, shirking its responsibility, putting people's health at risk. Where the president has failed to act, Maryland has played its part to protect residents, protecting drinking water and ensuring accountability. Both the governor and the D.C. mayor are expected to have some media availability today, so we'll get some more information from them. The president has a lot of meetings on the agenda. They're all currently closed to the press, so we'll see if they may be open to the press, and we'll get some more comments from him today. Ashley?
Very good, Aisha. You've got time to catch up with the party truck, so that's the good news.
I'll go find out what's going on.
All right, we'll get back to you. Thank you very much, Aisha. Congressman Buddy Carter, Republican from Georgia, joins me now. Congressman, let's get straight to that story. Was this spill a mismanagement issue? What say you?
Oh, yes, it was a mismanagement issue. And I can tell you, as a former mayor, that this is very important. I tell people all the time, I never thought I'd know as much about water and sewer when I was in pharmacy school as I do know. And I will tell you, this is extremely important. This is a responsibility of local officials and state officials. This is where Wes Moore has failed. This is where Democrats fail. They fail to understand the importance of these types of things. And where is the Democratic environmental outrage here? I mean, they want to do away with gas stoves, yet they're going to turn the other cheek whenever they see something like this happen. That is hypocrisy at its best. And not only that, but right now we've got the Department of Homeland Security not being funded, under which FEMA comes. Now we need FEMA. And here we have John Ossoff and the Democrats who are putting illegal criminal immigrants ahead of the American people and the need of FEMA right now.
So with that regard, Congressman, you mentioned agencies like TSA, FEMA, still unfunded. As the government shutdown over DHS is now in its 4th day, you're on that budget committee, aren't you? Where are we on a funding deal? Any closer?
Well, you know, look, the initial requirements or requests that the Democrats put in, demands, if you will, they were just unattainable. And we've got to take care of our ICE agents. We've got to make sure that they are protected. Yeah, body cams are good. And we know Tom Homan has said that he's going to draw down in Minnesota. All of those things are good toward working toward a solution here and an agreement. But some of the demands that the Democrats have put forth, we're not going to be able to obtain that. We can't have a warrant every time. And ICE is so important, and I support ICE. But one more thing that I think is important to point out, because I have the honor and privilege of representing the entire coast of Georgia, the Coast Guard is also part of this that's not being funded right now.
And it's always the blame game, isn't it, Congressman? Democrats will point fingers at Republicans and vice versa. What's the real truth here?
Well, the real truth is that the Democrats are putting criminal illegal immigrants, they're putting rapists, murderers, and pedophiles ahead of the American people. We need ICE. Just yesterday in my district, we had a terrible tragedy where one of our beloved school teachers was killed by an illegal immigrant who was trying to resist arrest and fleeing from ICE. Tragedy, and this is the type of thing that can be avoided. But the Democrats are encouraging people to resist ICE and not to work with ICE. If they would simply cooperate with us and let them do their job, then these kind of things could be avoided. Not only that,
guys, I'm back. You won't believe what I made. I just made something fire.
They do. By
rice,
the way, President Trump scheduled to come down to Georgia on Thursday, rally the troops.
With some
red. Will he be able to provide that boost?
Gochujang sauce.
I think he will. Georgia loves President Trump, and President Trump loves Georgia, and we know that that him coming is really going to be a shot.
Give me 5 minutes while I eat. Still,
in the state of Georgia. We appreciate his attention to our state.
I need this food.
Very good. We'll
I need this energy.
Thank you so much for
I
joining
really
us.
do. All right, Power Hour is coming in 20 minutes. Let us see what happens today at Power Hour. 3 p.m. Market really is not stopping at all, though. That's fucking nuts.
And it is Tuesday,
Figma
February 17th. Welcome to
announcing
another
with
Tech Tech live stream where we cover all the moves in the... Dylan, thank you for joining us.
Figma CEO.
Thanks for having me.
Software
Good to
reckoning.
see you.
So maybe let's start. How did this partnership come together? Did you call Anthropic or did they call you?
We've been exploring all sorts of stuff with Anthropic historically because this is actually just an evolution on what we already have. We have a way already to go from Figma design to code through dev mode MCP. And that lets you read Figma files, bring them to code. We thought it'd be really cool. Given that workflows are changing, we're seeing now folks do things like, before it was linear, you go from brainstorm to design to code. Now we're seeing people hop around between different stages at different times, but you still need to get the big picture. You need to zoom out and actually consider different possibilities, be divergent in your thinking, and also be able to directly manipulate data and visuals. Like if I prompt that I want to go change something from a 12 pixel
the fix is kind of crushed right now.
A 14 or 16, and I'm trying to resize icons.
Is this the opportunity, or is this a continuous trap?
Tool for that job.
The VIX is crushed.
And being able to do all this in a shared canvas where you can see the bird's eye view and bring your teammates in to productively collaborate and expand the ideas with you. We think that round trip and going all the way back and forth is extremely important.
Right, so you're kind of combining the tools. And I will note there was this sort of posts that got a lot of attention. It showed how Anthropic was actually using Claude Code in its marketing tools, and it named Figma before this partnership sort of became official. So what does this partnership change?
Yeah,
well,
now our users, our users that are able to, that are in Claude Code and they're in Figma can now bring their work from Claude Code into Figma. And with that, they can get all the benefits of the design canvas, which is infinite and able to really be a place where you can explore all these possibilities. Because I think right now, what happens is a lot of people that are working first in code, be it developers, designers, or anyone that's an AI builder, they might be someone who is trying to make progress fast. And just because you're going fast doesn't mean you're going fast to the right place. And so instead of having that tunnel vision,
Yo, that's
how do
deep
you
as
actually
fuck.
like zoom out and really see the possibilities?
What that man
Because
just
now
said.
we're in this world where people are trying
That's
to
why zero DTs are
really
a
embrace
major
taste.
problem
That was the
without
discourse this
setup
last
on
weekend.
major names.
And
Where a lot of
for
people
us
go
in
really
Figma, we've been
fucking
talking
fast.
about how design,
Like he just said,
point of
not
view,
me.
and craft, these are the differentiators.
Zero
And we've
DTs,
been talking
right?
about that for years, and I am so excited that everyone else is now seeing this. But that taste, that craft, that ability to then select from this like infinite possibility space and then pull in the right thing to build, it really requires side-by-side comparison and the ability to think through problems visually. And most people are visual thinkers. So being able to go from code to the design canvas and then back again and implement it and then ship to prod, I think that's something that's really exciting. And just to start too, that round trip experience will only get better from here and with more partners.
So at the crux of sort of the sell-off in software that we've been seeing in public markets is this idea, do you need another step? Do you need that round trip? And actually there's lots of comments and questions already in the YouTube live stream getting at this sort of existential question for Figma and many other software companies. And I guess someone put it this way, what are your views on AI replacing the whole design framework, rendering Figma and other companies pointless?
Yeah, I think I obviously have a different point of view than the hypo there. So my
Then he
point of
said, I
view
kind of
is
got
that
used to the morning
we're now
pull
in
and
an era
lottos.
where you can make
That's
things
not
very
good
quickly.
either.
You can build things very
I
quickly.
feel like conditioning us to do that too.
It's not enough just to go build them. It's you have to build the right thing.
It literally
good
does the
enough,
same shit
what
every
works is
day.
not
That's
enough.
crazy on the VIX.
You really have to focus
For designers,
on
right? I guess
design,
that's the distinction
not
you're
just
making.
designers, for everyone, for all companies. In a world where you're an engineer and you're able to build things very quickly, and now you're considering what should I build? Well, welcome to the world of design. And
I guess,
if you're a
Dylan,
company that is trying to quickly go build and
it's so good.
innovate, you really need to have a point of view. This actually goes more back to marketing in some ways, but also it goes through your entire brand and product process too. You have to have a point of view.
Oh, you
that
literally
is
mean like
different than the rest of the world
lottos?
and that you'll
I
hold
thought
on
you were
to.
meaning like
And
they go down in the
I think,
morning and then they go up, as in like
the requirements have gone up, the stakes have gone up. If you're trying to build software, there will be exponentially more software in the world. This is already a trend that's been happening. We've already been on that exponential. It just happens to be going asymptotic now and vertical. So
time is 2:50.
I'm actually quite excited. I think it's future software is more exciting than ever before.
Right, Dylan, you bring up a really good point. We've seen a lot of this over the last 3 years. There's been these sort of scares. We've seen really great image generation models. What is it about this moment? And I'm talking in the last like 6 weeks or so where these AI coding and agent tools have been better. It feels like a big sort of step change. I don't know, does it feel like that to you? What's different about this moment that is causing so much fear in the market, thinking that AI agents are a threat? You're obviously seeing that as an opportunity, but what's different right now?
Yeah, well, I guess I've kind of been in the world in my head of course, model capabilities will continue to improve. Of course, we're on an exponential for a while now. And that's why I thought it's really important that we make sure that as models get better, Figma gets better. And also, to me, it's very clear. That's why every company, every designer, every engineer, anyone building products that are software based has to really think about, do they get better as models get better? And about this moment, I mean, I think that we're continuing to see an exponential play out. And it'll be super interesting where it goes from here.
To 240.
You know that things will get better. You knew new capabilities will come online. You just don't know when exactly.
Right.
But the world is moving from closed systems to open systems. And that's a really foundational point to understand if you're in the software business.
What do you need to understand about it, embracing that open model?
Well, I think that in the past, in closed systems, you could really model in your head and simulate all the potential players and sort of the different ways that technology would evolve. And now I think with an open system, you can know what is possible and what you're going to be likely to see. And you really have to think through
Bearish
what is the
pullback
experience
is
in
starting.
the future. And you have to have that point of view. That point of view is
250. It's
so
been
critical
10 minutes.
now. And so that's why I think that there's all the more need at a time when you can go build things so quickly to really be thinking about the bigger picture and to be going through the design process. And, you know, this is nothing new. You know, in the past when we've had technology leaps, we've come to the same conclusions. You know, this is not just the first time that this has been explored. And so if you look to history, I think it informs the present too.
And that's a lot of sort of the through line that I hear too, is you need taste, whether it is
That's good.
image design.
Someone said I look at contracts
writing, or
beforehand.
even coding.
A lot of people don't do that.
But so let me ask you, there was this post
It's like a
that kinda
higher fucking
got a lot of attention
advanced
on
thing
SAS.
than,
It
you
was
know.
this long post about where software is heading, and
That's
it
like
kinda laid
understanding
out
where
an
cycles
argument
are
that
by
you
looking
need
at
one of these
contracts.
three
It's
things, either
all the same
proprietary
thing
data,
every night.
regulatory lock-in, or you
I
need
do
to
it
be
on the
embedded
daily,
in a
actually.
transaction.
Shit, I was doing it fucking 40 minutes ago.
What does Figma have
I was doing
that
it
can't
20
be
minutes ago.
replicated? Maybe it's none of those things, but what is it?
I look at the 4 DTs, the
I think we've got a
3-day
number of
DTs, the
modes,
5-day
and I
DTs,
think
puts
that
and calls, and I
everyone
see how they were fucked with, how
should
they
not
were
only be looking
played
for
with
modes,
last
but
week
they should
into
be
this
thinking
week,
about
into the
what
last
new
4
modes can
days,
be
into the
built as
last
well.
2 days, into the last 1 day, for sure.
But I also think you
That
shouldn't
is
be
so
sacred
important.
about
That's what a lot of people
trying
don't do.
to
That's a big
lock
mistake.
your users into
Big
one
mistake.
workflow.
I used to not do
And that's
that.
what the bet is today that we are talking about, is that we're trying to make it so
Man,
that
now that
wherever
we're
you
talking about it,
start,
that is absolutely
whether
right.
it be a napkin sketch
Correcto.
or a shower thought or you
Justin,
know, design
correcto.
canvas or code, you should be able to go anywhere else that you need to go. And so you should be able to start anywhere, go everywhere. And I think
That
it's
is
really
step
key
1.
that you embrace that philosophy.
And then
which is
step
really
2
Unix
is looking at the
philosophy,
gex.
as you work,
And then
in order to
step
make it so
3
that
is
you,
doing the
your
analysis
customers
and deduction,
are able to
right?
get
But
the most
yeah.
benefit possible.
Or the analysis and
It reminds me
deductions
what
and then the options
Ali
and the
Ghodsi told us
gex
a
or
few weeks
whatever,
ago.
but
He said there's no more
they
lazy
are all
software
very,
bets. You
very
need to look for
important
the companies
processes.
that are actually embracing
That's what
these
smart
tools,
money
which
does.
is
That's
sort
what
of the message
institutions do.
we're getting from you. A few really great questions from Torque and Trends
Not even
on
SPY,
YouTube.
QQQ. I'm talking about
They
big
ask,
ass
what is the
names
biggest
on the
misconception people
daily,
have about
on the
designing
weekly,
products with AI
intraday,
today?
intra-week, every single day. So
I think that the biggest misconception, by the way, I love this question.
I almost took a
I would
$4,000
say
put
it's
on
that
AMET.
the
I was looking at
first
Micron
prompt is the
too, but I
final
stopped
output,
myself.
whether
I ain't
it's
fucking doing it until March.
iteration through design, like we're talking about today, where you're able to go from code to design canvas, or
is going
it's
bearish.
Even just image generation and working
Bearish,
with media.
bearish,
You need to practice
bearish,
working
bearish,
BD.
bearish,
Now we call it
bearish.
MOE.
Bars are here.
And
They're
they've
going
created a
lower.
workflow-based
Time is
system where you can use
250. Let's
node-based editing
see
in
where
order
they
to transform
go.
different model outputs, and then actually create a pipeline that gets you to an amazing solution at the end of the pipeline.
This is America.
I think of AI output almost more like clay that you then use to shape, and less like, okay, I've done a prompt and I got a one shot, and oh my God, it's so good, let's go. And so I think people need to embrace this as a part of the process, but not assume that a single prompt is the process itself in order to get somewhere great.
Deep.
Right. The idea
I don't
that
even
you're
know what he said,
starting from a
but
point
I
that has
respect.
already taken so many iterations and so many drafting. And I think you're
Dylan
talking about
Field.
integration.
He looks
I
like
know that
someone I could
Figma
be friends
has
with.
been
He looks like
going
my
down
age.
this road very much, expanding into
So
slides,
young.
sites, marketing assets. What happens though when
Chevy
this
says,
AI
I think there's going to
agent
be
becomes the
upward
integration
of
layer?
power hour. Power hour is here in 7 minutes.
Well, there are many things that can mean. Some people talk about, for example, AI agents as what will use software in the future. And I think there's verifiable tasks and there's non-verifiable tasks.
The market must be
And
doing
anything in
something
the world of
interesting.
design and creation
We
is
had
inherently
35 people leave,
non-verifiable.
so it's about
And
that
so
time.
I think that there's sort of different categories
Everybody
there, but also
knows the
there's
drill.
auditability. And when
The view
agents
dies out,
are
the market getting ready.
Working on your behalf,
Never failed.
I think that if you're trusting agents today, you are very brave. They're not
Shit has never
flawless
failed.
as it stands right now. And so
far.
my assumption is that at the very least, even under the current paradigm of thinking, which I'm not sure is quite correct, you will need to be able to audit agents, and that'll have to be human readable. But the other thing that I think is really interesting is the world where people are not quite talking about yet, which is one where agents can work alongside you. I mean, in Figma, we have a multiplayer canvas. You can invite humans in, and you can work alongside them, and you can see what they're up to. You can see their cursors moving around the screen. Well, what if all software, it was the case that you could actually work alongside agents, see what they're doing in real time, and actually really grok that in a more intuitive way about what they're up to?
I mean, I hear you on that, Dylan, and I feel like that's the version
I
of
hear
AI
you on
agents we've
that,
been sold
Dylan.
over the last few years. But what we're seeing this year is so much more powerful. We're talking about, you know, like OpenClaw, where you have an agent on a totally separate device, a Mac Mini, and you just let it do its thing. I've seen this firsthand as well. I don't have the time or the patience to sit next to my agent while it's doing all of these things. I hear your argument as well on security. That's a huge concern, but it's only getting better, isn't it? Isn't there a world in which, you know, you're not sitting alongside your agent, but you're giving it more and more trust because that's making you more productive? So where does that leave, you know, an interface?
Yeah, well, my guess is that there's some things like, for example, if you're trying to, like, we already have newsletters today, right? We send them out sometimes, as do you. And that's an aggregation of a bunch of content. And so then, therefore, you don't have to go read all the content. Instead, you have an aggregation.
I'm not doing shit on
I think that's
purpose
something
right
that
now. I'm
agents
trying to
will
sleep
excel
good,
at,
so
and it's not something you have to have like super high trust to go delegate.
if I was the way I was
I think
about a month and a half ago
more
before all this shit
important the task
happened,
is to
I
get
would be
right,
going crazy. Sure.
the more you'll want to supervise, and the more you'll want to
The
be in
way
that
I am
context
right
and
now
look at
because
what the
God
agent is
help me
doing,
to help
in the
myself.
future. And so
Be
I
the
think
way
it's
I
just a
am now.
bunch of different
I
ways
will
that
live.
plays out. Also, I
will
believe
sleep
in terms of
well.
the permanence of whatever you're creating, if it's something that's going to have a shelf life of an hour or a day, I think it's more
If the
something that could
market
be
closed red today,
potentially,
or if the market went
automated in the
red
future.
today on the
Whereas
ES
if you were looking
futures
at something that is going
especially,
to be
right?
long-lasting,
6
a
days in
book,
a row, 7 days in a row.
a movie,
Statistically
or a
speaking,
piece of
we would have
software
seen
that is going to
a
constantly
nice
evolve,
bounce
I do not
tomorrow,
think that
but we
we'll get
saw
to a
it
place
just
where
now intraday.
anytime soon, at
So
least,
now
and
it's all being
likely
changed
not
up.
in the next 5 years, where you
VIX
don't have a
pulled
human in
back.
the loop.
That's a fact from 22 to
I guess
19.82.
one
Now
of
the
the
VIX can do
most
whatever the hell
useful
she
parts
wants
of,
into
you know, an
tomorrow.
AI chatbot, just how we've known it, and I guess
It could
also
pull
an
back
agent,
even
my
more.
early sort of experimentation with
But
AI
if it's
agents, is
inside
how
this
well it
channel,
knows
it'll
you,
do whatever
right?
it
And
wants.
it learns your taste or your point of view. It's getting more and more powerful. Like a few months ago,
all
I
these
tried to
gaps.
switch from ChatGPT to
21,
Gemini,
22,
and I couldn't do it
that's
because
not a
Gemini didn't know
coincidence.
me as well. But
That's
this year,
probably
I switched
fucking
from
leaving it there for
ChatGPT
later.
and Gemini to Claude Code,
Just
and I
don't know
have
when.
not looked back. I have not opened ChatGPT in weeks. The model is just that much better and that much smarter that it learns my point of view and my taste so much
I'm about
quicker.
to
Are
tip
you
over
worried
on my
about
chair and fall.
sort of handing that over to Anthropic? How do you make sure that you keep that side of it for your customers?
Well, I think that memory and context is super important. And if you look at where
Time
design
is
is
3.
done today, and you look at
Power hour is starting.
I think that'll be very interesting to watch. I think that the context that's critical, some of it will be shared because it's important to workflows. Some of it will not be shared in the future, and every company will have to come to terms with what that means for them. But I think memory is a totally different thing. It's related to context, but it's kind of separate. And like you said about Claude Code, I mean, I don't know if you've got some memory set up where you're like writing to MD files in Claude Code. Is that how you're setting it up? So it has some memory that's persistent?
I guess my point is that it didn't have the memory of the last, 3 years of my workflow. And yet it was just so much smarter. It didn't really need it. It understood me faster. I didn't have to spend years training it. And if that's the way AI is headed, how do you make sure that like Figma keeps that moat? And you don't hand it over to Anthropic?
I think that, well, I don't think that we're, in what you're saying, it depends on your workflow, but for design, there's so much that is the sort of decision-making process and exploration process. Think about all the constraints that people are really thinking through when they're trying to solve something for design. They're thinking not just about what does the screen look like and how does it visually look and feel, They're thinking
It's
through
another
other
Friday.
UX decisions
Oh
that are
my
related
god.
to many other properties
Oh
of
my
their systems. They're thinking through the business constraints. They're thinking through metrics that have worked, not worked.
Oh
They're
my
thinking
god.
through, the culture of the
3/3
moment
bears are
and
coming.
how to relate to it.
Oh my
They're thinking
god.
through
I think
marketing aspects as
shit
well. I
risky
mean, I
as
think
fuck.
that
What
we are not at a point
am I
where
seeing
AI is
right
able
now?
to synthesize all that.
Yeah,
And also,
I
I
hear
think
you,
some of that
Dylan,
might not
but
ever be synthesized. Yeah.
I hear you. I can't imagine a world where I just let, no matter what the model is, go off and do my creative work and process for me. So I hear you on that side. Let's talk a little bit about sort of this moment, because I know you've been a public CEO now for less than a year. What a year to be that. How are you enjoying it or not enjoying it, especially when you're seeing these moments of volatility?
I think volatility is probably good at strengthening companies long term. If you look at companies that have been through very
Same shit
volatile
as
times
Friday.
in the
They're
past,
burning the fuck out of zero
and
DTs.
obviously you got survivorship bias. The ones that
Oh,
make
we
it
going
through
up so
are the ones
comedy
that are
looking.
resilient. And of course, we think that we're not just gonna make it through. We're gonna make it through
Going
and
down so comedy
really
looking
be
too.
excellent. And so, I think if you look back at this time from that perspective, we'll just be a more resilient company overall. And I think that's a good thing.
Right. I totally agree with you. I think it pushes you and you have to respond to the market, which is obviously extremely liquid. Whereas in the private markets, right, you don't get that kind of immediate feedback in the same way. What do you say to other, I know you have such a wide network
XOXO is
of
back at
founders
66.
in tech
Oh
and in
my
the AI
god, they bear
space.
trapped
What do
everybody on
you
XOXO.
say to them? You don't
Data.
have to name names about
Data
being a
burned
public CEO.
everybody
I
on
can imagine them looking at this
SOXO.
moment and thinking, this sucks. You got to watch your
Crazy work.
stock go down. You have to,
and then
coach your
bull trap or bear
employees
trap.
through it. What do you tell them?
We really don't talk about the stock market internally. We just talk about what we got to build. I mean, I tell people the same thing as I tell my employees.
Who are considering?
Well, no, literally, it's the same as what I tell my employees, which is we control the inputs. Let's show up every day, work as hard as we can to go make it so that we build the right things for our customers, and everything else will take care of itself. Of course, you have to have the right strategy. You have to be building the right things. And that gets us back, I think, to the earlier conversation. But yeah, I think that other private company CEOs, some have asked. The frequency of people that have asked me about it has gone down. I'll say that. But yeah, I don't think that there's too much interesting to share other than what already we are talking about with our employees.
Do you recommend it?
We just got to build the right thing every day. Well, it depends on someone's situation entirely.
Yeah.
And
That's fair.
I'm very glad we went out, and I think more companies should go out sooner. If I was going to give a blanket recommendation, although again, it's all specific to the company, the person, the situation.
Yeah, well, I'm with you there. I think they should go out so that the average investor too can sort of participate in that massive wealth creation. I know we're running out of time, Dylan. I just want to ask you really quickly about. Yeah, I love that.
There's
We're
45
on the same
minutes
page
left
there.
until 3:45.
I want to ask you, I know we're over time now. Just quickly, I mean, I've been getting fed a ton of content. It's just going viral, and that is ByteDance's C-Dance 2.0.
Do they come here
Dropped
and
about a
chop
week
it
ago.
close,
I mean,
or
it's so good that Disney and Paramount have sent cease and desist. Are you, when you see that, I know this is video,
go
but
lower than there or
is
go
that
higher?
what is coming
From
for
here.
design as well? And how do you think
Guess we're
about
about to find
Chinese
out.
models? Do you serve them? Are you hesitant to serve them? Do they just have to be the best to be on the Figma platform?
I think that what we're still lacking in diffusion approaches, media generation, is the ability to really target something and say, yeah, this is the thing I want to go change, and here's how I want to change it, and have that ability to really directly manipulate. And so we're trying to get there with Weavy, Figma Weave. And I think that process and workflow can really get you far. And yet there's just still so much more to do. So you can create stuff that's truly impressive, and yet you lack the ability to really steer it and control it. And so that's what I think it needs to be ahead for these models on the media side.
Right. Could talk a little bit about Chinese models. They're just getting better and better. And Lunar New Year, obviously, everyone wanted to get it out.
I might jinx the
and show
shit
it
drawing
out.
this box.
If a Chinese model does become the best tool for your customers, do you offer it?
Well, first of all, Happy New Year. Happy Lunar New Year to anyone who's celebrating. But yeah, I mean, we do not, have any offerings around Chinese models right now. And I think that, we need to really be auditing every model we look at, making sure it's meeting our standards. That applies to all models, American models, Chinese models, European models. And I think that it's super important that the industry figures out how to do better interpretability on all these models so that we can know the models are safe and secure and have that confidence.
If it's safe, if you're hosting it on your own servers, right, because you can with Chinese open source models, do you offer it?
Time is 3:05.
That's not currently something we offer.
Okay. Last question. This is a good one from the chat, the live stream chat as well.
Good one.
The question is, AI agents are shrinking dev teams. Even with Figma's AI, fewer employees mean fewer seats. What is your strategy to handle this potential drop in revenue?
Yo, is Robinhood actually frozen?
So
why is my shit bugging
I would say,
out now?
well, first of all, we're in quiet periods. There's only so much I can say right now.
It's stuck on 130.
But I think tune into earnings tomorrow, and
guys, is Robinhood broken or is it just me?
Okay, and then fine. Last question, if you're able to answer this one, how are you guys using AI internally? Are
it was frozen on 130 for me for a second.
Employees increasingly
I had to restart my
using
shit.
vibe coding or AI coding tools? Are you seeing it in departments like HR?
Sometimes it does that. I like unconnect from my home Wi-Fi and go on my data because it fucking lags. Like
code
it's
tool
rare.
all over the company.
I like
and
mobile.
People are doing amazing stuff with it.
I'm a mobile
So yeah,
boy.
we're leading to that, but also we are trying just to experiment more broadly with all sorts of things, and we're always trying to learn.
It's good.
It's an exciting time. I just want to end with that.
Change to SPX
I think
and it's on 3
really,
p.m.
really
but
exciting to
my
see so
SPY
many
and
people building.
Bitcoin was on 130 for some reason.
The more that people are building, I think the more that they get design built. And as someone who wants to make design accessible to everyone and make it so that people can take whatever's in their head and get it on a screen and have that feedback loop and iterate and go explore and get to the best solutions, like this is probably the most exciting time for that vision that I've ever seen across over 13 years of working at Figma.
Wow.
So yeah, very excited.
You're living it. That's a
very, very excited, sir. Wow. But America first. Numero uno. Don't forget. Numero uno. Appreciate you.
All right, time now for a power check. And today we are honing in on the energy sector and the recent outperformance that we have seen from some key names. Don't believe us? Well, in 2026 alone, we know the year is still early, but the energy sector is up 19% this year. That makes it the best performing sector in the S&P 500 by far, outpacing the broader index and pretty much every other sector group. So let's take a look at some of the names that are in the group that maybe should still be on your radar, even with these big gains. Rob Thummel is Senior Fund Manager at Tortoise Capital. Here now to break down some of his top picks. Rob, first off, energy macro. I mean, and it doesn't have to just be oil and gas. Wind is up, solar's up, everything's up. Are you surprised by the level of outperformance for oil and gas when you've got oil at 64, not at 104?
Well, not really, Brian. Thanks for having me. When you look at what's going on in energy, right, and what's happening, right, you're seeing a rotation. You're seeing a rotation out of mega-cap techs and into what really matters. You need hard assets that are really fueling the economy and driving the economy going forward. And what does that? It's energy, and that's it. At Tortoise, we've been saying that for decades now. And you've been following the energy sector for decades, and you know that we're in a new era, right? Electricity is now going to become the new oil, and AI is going to really be the future, and we're going to need secure energy, and the U.S. can produce that. And we're really excited about the opportunities across the entire energy sector as we move forward.
Okay, so let's talk about some of these names. All right, we're going to start off with ExxonMobil, biggest oil and gas company in the United States. Stock has just been absolutely on fire. It's up more than 20% in 1 year's time. In fact, if it was still in the Dow would be at something like 52,000 or whatever. What is it about Exxon that you like that investors seem to have just kind of recently discovered?
Crazy choppy.
Free cash flow yield, Brian. I've been talking about this for a long time. The energy sector offers all investors free cash flow yield, and that's investors have finally decided we want free cash flow. We want free cash flow yield. And where do you get it? You get it in the energy sector. Exxon is a classic example. You mentioned it's the largest energy company in the world. It's got a free cash flow yield well above 5% when all other sectors in the S&P 500 are below 3%. So you can get free cash flow, you can get stock buybacks, you can get dividends, you can get growth. And that's obviously something that we think is attractive to all, well, not just energy investors, but all investors in aggregate.
Yeah, and let's talk about Williams Companies next, okay? Because what Williams Companies would not like me to say, but I'm going to say it, I know they're probably watching, is that this was a kind of a boring old pipeline company where they get tolls for the stuff you put in your pipeline, and that's still a huge part of their business, but they're also kind of quietly doing this behind the meter.
I'm gonna tell you why, what you want, what you mean.
Directly like the veins or whatever you want to call it to the data centers. Huge opportunity.
I need to know more songs. I don't know any songs.
Brian, you highlighted it. We're excited about Williams, and it's one of our top holdings for that reason. Behind the meter power, a lot of people haven't heard about it, but it's really important, right? It keeps the electricity, the retail electricity prices to all of us lower, right? Because who pays for the electricity? Well, it's the hyperscalers. And so what Williams is doing is using its massive pipeline network to basically generate electricity with natural gas that runs through its pipeline network that then is sold directly to the hyperscalers. And so that is a contract between Williams and the hyperscaler. And they're going to expand this dramatically, right? They just had an analyst day, and they're going to grow EBITDA 10% a year for the foreseeable future. The dividend will probably grow along with it. And so we see Williams as a really problem solver, basically, for this electricity demand that we're going to really be talking about for not only just for days and years, but for probably for decades.
The 2/3, 3/3 bullish cycle. Burning the highs up here too. Oh, we did go to 685. That's reasonable.
Futures market shows us a lower opening than NASDAQ, the biggest loser right now, down 158 points. Let's bring in Ray Wang. Great to see you this morning, Ray. You say that the AI disruption is real. So how do you find the winners and losers and all of that?
Yeah, it's really important, actually, to find the companies that are putting AI to work. There's a refactoring of valuations that are going now. Think about this. There are 22-person companies doing $200 million in revenue.
Top and bottom today.
I mean, it's 10 million ARR per individual, and these are software companies. But that's just in tech. That's more than just the beginning. Any industry with a standard operating procedure, tight regulation, like legal, accounting, commercial real estate, and consulting, these are companies that are about to be disrupted by AI. So a lot of white-collar pro services built on college degrees are where we're going to find this low hire, low fire, low retire market, and a lot of disruption among some of the big players and winners. And so we think 50% of entry-level jobs are going to be eliminated in the next 5 years.
How many
these
was
white-collar
that?
jobs.
How many was that, Ray?
50%.
50% of white-collar jobs are going to be lost because of artificial intelligence. Wow. I mean, you listen to other CEOs, Ray, they say, no, it's not a job killer. We work side by side for the betterment of the company. Not so much.
There's a new Harvard study that actually shows the people that are left are working harder. It's not less. But we also think that AI-exposed jobs are going to be up 900,000. And this is also according to BLS by 2033.
Wow.
So there's growth on both ends, and there's reductions as well, but not enough to make it up.
That's some sobering statistics for sure. Let me ask you this, Ray. Tell me about the race for OpenAI to go public. What do you know? What's the latest on that?
So stressed.
There's a race between OpenAI and Anthropic to go public. OpenAI is valued at about $500 billion today. Anthropic about $380 billion. You see OpenAI make a play for more consumer areas. You saw recently yesterday that Peter Steinberger, the inventor of OpenClaw, the thing that took down the market for the last 2 weeks with their agents that actually make decisions and automate tasks, they picked those guys up. Well, you see, on the other hand, Anthropic is focusing heavily on enterprise, and that's the accounts that they're going after. And so you're starting to see the differentiation in the marketplace, but both are rushing to get their IPOs out by Q4.
And how important is it to be first and try and, gather up all of that revenue first as opposed to being next in the line for the market?
I think there's room for both players in the market as they're differentiating, but going first sets the bar.
Sets the bar. Very good. Ray Wang, thank you so much, sir, for joining us this morning after the extended weekend. As always, Ray, great stuff.
Well, if the AI is the defining race of the 21st century, Europe is running in place. The U.S. has the innovation of Silicon Valley. China has state-backed scale and speed. Europe has bureaucracy. Their specialty is regulating and taxing industries created somewhere else. Secretary of State
Bears
Marco
are trying.
Rubio, speaking in Munich
Bears
on
are
Saturday,
almost
says
accelerating
that
here.
must
3/3 bearish.
Together, we can
No
reindustrialize
volume,
our
but the
economies
MACD
and
RSI
rebuild
is
our
in bear
capacity
territory.
to defend our people.
5 minute probably looking
But the work of
bearish.
this new alliance should not be focused just on military cooperation and reclaiming the industries
5
of the
minute looking
past.
bearish.
It should also be focused on together advancing our mutual interests in new frontiers, unshackling our ingenuity, our creativity, and the dynamic spirit to build a new Western century. Commercial space travel and cutting-edge artificial intelligence.
Oh my God.
I mean, that sounds super uplifting, Kevin. But can Europe do it? Like, are they? You also talk about loser states in America.
Why is it so slow? That's the only thing. Every time it's been super slow like this, they trap somehow. So
proof in the pudding.
that's a
that Europe could
little
look
bit
at and say,
sussy.
can we find a place on Earth where only 50 years ago they set up policy that was pro-business?
Man, I had such a good lunch.
Pro-capital
I'm not
markets.
feeling any
Even
hunger
though it
now.
wasn't a democracy, it's called the United
I was
Arab
feeling
Emirates.
so hungry earlier. I
Look at
could
what
not
they have
focus
done.
at all other than
Because
thinking about
I do
food.
business here like everybody else you know in New York. When you go there, it's all the New York guys setting up their businesses there at 9% tax rate. And the fact is, they innovate. They're number 3 in AI now. And they have nothing to do with Europe in terms of regulation. So the answer to Europe is, after the Second World War, they screwed themselves. They put a regulatory environment in so onerous that everybody just brought their dough to the United States and developed their companies here and stole the people that were innovators. And I rest my case on this one. We took the guys that were bombing us, the V2 rocket scientists, and made them Americans and stuck them here, and they built NASA. I mean, that's Europe losing the best and brightest geniuses. By the way, we shouldn't change that policy. We should keep bringing over any genius from anywhere and train them here. Otherwise, the Chinese will. So that's the new race. But is Europe screwed? So far, they are.
Okay.
Rubio gave a good message.
So there is kind of a split in Europe, though, Kennedy. You've got, like, Macron on one side, and he's saying, we can do it, but we're going to spend $30 million. I mean, that's nothing, right?
Yeah.
On AI.
That's like taking a hot influencer to Chipotle. Not really.
There's nothing wrong with Chipotle.
Absolutely not.
But then you've got other folks in Europe. You've got Giorgia Meloni, I guess, down in Italy. Okay, you've got Merz. He's in Germany, right? They seem to be like singing from a slightly different hymnal. They seem to be a little more interested in not so much of the regulatory state.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a genuine battle for the heart of Europe there that might help them do more?
Genuine battle for the heart of Europe there.
What France is stuck in is the old hymn book. And, that level of stagnation and bureaucracy is only going to pull them down further. French voters know it. Macron is incredibly unpopular right now. And, he's had a year to juice his AI
Yeah,
program.
guys, I'm trying to what I am really trying to do is I'm trying to keep the WhatsApp group exclusive for people that are truly active in the YouTube chat and that are people that actually watch on a daily basis. So I just am trying to keep the WhatsApp group for what it is. I mean, it's a new group, so anyone could literally join through the link, to be honest, by just clicking through the channel. But, like, yeah. Because there's so many channel hoppers. There's so many people that are just not talkative. They never type into YouTube, so I don't know who they are. So, at the end of the day, like, all I ever did was remove inactive people. And, you know, if someone comes back inactive and they type in the YouTube chat for a couple of days and people see you, then, you know, you're clearly not inactive, right? So that's how it is. So if anyone wants to be in the WhatsApp group, or if anyone wants to stay in the WhatsApp group, that's all it is.
Dollars. What will we think of next? Meanwhile, in the U.S., they're like, oh no, we're like up to 30 trillion.
Right.
You know, that might be a mild exaggeration, but
We all have things going on in life. I
the
understand.
reason you're
So do
seeing
I.
a rebound
Right?
from
We all do
Germany
things
is
here
because
and there,
they
but
were
it's just
walloped. They were walloped
the
on
WhatsApp
energy
group's truly
and
for
car
like
manufacturing.
the community only
and you know,
really
they were not
active because
nimble,
it's active, so
they are starting to see. Oh wait, if you take off the shackles and let industry do what it wants to do, it wants to thrive. Get government out of the way. The actors who see that in Europe, they will make wonderful partnerships with the United States. But why do they want to be brought down by the rest of the
AM EST
EU?
320.
You know, and now they're starting to look like Ireland in 2010.
Very interesting. Taylor, I noticed that a lot of big tech CEOs went to India this week. I don't know if they go to Europe very often. I think when they go to Europe, it's to fight lawsuits. But I don't think they go there because they're looking to the future. India is one of those countries they're going to. So is AI going so fast that if you started so far behind, forget about catching up? I mean, is Europe just out of this? Or does Marco Rubio have a point? Like, we can do this together. We're better together.
I said this yesterday. I'm going to say it again. Europe doesn't get it. In Davos, we talked about this yesterday, 2025. Nicola Mendelsohn, who runs Meta's global
Top of the CPI candle bottom
business,
breakdown.
came out and said, oh my gosh, the U.S. has created all these trillion-dollar companies and Europe hasn't really done anything because high energy costs, regulation, 27 different laws that no one knows how to follow. Oh, and guess what? We can't innovate. Davos 2026, Brian, the same thing. They're still complaining about the same stuff that hasn't changed. Listen to some of the comments from a year later, from 2025 to 2026. It's identical. They're saying Europe's high cost of doing business,
it's already
including steep
320.
energy
I didn't realize it's already
complex
320.
regulations are major hindrances in the region's ability to attract investment and innovate. I mean, it took them a couple years. They still don't get it. I see you're Germany and I raise you one. Let's do a little pop quiz.
Okay.
America's biggest company. We know what it is. What is it?
Meta.
NVIDIA.
Exactly right. That's what I said.
Meta's
Sometimes
close.
it sounds like Meta when I say it.
Meta's in there. $4.5 trillion. All of our big tech companies are about $3 to $4 trillion right now. Europe's biggest company, public company, by market cap. Take a wild guess.
Tech, SAP?
1 trillion.
SAP is number
IKEA.
2.
Okay.
And it's $250 billion in market cap.
Wow.
That's why they
ASML, top, I think it's Dutch,
yeah.
550 billion. So we're creating, minting trillion-dollar companies that are in AI that are changing the world, and they are still relying on SAP.
See where they go in the
Germany,
3/3.
the big industrial conglomerate, can't even get it together.
So, David, is Europe too much of a fixer-upper? You know, sometimes you buy a fixer-upper because you know you can fix it, and sometimes the thing just you're not going to bring it back.
I don't
Marco
think,
Rubio
I
has
don't
faith.
think you can. I don't think you can consider Europe as a whole. I think you have to pick it apart. There are some countries that are doing extremely well. I think Poland right now is doing well. A lot of countries that were part of the old Soviet Union have broken away, and they know what socialism is. They said no, but the EU itself, and let's be specific, more specific than that. I think it starts later than after World War II, because that World War II, they were starting from ground zero, and they built up. There was an excitement about Europe that we imposed on a lot of their economic policies, but it really started with the European Parliament in the late 1990s when they created the euro, had created this extraordinarily horrible bureaucracy, which is in two places, in Brussels and Strasbourg in France. And both of those places, you go there, you see a lot of these twits, these political twits. These are a lot of people who were left over from the monarchies of the old Europe, and they had nothing to do.
Poll
So they
was
said,
stay
I'll
/ go
become a
higher or pull back,
parliamentarian.
then
So they
figure
go to
out.
Europe, and European Parliament, along with the Council of the European Union, are the ones who create the regulations. You're having these twits who know nothing.
The only problem with
about
this shit
business.
is slow as
They're people
fuck.
who've had
It's
a
already
silver,
oversold on the
golden
1 minute
spoon in their
slightly.
mouths from the time that their great-grandparents
They
were
could
born.
go more,
And
but I
they're
mean, this
devising
shit could
these
trap
very
somewhere here
complex
too.
schemes that
It
are
could
the
trap
enemy
somewhere at
of
the purple
innovation.
box maybe
They're
too.
the
I don't
absolute
know.
enemy.
680.
As long as,
Oh my
as long
God,
as they're
coming so
attached to
fast.
this idea of the European Parliament, I think they're stuck. They won't be on the cutting edge of any
3/3.
innovation anywhere. There are certain countries, again, those, ironically,
Time is
those that were
3:25.
attached to the communist Soviet Union, that
Oh
are
my, he's
making
bringing
their
out
own
the
path
USSR,
away
bro.
from the
He's
Union,
bringing out the Soviet Union.
the European Union itself. And I think that
If
is
this
the
shit does
problem.
not
Until
bounce
they
or trap
divorce
now, then
themselves
when?
from that horrible idea, which never performed as it was supposed to, they're stuck.
But Poland is very vibrant. You can feel the difference when you go to that country. They want the innovation, they want the investment, and they're
What if
very
this shit
serious
traps right here?
about
That's what I'm thinking
immigration.
about
And
right
they
now.
get
It could
lambasted
not,
for
but
by other Western European countries, and they're like, don't tell us what to do. We know what's working.
But if you're a country that shuts down for the whole month of August, which
I
the
forgot
French
we're
have done
listening to
forever,
Kevin
and I
O'Leary.
mean shuts down, how could you possibly compete? However,
Candle
I
just
love the
changed
food.
on QQQ.
Oh, yeah.
I got
Cheese?
Cheese
Let's
is good.
do it.
Love cheese. Got to shut down this conversation.
Oh my, this is the one I was waiting for.
Time to talk precious metals as we saw gold and silver soaring in 2025 continue that really incredible move and only to pull back. In
Nicole
the world
Pedalidas.
today, Stephen Orell, VP Portfolio Manager of the
That's right.
OCM Gold Fund,
May
and Axel
QQQ
Merck,
have my
President
support
Chief
here.
Investment Officer of Merck Investments, are with me. Stephen, let's start and discuss here. Why are we seeing the pullbacks, not only today, but also recently? What's going on in the world of precious metals?
Yeah, thanks, Nicole, for having me on. I think it's a multitude of factors. First, Chinese are on Lunar New Year, and it's of our opinion here at OCM that the precious metals price has been made in the East right now. So when they're on holiday, the West can come in and can take it down a bit. And you've also had gold move in hockey stick pattern, and people jump on the momentum of the hockey stick pattern, and usually when things have great momentum, they tend to have momentum downwards too. So I think when anything goes up in a hockey stick like this, it tends to have downward momentum at the end.
Sort of too much too fast.
QQQ, what are you
Axel,
doing?
Your thoughts?
Well, you earlier mentioned the MAG 7, or should we call them the LAG 7, being down year to date. Keep in mind that gold is still
good
up year to
one,
date. I think the main thing that has changed is volatility has come in. And I think it started a year ago that speculators moved from crypto and meme stocks back to precious metals, where they historically are at home.
A lot of people don't know that we were, historic level-wise, higher than where we were during the meme stock days,
Volatility is
2020.
elevated, significantly so, of course, right now.
The market.
I don't see any quote-unquote trend broken or anything like that. The folks that are buying
Bears
precious
are
metals
pulling back.
continue to
Time
do
is
it for the same
3:30.
reasons. Now, obviously, there's always a maximum that you want to pay for it. But unless we see fiscal discipline break out in Congress, the Europeans stop spending money on military and infrastructure, and then the Chinese, when they're back from their Lunar New Year, also cutting their spending. The reasons to diversify and hold gold are still there. Question is, of course, always at what price you want to be in the market.
Right, understood. When we think about this, Stephen, I think about why people are buying gold, and often we think about gold and the U.S. dollar as the hedges, particularly as other economies are seeing their currencies dropping and or deflationary pressures that are happening abroad. Here at home, people may run to gold continuing. Do you expect that rhetoric to sort of, that's what I read about between now and the end of the decade. Does that seem like a narrative that makes sense to you?
Hook, just like yesterday above.
100%.
Just like yesterday
I think
above.
Going off Axel's point of do you see federal spending
Hook.
going down? I mean, Apollo
Said
just put
ho,
out a
ho,
great
ho.
chart about the CBO's estimates about by the end of the decade, gold being, U.S. federal debt being 125% of GDP. And up to 150% in the next 30 years. Here we've done our own math on the CBO's estimates back to 2006, and they tend to underestimate by about 50%. So do you want to be holding debt when debt continues to go, U.S. debt continues to go up, I think gold becomes the beneficiary of that trade. So I don't see gold, on the long haul. It's our thesis that it's going to continue its correlation with U.S. federal debt outstanding.
And Axel, we think about European defense spending a factor, spending that we're seeing as a factor into precious metal performance. Sometimes silver can be viewed as an industrial metal.
I'm hungry more.
The next few years, your thoughts on the precious metals?
I need more
the same story
food.
For silver and gold, or a little different for each?
Well, they've always been distinct. Gold in the long run is really not correlated to anything. By the way, also the key distinction to these crypto assets that are correlated with risk assets. When you go to silver already, you have significant industrial use, and that just further elevates
15 minutes left
the
until
volatility
Robin
in it,
Hood
because on the one
close
hand,
time.
yes, if you have a economic downturn, you expect
SPX
interest rate
closes
cuts
4.
and metals do
Overnight
well, but
closes
then of course industrial
Everything
metals,
closes
of which
technically at
silver
5.
can be part of, don't do so well. What's unusual in this current environment is that we are expecting the economy to hold on, but at the same time we have easing on the Federal Reserve expected, and we have this massive stimulus in the US, in Europe, in Asia. And so one way I would like to phrase it is that the interests of governments in debt are not aligned with the interests of savers. And holding bonds is, of course, the traditional quote-unquote safe haven, but many people are disenchanted with bonds. And so I'm not saying everybody's going to move the money from bonds into precious metals, but gold is a beneficiary of that trend.
Yeah, and here, Stephen, you did note a couple of things. Whoever was put in the place to take be the new chief of the Fed, right? In this case, it was Warr. She said it triggered the sell-off, but maybe that would have been anybody. Tomorrow, we're going to get Federal Open Market Committee minutes. Also, you noted names like Barrick and Newmont, with the spinoff there. Tell me a little bit about some of these thoughts here.
Sure. I think what we're seeing is that these big miners are able to take advantage of the gold price, and instead of making the mistake of past producers, instead of going out and doing silly M&A, they're going out and redistributing cash to shareholders. Agnico came out last week with earnings and said they're going to committed to redistributing capital, as well as Bearish, targeting a dividend policy of roughly 50% of free cash flow. And one thing to note on these dividend policies and this redistribution of cash is that last quarter, Agnico's achieved gold prices was $3,450, and
bearish.
gold's over $1,000 above that today. So
3/3 bearish
if you're
cycle,
looking for something that is going to redistribute cash with these gold prices, that's something to take advantage of.
And you both said don't underestimate the absence of Chinese buyers. This week for gold and everything, that it can cause some oddities in the market. Stephen Orell and Axel Merk, thank you both. Good to see you.
Now the question is, does it go to 680 in 10 minutes or 20 minutes or 30 minutes? Soft way up. See, at 155, 30, 25 people left, and I told you. See, now market prepared. Everybody fucking frustrated and gone. So, nothing changes every day. Candle trading, bad dope. Market saying. Bloomberg TV. Well, market is pulling back and figuring out that this is what this is. Change to pull.
And you'll remember last April during tariff turmoil, I was on here saying, look, we think this is temporary, what's going on in the market. Remember, there was a sharp decline, and a lot of people were freaked out. Even investors who typically are very calm and used to volatility, they were shaken last year. Anyone who sold during that moment of drama regretted it for the rest of the year. The market has been up very strongly since.
We got Justin saying fucking naughty, like what the fuck is he talking about? Right?
Those are the strongest bull markets.
Break dancing on top of desks and shit now. We got people screaming.
But frankly,
we
this
got
is
people
so much healthier
getting yelled at and saying,
environment
"Shut up!
than
Why
what
are
we
you
experienced
screaming?"
during the tech and telecom
People are all
bubble.
sorts of happy.
During that
Time is
market,
3:35.
Jeff Bezos could come
This
out
video
and
pissing
say,
me off from Kathy, but I gotta watch it.
We're going to lose so much more money because we're investing aggressively. This internet opportunity is as vast and even vaster than we imagined. And the market would go up and take Amazon up 10, 15%. That would not happen today. Quite the opposite, as the Mag 6
until 335 breaks 334.
We're going to spend more money. You're used to our free cash flow dynamics, and they've only been moving one way for the last 5 years or so. That's going to change. And we're seeing some of the more traditional investors who do focus mostly on free cash flow and free cash flow margins, a little unsettled and taking their position sizes down. We don't think that is necessarily a good idea. We think that Google and Meta, Microsoft, Amazon should be spending aggressively because this is the biggest opportunity of our lifetime. The question is, as we evolve towards agentic AI and chatbots, is this going to take time away from traditional social media? Are we going to, from a shopping point of view, have our agents do all the work and do it around the internet? So maybe Amazon doesn't get cut in as much as it has been recently. We will see, and we'll certainly be paying a lot of attention to share gains and incremental.
Kathy. Oh, Kathy. Stop it, all right? Stop it. Ay. Non-stop. Candles are non-stop too. Shit. All right, non-stop. All right. Cute. Bottom of the CPI candle trying to touch. What an epic midday. What an epic end of day. VIX is back at 20 from 19.5. Epic. I told you the fucking VIX, right? Still chopping, still playing around here, right? There's still gaps up here. Man, they were not fucking around. They were just candle trolling. They're saying, here you go, tickle wickle in the 3/3, tickle wickle, and then they said, whoop, 1/3, 2/3, baby, in 1 hour, which is impossible to see unless you do cycle and time confirmation analysis. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, trap the 3/3 bulls since about 11 a.m. in the morning. 1/3, 2/3. So this was a 1/3, 2/3. And then anything up here to up there was the 2/3, 3/3, and then now the 2/3 and the 3/3 is not trapped from the 1/3, 2/3 that started at 240 because cycle says there's a lot of O's up here, and the cycle is annihilating. Now we're back red. QQQ is minus 0.26%. SPY is 0.006. Let's see. Time is 3:40. What a ladder down. What a fucking fireman's ladder down. What a fireman's ladder up too, but what a fireman's ladder down. 3:40. 5 minutes left until Robinhood options close. Oh, lives in SpongeBob SquarePants. SpongeBob SquarePants. SpongeBob. Exactly. Watch some Nickelodeon. Just chill the hell out. Market about to close. What a beautiful day today was. So many cycles. It's similar as hell to Friday. No one cares about the government shutdown now.
Standing ovation at the Munich Security Conference.
Market
He's
trying to
continuing
bounce.
to win praise worldwide. An elegant, inspiring speech about building a new Western century with stronger U.S.-European ties that would end liberal policies viewed as responsible for Europe's post-war decline. Look who's here, the host of the Benny Show podcast. He's host Benny Johnson. Benny, we're so excited to have you on the show. Thanks for taking your time. The time to be with us. What was your reaction when you heard the Secretary's speech? There's a lot of talk about a gap with Europe. Did the Secretary close it?
Oh, what a weekend. You had the Daytona 500. Gentlemen, start your engines. And this is MAGA foreign policy, Liz. Thank you for having me on. It has been a revving of the Trump doctrine throughout the world. And this was the magnum opus. Marco Rubio declaring not only that we are not going to be ashamed of our heritage, we're going to embrace Christendom and the great ethos that brought us to this moment. We're going to reach for the stars. This very much was JFK.
The reach for the stars. Gee, that's what I feel like right now in my life.
And when was the last
stars.
time that you heard a bunch of globalist European libs stand up and applaud MAGA foreign policy? It was a breath of fresh air straight from Pax Americana. It was a revitalization of who we are as American people, and most importantly, this was
601.
Where you got
Yesterday's
to see
close.
what the vision
Thursday's
is for
close.
the Trump
Gold.
administration moving forward. A remarkable
SPX.
time and something something that obviously is getting an enormous
Bullish
amount
with
of coverage. You've
IWM
never seen the
trying.
Secretary of
VIX
State speech
20.2.
go so viral.
NVIDIA
It was all over the internet with round
185.2.
and total praise. And we're very, very proud of our Secretary of State.
Yeah, you're right, Benny. We can't remember the last time anybody from the Trump administration got a standing ovation.
Market is closing.
But you know, it's interesting, Ben. The news now, the headlines are
where the fuck is SOXL? I want to see what SOXL doing.
Ocasio-Cortez, she cut back her public schedule and her media schedule.
Man, this shit was the most dangerous for me in the day.
You know,
God
Benny,
did.
the question is, why did these Democrats like AOC
God numero uno.
fly to a security
God
conference
numero
in Munich
uno.
if
God
they
numero
don't know
uno.
US
God
foreign
numero
policy?
uno.
Watch AOC botch this basic question by defending the self-governing island of Taiwan if China invaded. And then you're going to hear a baffling word salad answer too.
Tomorrow
Listen
is
to this.
Wednesday.
Would and should the U.S. actually commit U.S. troops to defend Taiwan if China were to move?
You know, I think that this is such a, you know, I think that this is of course a very long-standing
market moving $5-7 nuts.
And I think
get this shit
what we are hoping
closed.
for is that we want to make sure that we never
get this shit
get
closed.
to that point.
Market
so
closed.
I think what we are seeking is a return to a rules-based order that eliminates the hypocrisies around when too often in the West we look the other way for inconvenient populations to act out these paradoxes.
Benny, we're not overstating it when people say that needed subtitles and captions. Nobody knew what she was talking about. AOC also claimed Venezuela is below the equator.
SPY is
it's above the equator. I mean, why go on the world stage if you're not ready
green.
to talk about
QQQ is
foundational central
minus
policy
0.1% red.
I mean, President Trump, President Biden have repeatedly
What a game.
said that the U.S. forces
Still
would
into close.
defend
15
Taiwan
minutes left. The market wants to close.
Attack.
Green or red, deciding.
They're committed to helping Taiwan maintain sufficient self-defense capabilities.
It's at 4:15.
But AOC in over her skis, not knowing it. Why is she going on the world stage?
Maybe closing green.
She can audition for the White
IWM is bullish.
Maybe
not.
Billy
Yeah, IWM is bearish.
Everyone in this room is now dumber because of that answer. Thank you, AOC. There is no foreign
There's a reason why I played this live stream.
This is what is a remarkable
what
moment
you just
that we
said. That's
saw
the title.
this weekend, that Hillary Clinton, we talked about former secretaries of state, Hillary Clinton was out saying that open borders policies have gone too far, that we need to reverse course. Barack Obama was saying the same thing. When Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton are starting to take a page out of Donald Trump's speeches, you've got yourself a massive problem on the left. And AOC just sort of demonstrates how shallow and vapid their thought process is. It really is.
Is that what Hillary's saying? Is that what really Hillary is saying? Oh my
Begin with Iran, given that was the set of talks that happened first with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. This notion of there being a general agreement, an agreement to do another round of talks once we've exchanged some finer points of a potential deal here. How much should we be encouraged by that, knowing all the while en route to the Middle East right now is another carrier strike group?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that
Power
I would
hours,
put too much
power hour
stock
begins.
in it, in the sense that when President Trump has two carriers off the coast or, you know, within striking range of Iran.
Power hours, power hour is
use
beginning.
force just based on past recent experience a la Venezuela. So I think that President
Power
Trump
balance,
is pretty
350.
much leaning
You might
towards
see a
using
push
force.
higher.
The
We might see a
Iranians
push
don't want him
lower,
to lose,
but it doesn't mean
to
anything
use
tomorrow.
force.
It
So
just
of
will
course
do
they've
whatever.
agreed to some kind of framework. But I'm not sure that we should be encouraged that the end is in sight, because the Iranians were pretty dug in about limiting the agenda to nuclear whereas we were pretty adamant that the missiles should also be included. And of course, it has immediate implications for the potential use of force. You can see the Iranians saying, well, if you're going to strike us, we want to have a capability to defend ourselves.
Is that why we need 2 more weeks? Evelyn, Axios reporting that is the word from Tehran. We will have detailed proposals in the next 2 weeks. What will they do at that time?
Yeah, I mean, they're clearly trying to make sure that the carrier, battle group can't be utilized or at least to try to put pressure on the White House not to use force before the 2 weeks are up. And we know that the second carrier will be in place at the end of this week. So President Trump is not going to want to wait 2 weeks. And so it does, again, it puts pressure on the White House. Now, what is the White House going to do? Because use of force is not something that's widely, popular inside the United States and certainly not inside of MAGA. And so if it's President Trump, if he's seen as preemptively using force when the Iranians seem to be willing to negotiate, that's a little bit of a political problem potentially for the White House.
Well, but it may not be as much of a problem if you're Israel or Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who was here in Washington meeting with President Trump on the issue of Iran last week. Evelyn, how much do you think Trump's decision-making will be influenced by what Netanyahu does or does not want when it comes to the ballistic missile program and other issues?
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm not sure what the answer to that question is, because we know that, Prime Minister Netanyahu has been trying to, put pressure on President Trump to use force, I think. And then at the same time, the Gulf allies have been.
It's like we're almost
President
just
Trump
closing where we were yesterday.
I think President Trump is probably
as if
taking
today's
his own
move
counsel.
never
I'm
happened.
not sure that he feels beholden to Israel
One
in
day
any
down,
way.
data down.
I think he does want to bring about political change in
Wow.
Iran, and certainly he wants to eliminate the threat that's
QQQ is at 601.
By Iran's nuclear
SPY
and
is at
capability.
682. We were at 675
Turn to
today.
Ukraine for a moment, Evelyn. Are you encouraged by what you're hearing?
Oh my God!
Or are you concerned that the president is turning on Volodymyr Zelensky once again?
Yeah, I mean, this is the same dynamic that over and over again we see, where President Trump is verbally pressuring Ukraine. Ukraine has already compromised with itself, in effect, through all the negotiations the White House has held, the meetings the White House has held with Ukraine to get them to a position, the most minimal position that they could accept. And at the same time, the White House has not put pressure on Russia. And of course, because of that, in part, Russia has not compromised. So it's time for the White House and the president to put pressure on Vladimir Putin. I think, once again, they will find that they have been disappointed by Russia at the negotiating table.
Pressure in what form, Evelyn? What would actually be effective in getting Putin to change his mind around a war that he has now been pursuing relentlessly for 4 years next week?
Right. The first step is putting, basically signing the sanctions legislation that I understand. I was in Munich at the security conference this past weekend with Senator Graham. He's feeling really good about his bill, the Graham-Blumenthal sanctions bill, being put on the floor of the Senate for a vote. Not obviously, we know that the House also would have to have a comparable bill. We know that there are the votes to get it passed, to get it on the desk of President Trump, and it's so high on the Senate side that the president can't veto it. So that would give him a real, card, if you will, that he can use against Putin to say, we're now sanctioning your oil and gas, and we're putting secondary sanctions. We're putting sanctions on those countries that buy your oil and gas, and that will hurt Putin because he's already having to draw down his foreign reserves in order to keep this war going. That's one. And then, of course, providing more assistance to Ukraine, more military assistance, getting more of those shadow tankers off the high seas. There are many things that we could be doing to put pressure on Russia.
I'm sure this is part of your discussions in Munich. Evelyn, just back from the Munich Security Conference, where the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, was looming large this year following Vice President J.D. Vance's speech in Munich last year that really rubbed our European allies the wrong way and kind of set the stage for some of the difficult conversations we've had with our European allies.
European allies.
Editor-in-chief here at Bloomberg, sat down with Secretary Rubio to talk about his approach. Here's what he said.
The Vice President said last year very clearly was that Europe had made a series of decisions internally that were threatening to the alliance and ultimately to themselves, not because we hate Europe or we don't like Europeans, but because what is it that we fight for? What is it that binds us together? And ultimately, it's the fact that we are both heirs to the same civilization, and it's a great civilization, and it's one we should be proud of. It's one that's contributed extraordinarily to the world, and it's one, frankly, upon which America is built.
So do some reporting for us here in our remaining moment, Evelyn. What was the feel on the ground? Was Secretary Rubio looked at as the good cop to J.D. Vance's bad cop?
Largely speaking, Joe, yes. I think people did take a sigh of relief because the tone was markedly different, and he did say, you know, we're going to be together. However, and that was kind of in the moment.
Guys,
however,
not a lot of people watch the market
update
video.
Of what Europeans have said when
Hopefully,
they took a look at
those that are here
the
watch the
transcript,
market
when they
update
looked at
video.
what Secretary Rubio said a little more closely, they questioned, what does this mean, civilization? And I think if you interpret it as a shared adherence to the rule of law, you know, going back to Magna Carta and all of that, I think that the Europeans would feel good. If it means something more, you know, akin to a kind of white colonial.
So they're playing Super Mario Bros. Do 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 do. That's it. Talk about healthcare jobs.
January U.S. jobs report showed stronger than expected result. Non-farm payrolls rose by 130,000, and the unemployment rate edged.
This shit, 80% of it was healthcare. Someone said when we found out. Bullshit.
Payrolls rose by 130,000, and the unemployment rate edged down to 4.3%, while labor force participation ticked up to 62.5%. AI impact was viewed as subtle, impacting AI-exposed white-collar jobs and some entry-level positions. Corporations have announced layoffs, but much of that impact has been viewed as shifting of positions and redirecting resources elsewhere. Offsetting some of the impact, AI appears to be boosting construction jobs, as there was a 33,000 uptick in construction jobs. There were some downward revisions to the 2025 data, highlighting some of the volatility in the data, partially due to the government shutdown last fall. But January's results point to stabilization rather than ongoing major drag from the prior shutdown.
Is he even thankful? What's the meme with JD Vance? Are you even thankful now? Are you even thankful to America? Has anyone seen that meme on Reddit? Are you even thankful? Are you even thankful? Oh, what's the freaking meme? Alright, JD Vance meme. Man. Got a big head too, but yeah. There's like a big head bobblehead meme. Are you even thankful to America? Is that Ukraine meeting? $3.55. CPI candle. We are inside on SPY. CPI candle. Now we're red. There's literally 40 seconds left. The market trying to close red. Oh my. What does this mean for tomorrow? We'll find out. Oh, SPY is still green by 0.003%. Never mind. It's still green. Market closing green. QQQ is red though by 0.19%. SPY is green by 0.1%. 0.09%. Okay. What a close. Market is closed, right? Why is the line not popping up? Time is 4. Why isn't it closing? Alright, it's closed. Alrighty, folks. What the fuck is this? Have a good day. Hope you had a beautiful week and hope you had a beautiful Tuesday. I guess JD Vance coming on. J Daddy Vance coming on. Sheesh. I feel so good.
The Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, with us in studio today, and there's a lot to talk about. So thank you very much, first of all, Mr. Vice President, for coming.
Great to be here.
It's great to have you, and I do want to get to as much as we can with you, so I'll jump right in, if I may. And I want to start with Iran, because we're watching this back and forth in Geneva, and it's happening as, I think we can put up on the screen, the impressive presence, military presence that we have in the whole area. I think it reminds people a lot of what we saw off the coast of Venezuela when there was this question about whether or not we were about to take military action. It looks very much like that. You've got Iran today halting traffic in the Strait of Hormuz for a few hours. We heard the Ayatollah say, you know, well, one of your nice warships might end up at the bottom of the sea.
Ayatollah said, Ayatollah.
Well, I'm obviously not going to make any announcements today. I think the president has a lot of options. We do have a very powerful military. The president's shown a willingness to use it. He also has a remarkable diplomatic team. He's shown a willingness to use that too. And so what the president has been very clear with the Iranians, and actually I just talked to Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner this morning about some of the negotiations, is the United States has certain red lines. Our primary interest here is we don't want Iran to get a nuclear weapon. We don't want nuclear proliferation. If Iran gets a nuclear weapon, there are a lot of other regimes, some friendly, some not so friendly, who would get nuclear weapons after them. That would be a disaster for the American people, because then you have these crazy regimes all over the world with the most dangerous weapons in the world, and that's one of the things the president has said he's going to prevent. Now, we would very much like, as the president has said, to resolve this through a conversation and a diplomatic negotiation, but the president has all options on the table. And, one thing about the negotiation I will say this morning is, in some ways it went well. They agreed to meet afterwards, but in other ways it was very clear that the president has set some red lines that the Iranians are not yet willing to actually acknowledge and work through. So we're going to keep on working it, but of course the president reserves the ability to say when he thinks that diplomacy has reached its natural end. We hope we don't get to that point, but if we do, that'll be the president's call.
Well, the president said on Friday that the best thing that could happen would be regime change in Iran. And we know that that's what the Crown Prince in exile wants to see as well. He's saying, don't do an Obama in this situation. Don't make some kind of deal where we release $6 billion from Qatar and let them go along with the ballistic missile program. Don't do that again.
Well, I think the president will do what he thinks is in the best interest of the American people. I think he's shown very clearly that he is not Barack Obama. He takes a much different approach to America's national security, and he's much more willing to act aggressively to defend America's national security. But the President of the United States is very much trying to find a solution here, whether it's through diplomatic options or through another option that means that the Iranians cannot have a nuclear weapon. That has always been the main focus. If you go back to the campaign that he ran in 2015, the Republican primary campaign that he won, he said Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I think it's very important for the American people to appreciate it's one of the most hostile and also one of the most irrational regimes in the world. You can't have people like that have the most dangerous weapon known to man. It would be awful for our security. It would be awful for the future of our children. That is the goal of the President of the United States, and he's got a lot of options and a lot of tools to make sure that doesn't happen.
They say we don't have that. We just have a peaceful program, and there's no way we're ending our peaceful nuclear program. So it's very hard to see, and you're not even mentioning the ballistic missiles or the support for the proxies. Are those also things that would be part of a package in any sort of deal, or are they not on the table? Israel wants
look, everything is on the table. We certainly want Iran to stop being a state sponsor of terrorism. They're one of the world's largest state sponsors of terrorism. There are a lot of ways in which they endanger America's national security, but the most important way they could is if they acquired a nuclear weapon, and that is the red line the President of the United States has consistently said. Yes, of course, the Iranians say that they're not interested in a nuclear weapon. We know, in fact, that's not true. They have shown a number of things that make it clear that they're interested in acquiring a nuclear weapon. Our goal is to make sure that doesn't happen. And again, the president has a lot of tools in the toolkit to make sure that doesn't happen.
So let's look at Europe for a moment. A lot of focus on the Munich Security Conference.
Sure.
And last year, you gave a very strong speech there that got a lot of reaction. There were a lot of long faces, actually, in the crowd from the European leaders. You talked to them about borders, about free speech, about, defending yourselves for a change in Europe. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, was there, gave a speech that had a lot of similar underpinnings to it.
All right, have a good day, everyone.
And they thought it was great. So what happened with that?